creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.
Welcome to the May Massacre. With live appearances by President of TROMA Entertainment, Lloyd Kaufman, host of Monster Vision, Joe Bob Briggs, actor and comic book creator, David Dastmalchian, from MeTV's Spin Bully Show, Rich Coles, from Ash vs. Evil Dead, Dana De Lorenzo, and Ray Santiago. A very special tribute to makeup effects master Tom Savini. Also appearing, horror writer Joe Hill, celebrity hosts Harry Nimrod and Robert Meyer Burnett. The cast and winners of the sci-fi series Face Off. A live taping of the hit podcast Hidden Frequencies, and creator of the film Bone Tomahawk, S. Craig Zala. Cast and creator Q&A with fan favorite films, Psycho Goreman, VHS Massacre 2, and TROMA's The Slashening. Plus, cast reunions from horror classic films, Friday the 13th, Part 7, Motel Hell, and the creators of top titles in horror comics. So lock your doors, stay inside. This is the May Massacre.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the May Massacre, presented by Mainframe Comic-Con, Shudder TV, and the good folks over at TROMA Entertainment. Over the next 7 hours, we're going to be celebrating everything there is to love about horror film, horror television, horror special effects, movie makeup, and of course, horror comic books. I am so excited to go ahead and kick off day 2 with a panel I've been looking forward to for months now. It is one of the coolest movies on the planet. You've heard about it all over social media. You're going to have a chance to watch it on Shudder when it premieres next week. And the movie's called Psycho Goreman. We've got an amazing cast for you, so stick around, have fun. I want to give you a taste of what Psycho Goreman is right now. So thanks for being here at the May Massacre. Enjoy the show.
Something's coming.
What, you got a dump?
Welcome back to the land of the living, Master.
Spare me the theatrics, Darkscream. What took you so long?
We came as soon as we could, my lord. Let me be the first to say that we're all so very glad to see that you're alive.
PG, are these silly little guys your friends? Why don't you introduce us?
You don't look very friendly.
Ah, yes. Paladins. This is Mimi and her brother.
It's Luke. You should know my name by now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, imagination connoisseurs all around. I am your Viceroy of Verisimilitude, Robert Meyer Burnett. I cannot tell you how honored I am to host this panel. I love this movie. Psycho Goreman is, I live for films like this. We don't get enough movies like this anymore. It is such a hoot, and it belongs to that genre of wish fulfillment. I think as kids, and let's face it, as a middle-aged adult, I dream of being in control of an evil alien overlord that can destroy the entire universe. I've never had that opportunity, but the characters in this film do. So please welcome our esteemed panel, director Stephen Kasansky, Nita Josie Hanna, and Owen Meyer, Mimi and Luke, and the director of Psycho Goreman. It debuts on Shudder next week. I have to say, because of my friend Dieter Bastian in Germany, I own the German media book. I own the physical media of this film. I adore this movie. I adore everything about this movie. I adore the cast and the direction. Stellar. And boy, did I have fun, man. If you had a bummer last year, and who didn't, Psycho Goreman is the antidote for you. So I want to thank all three of you, for being in this movie and making this movie. My God,
thank you very much.
What an honor to have you here, because, you don't get fun genre movies like this. I feel I grew up with movies like this, and we just don't see them anymore. And you guys knocked it out of the park.
Well, I gotta say, like 90% of that is our wonderful cast members here, Nita and Owen. Like, if they brought their A game to this movie and did such a fantastic job, and they're like the heart and soul of Psycho Goreman. So I just want to say thank you guys for making this movie the smash hit that it is.
Well, and you just corrected me. I'm going to call it. I've been saying Goreman. It's Psycho Goreman. I mean,
honestly, you can go either way.
No, it's
I
more
really
important.
don't mind.
You got to stress the gore. But I have to ask you. I mean, obviously, you come out of makeup effects, Stephen, and you've directed. I mean, I love The Void. For you horror fans, if you guys haven't seen The Void, you should check it out. But I would love to know the genesis of this movie. I don't want to say, where did you get your idea? But I'm going to ask, where did this movie come from? How did you come up with this?
I mean, the movie really speaks to a lot of my very specific tastes. It's very much inspired by my youth growing up watching R-rated movies that I shouldn't have been watching.
Right.
So stuff like Terminator 2 and RoboCop, and slightly more offbeat ones like stuff like Guyver 2.
Right.
I remember watching because my parents thought like, oh, this has monsters in it. It's probably like Power Rangers or something. It ends up being like this brutally violent thing. So this movie's a little bit of me working through that trauma, and also just me like trying out this idea of like, well, what if you took like something like Rawhead Rex and mashed it with E.T. and like basically what if you smash two genres together that don't fit, which are like the like dark sci-fi horror movie and the fun kids adventure movie, and if you just like slap those together, what's going to happen? And so that's where the movie came from.
Well, I guess I would ask Owen and Nita, when you guys are still growing up, when you were growing up, did you watch movies? Have you found movies that you probably shouldn't have seen when you were young? Well, you're still young, and did you watch those? Did you ever do that? Do kids do that now?
Absolutely. I've seen way too many movies for my age. I was like 9 and I saw The Exorcist because my dad is a huge horror movie buff, so he's always kind of just enlightened me to the horror movie franchise.
What about you, Nita? Have you watched movies you shouldn't have been watching?
I was pretty into like Topin Binu and stuff like that, so I wasn't really into that horror movie thing until maybe a few years ago, where I started watching more scary movies.
Right. So, Stephen, you also wrote the script, and when you sat down to do this, how long did it take you to write the screenplay?
Really not that long. It was a surprisingly quick turnaround on this movie. Like, I had finished Leprechaun Returns and I had come back from South Africa, and that was when I started kind of jamming on this idea. So that was spring 2018. And I wrote a treatment, sent it off to the producers, and was like, how about this for a movie to make? And everybody jumped on pretty immediately. Like there wasn't a lot of like back and forth about like maybe it should be more in this direction. Everybody's just like, this idea is crazy, let's make it. And so by like, I want to say like November 2018, like we were rolling cameras on this. So yeah, it's the fastest turnaround I've ever had on a movie.
You've just shattered the illusions of every independent filmmaker that's trying to get their next project off the ground.
I think what the moral of that story should be like, trust your instincts. And sometimes like endless discussion and debate doesn't necessarily improve a product. Like
right.
I like to go with my gut on stuff, and my gut told me that this was going to be a fun thing to make. And so I just pushed ahead on it. And that's why we have Psycho Goreman.
So you pulled the trigger pretty quickly. How did the casting process begin, and how did you find Nita and Owen?
We were pretty stressed about the casting on this movie, to be honest. Like that was the big concern that came back when I sent everyone the script, was like, how are you going to find actors to play these parts, especially like roles that require them to be this young? Like, like it was a daunting task, and it was something that, we cast a wide net, looking for self-tapes and auditions to try and find the perfect Mimi and Luke. But the crazy part is that both Nita and Owen were like so early in the process, and they just like kept coming back. Like I kept wanting to see like further auditions, and we did in-person auditions, and aside from just self-tapes. And yeah, it's just like my appreciation for them just only like grew and grew with each subsequent audition. Like it's really impressive, like how they impressed me so quickly and managed to stay on board, despite the fact that I feel like I saw like hundreds and hundreds of tapes of kids auditioning for this movie. But yeah, they just had the right chemistry and the right personalities. I knew they could pull off these characters like almost immediately after watching their first tapes.
Well, I guess Nita and Owen, did you get full scripts? Did you get the whole Psycho Goreman script, or did you only get, in the entertainment business, the sides are script pages where you might get a scene or two? You don't get the whole screenplay, but did you both get the whole screenplay to read when you were auditioning?
No,
we didn't. Right? Yeah.
We would have like I know my first audition that I did, it was just like a little scene, and I think I got like maybe 2 other new ones while auditioning a few other times, and that's pretty much all we got until it was for sure we got the part.
What was it like for you both, Owen, when you got your sides? Were you able, like, what did you think of this movie, Psycho Goreman, and you're reading the script pages? What were your first impressions? Like, what is this movie? What did you think when you first started reading the pages?
I thought it was insane. At first I thought like, oh, this will never work. No one's gonna like this. And I read further into it. I was like, oh, this is kind of funny. This is really, really funny, actually. And I didn't connect with Luke at first at all, actually. I didn't like Luke at all. And then when I started reading into him, I kind of started finding a few things that I could connect with him with. So no, I love the writing of this movie.
What about you, Nita? I mean, obviously you're sort of the heart and soul of this film in a way. What was it like for you to first read the pages, and like, did you have to show them to family members, and did you ask people like, well, what do you think of this?
Yeah, so when I first got the full script for the first time, I read through it a few times, and same as Owen, I was kind of like, this is kind of a weird kind of movie. Then I kept on reading it and picturing it in my head. Mind you, the visions that I had were not at all what came out. It was a lot more detail and time and effort that went into all these costumes. But I thought it was pretty cool. I immediately loved my part because it's very, it's very fun, upbeat, and it's, for me, the easiest parts to play. Even on set, I would kind of, when we were done filming, I'd still kind of be in that Mimi kind of groove, and it was really hard to get out of that when even I got back home a few weeks later.
Well, Stephen, when you know that you found the right cast, I mean, I think there's seldom do directors have a better experience knowing you found the people that are going to embody these characters that you've written. Once you had your cast, how long did it take to put everybody together?
I mean, because the movie was actually split into two sections, like we did two blocks, like one in November and then one, I believe it was like March into April of 2019. So the first block was more about casting PG and Pandora, like our hero and our villain.
Yes.
And so I was able to focus more on the creature side of things with that casting. And with Matt and Kristen, it was more just about getting them up to speed on what those roles would entail, because a lot of people, I think, have kind of a misguided idea of like what creature performing actually is. And so I really like trained Matt and Kristen and everyone else that was in creature suits in the film, like, to understand that it is not an easy job. It is like really punishing and exhausting, and you have to like have the stamina for it. It is not glamorous at all. And so for that first block of shooting, that was my priority, was like getting the title character and our villains and kind of all that stuff lined up. And then for block 2, it was about lining up, the Hallenbeck family, all the supporting characters as well, all the human characters.
Right.
That all got sorted with block 2. So I was lucky in that the movie was spread out that way. It's not a typical way of shooting an indie movie, but it afforded me a lot of extra time to sort out all those details and get things the way I wanted them.
I think some of the great fun of this movie is the different creature designs and characters and things that you've come up with. And I was curious, having a makeup effects background, when you were writing the script, were you also sort of in your mind either doing sketches, or did you have a picture of what you wanted all of these characters to look like?
I mean, I had a very rough idea of what I wanted stuff to look like, just a vague, like, tonal concept of each character. I mean, in the script, it would have, like, Death Trapper is like a big bucket with body parts coming out of them. Or, like, Queen Obelisk is made out of tombstones and vines. Like, it would be that kind of, like, simple log line for each character. And then when it came down to actually building, like, the actual creature effects build, that's when I started developing and really fleshing out what these things were, because a lot of them were built out of like what I had access to. Like, this was such a low budget movie, and our budget, especially for creature effects, was insanely low for a movie that is, one of its like starring characters is a creature effect, is kind of insane. So we had to really do everything the low budget way, where it was like, I have a bunch of these like foam mats sitting in the corner. I'm going to glue those together, and that'll be Death Trapper's bucket. Or just like kind of finding stuff I had around and being like, this is going to be this monster now. So it was really like a beg, borrow, steal, like DIY low budget approach to all of these creatures.
Well, I mean, I think it really, there's kind of this verve and joy in this movie. Like, you can't not watch this movie with a smile on your face. And it's just so much fun. I can only imagine making this movie, aside from the nightmares you probably had whenever you're dealing with lots of creatures. I mean, you don't just have one creature on camera, you've got many sometimes, and that can always be problematic. Was it problematic? I mean, did you have to realize these creatures and get them on camera the way you wanted to? Was it difficult, or because of your background, was it easier than you might have thought?
I mean, when you don't have a lot of money, it becomes very difficult. Sometimes I forget that these creatures have people inside of them that, need to go to the bathroom and have a drink of water and that kind of stuff. So when you have a ton of creatures on set, that's like that many people you have to babysit and make sure aren't going to like pass out on the day.
Right.
And so it was just a lot of moving parts to make this stuff happen. And I really have to give credit to like our production team, especially our first AD, Scott, for just keeping everything kind of going, like keeping the train going when it easily could have derailed at any moment because of any one of these creatures faltering for a million different reasons. And also just our creature effects team on set for just, patching stuff up with duct tape and crazy glue and making sure stuff didn't fall apart on camera was super crucial. So credit to them as well for making this happen.
And Nita and Owen, being on set with these creatures. I mean, you as actors, you have to take this seriously. The scenario. Did you ever sometimes just look at these creatures and crack up, or how was it for you as actors? Was it were you able to take it seriously? I mean, the movie's really hilarious, and what was it like being on that set, playing these parts, and trying to stay in character when all these creatures are wandering around?
Well, okay, so the thing is, we were in like this house for most of this movie. And you'd never really know when you were gonna round the corner and see a big monster or CPG or Death Trapper or whoever it was. And sometimes with PG Matt, we joke around, me, Owen, and him. And sometimes it was really late nights, like late nights, especially for how young we were at that time. So that just made everything 10 times funnier for some reason. Sometimes it was hard to stay in character or even just say our lines without laughing at each other if we looked at each other for too long. But it was really fun no matter what. And it was really cool going to work every day and seeing monsters everywhere.
What about you, Owen?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with her completely. Seeing the monsters everywhere was insane, but I love the monsters. Like when you see it on screen, it's like one thing, but when you see it in real life, like there's a whole nother level of appreciation to that because you can just see every little detail that you might not catch on screen.
Right.
And Steve actually let me keep one of Death Trapper's hands because Death Trapper was my favorite monster out of all of them. I've had this here waiting on that question.
That foam is probably rotten and smells horrible now. So I apologize to your family for having to put up with that.
Now, Steven, obviously when you're, call it budgetarily challenged, when you're making an independent film, you never have enough time, you never have enough money, and having those two blocks to shoot in makes it a lot easier. I mean, I can't imagine what that was for you as a director, being able to have that extra time. But were you able to, when you're working like this, you're and having makeup effects, trying to direct, worrying about the camera, it's a lot of work. Was it daunting for you as a director? Did you find that even though the film, it feels like it was hilarious to make and it must have been a lot of fun to be on set, was there enormous pressure on you?
I guess there was, but I wasn't really feeling it. I don't know. It's just like every movie I've ever made has been too ambitious. There's always too much going on. Like I'm making this much movie, this much movie with this much money. I've never not had that situation. So like that pressure is just so familiar to me that I can just lean into it and be like, all right, well, we're, going an hour long today and we're over budget and producers are getting upset. And it's like, that's just making movies. Like that's what happens. Like you can't really, when you're in it, when you're making the thing, like you can't let that pressure get to you because everybody's relying on you. So you kind of have to just be this sponge, and like also a punching bag for everyone else, and just got to take it because it's like on me to get us to that finish line. And so I'll just like, crash real hard when the movie is done.
Right.
But when I'm in the moment, you got to stay focused. But also I find just because I'm such a kid at heart with this kind of thing that it's easy for me to like have the energy to do this stuff when I've got like monsters and robots and like sparks and blood flying everywhere. Like all this insanity is happening and it's just so energizing that it's like, I feel like no problem is insurmountable because you're just like already in a crazy fantasy world. So it's, I don't know. It's just like, that's where I want to be. So I'll take the pressure with that because it's just so much fun no matter what.
I'm curious about the influences, things that I don't know why, but there's a 70s goofy movie called Inframan that I really love. And I don't know why, but Psycho Goreman kind of reminded me of Inframan. The villain's name was Princess Dragon Mom, and she's got all these different creatures. And I love Inframan. And I was curious, what are some of the your touchstone movies that inspired you with this, because it just seemed like that this a life of being an imagination connoisseur. You had to have been drawing upon many favorites and things when you wrote the script. What are some of your great influences?
I mean, the like obvious one as like a framework is like E.T. and
Sure.
that type of movie was an inspiration. The 1990 Ninja Turtles movie was a big inspiration. Masters of the Universe, the feature film, was a big inspiration. I was inspired by movies that were like adaptations of properties that didn't have the budget to do it like in the epic way it needed to be. Masters of the Universe specifically, so they would be set in suburbia, which was, it's just like almost a genre in itself to me, like that or Suburban Commando, where it's like you got a lot of big ideas, but they're like, yeah, but it'll all be like in a house and like on a street and like just all these normal places, but you've got guys in weird costumes and swords and lasers walking around. So that was an inspiration. Definitely, yeah, like stuff in the genre of Inframan. I was inspired by, like, I grew up on Power Rangers.
Sure.
Captain Power is always an inspiration of everything that I do. There's a film called Mechanical Violator Hokkaido that I really love. And that one, I feel like tonally it has some similarities to PG as well, with like the kind of role reversal of the more villainous looking character being the hero and the more like angelic hero character being the villain. So yeah, that one was a big inspiration. Yeah, a lot of anime as well, like Fist of the North Star is like always going to be burned in my brain just as like a style of like execution to a story. And also just like, I don't know, I've been raised on like badly dubbed kung fu movies and anime and badly dubbed video games like House of the Dead. So I feel like that also influences everything I make. There's like just everything's just like slightly off in a way that I find really charming and funny. So yeah, those are just some of my inspirations. It's all over the map.
Now, Nita and Owen, when you started working with Steven, did he share these things with you? Did he give you a list of things maybe you want to watch or look at before you made the movie?
Yeah, he shared a few things with us. Well, with me at least. Oh darn, I forgot what the name of the movie was, because it was like 2 years ago when I saw it. You recommended a movie to me that you absolutely loved, and you were drawing like a lot of inspiration from. And I saw it, and that really helped with, you know, kind of just being there with the characters. Do you remember the name?
Would it have been Masters of the Universe? I feel like that was one I was pushing on people.
I think it could have been.
I remember being hesitant about like what I could recommend to both of you at the time because I didn't want to scar you / turn you off of the project. So I think I had to like kind of moderate what my recommendations were.
I think, was it called Monster Squad? Possibly.
Yeah, Monster Squad. That's a good reference.
That
was another inspiration as well. The Fred Decker's Monster Squad.
Yeah, which is a wonderful movie that has kind of, I mean, a similar feel. You know, kids discover wish fulfillment. They're the universal monsters. If you guys haven't seen it, it's terrific. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because absolutely there's a lot of Monster Squad in this.
Oh, definitely. Just like with the idea of like a monster ensemble, I think that movie influenced me. I love the idea of having like a squad of creatures that all have kind of like a different flavor to them, and they're just like mashed together. Yeah, Monster Squad is great. We actually used the font of the opening crawl in Monster Squad. We used that same font for the opening crawl in PG as well. So,
right.
Yeah.
Did you watch any movies in preparation for your role in this to play Mimi?
I was gonna say like Luke. Like Owen said, it was about 2 years and a half ish now. So it's hard to remember, but I don't remember personally watching any films. I'm sorry, Steve, if you did send some in. But me, what I liked the most about it is Steve gave me so much liberty with how Mimi is going to talk or her expressions or anything like that. He let me really tailor it to what made me more comfortable and what made Mimi so great, I find, because it was, it was catered to what I would have said if I was that character, which I was. But I really just went off what it felt right. And judging from the movie, I think Mimi was pretty crazy.
Well, you did a fantastic job. We have another clip to show. And if we could show that clip, I don't know what the clip is, but Shudder brought some clips for us to show. So if we could show yet another clip from Psycho Goreman.
Resonance and confirmed our suspicions. The ultimate evil has awoken.
How can this be possible? Who could have deciphered the sequence that released the gem of Proxidike?
I approved the sequence myself. Whoever solved it must have intelligence that far surpasses our own. Which is a notion that I find quite preposterous, I must say.
Preposterous.
That's right.
Enough!
Our mistake was being merciful to that demon, instead of wiping him from the galaxy forever.
It is clear that the rules of the Gygaxian Unity Accords have failed us. What do you suggest we do, Templar Pandora?
It's time to enact justice through the Templar Code. There will be no trial for that abomination. The only verdict is for him to die by my hand.
He has single-handedly extinguished entire planets from existence. How do you expect to defeat him on your own?
I do not fear him. I have faith that the gods will watch over and protect me.
Ooh, sounds like a load of superstitious nonsense to me.
What was that?
No, I didn't say anything.
You don't believe me?
I'll believe you, Templar. It's just the boys having a laugh and just a bit of...
Just what?
I think it's an excellent plan, so why don't we just move on? Lots of things to discuss here. So...
Well, okay, that's a great clip, and it really shows the diversity of the creatures and the various techniques you use to bring those characters to life. And I have to say, the voice performances for these and the way you use post-production to affect the voices it's so good. And was that something that was, how did you come up with these things? I mean, all the characters are so distinctive, and you've got great voice actors and the actors that are in the costumes. That's an extra added layer. And what was that like for you?
I just want to point out that for all you Void heads out there, that's Kenneth Welsh, who played Dr. Powell in The Void. We got to narrate the film and then also voices Judicator, which is funny because that character is sitting next to a guy who we called Star Striker 77. He's got orange armor, and his creature suit is actually the Dark Powell suit from The Void, just repurposed as well. So just an example of us being super low budget. But yeah, it's a thing that goes back to my stop motion days of doing animation and then doing voice work for those animations and affecting the voices and kind of building characters with their voice performances as well as the physical performance. And I've always had that separation with creature design and execution. I was treated as two separate things. Right. There's the visual and there's the audio component. And so I love kind of designing weird sounding voices for characters and as a way to give them personality, especially considering these characters being so inspired by kind of Power Rangers type monsters where they're not exactly mobile. They're not the most expressive things. Judicator's mouth could open and close, and that's about the most complicated thing that can happen with a lot of those characters. So if you've just got a static snake face, you're going to want a voice that comes out that kind of compensates for that lack of mobility. So yeah, trying to inject as much personality into the vocal performance as possible is super crucial to me.
Well, and what I love about that particular scene is you just go for it. You have a visual effect. You've got, is that a miniature? Was that a miniature of the place that they're in?
The shot of the tower was a miniature, and then when we go inside, it's like a digital matte painting that goes into live action. And then we go back to another matte painting when she's looking at the statue later. So it's like all kinds of effects mashed together.
Well, that's one of the things I think is it makes this movie so much fun to watch. I mean, you've got a hologram in that scene. Within the live action footage. You're mixing and matching all different kinds of effects work, all in one scene, and and you do that throughout the film, and it just makes the movie so much. I mean, as someone like myself who grew up with this stuff, you can't help but just it just puts a huge smile on your face to watch this movie. I can't stress that enough. And you like you said, even though you had a low budget, you never hesitated. I mean, it's pretty gonzo what you're doing. The fact that here's a digital matte painting, and here's a miniature, and here's live action. You're incorporating holograms in your live action footage, and then you've got 8 different monsters sitting around a table, like in Star Wars. That's on the conversation they have on the Death Star. It's almost the same thing. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion, is not helping you conjure up.
Very much referencing that scene, of course. And we forgot to mention that there's also a stop motion character that shows up partway through the scene as well. So the sequence really has like everything. I mean, the whole like point of that scene was to like kick people in the face with effects.
Right.
Like up to that point, you kind of feel like you're watching one kind of thing. Like you think it's just going to be on Earth, and it's just going to be like Mimi and Luke interacting with PG, and like pretty small. Like it seems like we're setting up a pretty small movie. So cutting to Gygax and showing all this craziness was my way of like making the movie take a complete left turn and trying to like throw the audience off. So it's like you don't know what kind of movie you're getting at this point. So it was important to have as much stuff hit the screen in that scene as humanly possible.
Oh, and you do, and you have a D&D reference, Gygax, which is great.
Yeah, I did change the spelling slightly because I think isn't he G-Y?
Yeah,
I think, and I did G-I.
Yeah,
to avoid any sort of legal ramifications. But yeah, the inspiration is definitely there.
So I'm curious, Owen and Nita, when you first saw this movie, because obviously were you present when they shot the scene that we just saw? Like, or were you not? You weren't a part of that at all.
That scene was block 1, so that was before they were even casting.
Oh, before, okay.
We shot this months in advance of the principal photography.
So I would be curious, when you two finally saw the movie cut together, finished, did you visit the edit bay when they were putting it together? And when you saw the finished film, what did you guys think? Because you must have, I would only imagine it must have been so great at being in that second block to see what you didn't know what it was going to look like, and to sit down and watch this for the first time. What was it like for you both?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you guys can go.
It was crazy because I thought I had seen every single monster already, or every single creature, and then when I saw the finished product, it was like, oh, okay, so there's like 30 more than I've already seen. Like, and the VFX were like great. So seeing everything together was way different than seeing what I was in, at least.
Right. What about you, Nita?
Yeah, it was really a crazy movie, even just seeing, pre-edited kind of version without any CGI or effects on it. It was really cool. Then when I seen the whole thing put together with all the special effects, it was really cool. And the same thing that Owen said, you think you knew every monster, but there was a bit more than just, Pandora, Psycho Goreman, and all of them. There's so many more, and there's a lot of clips that we didn't get to see or get to see filmed even. So it was really, really cool.
When you guys were acting with Psycho Goreman, and obviously the design of that character is a lot of fun. Were there times, was it hard to act when you're basically acting opposite the most dangerous creature in the universe, and you're supposed to be in that headset or a mindset, and then yet when you're acting, did you guys just crack up? Were you able to like stay in character? Was it hard to keep those characters straight when you're doing scenes with, walking makeup effects? Yeah, the whole time.
For sure. It was hard sometimes, even just to picture what Steve was really trying to do, because he wasn't the most demanding director ever. He was, pretty nice. Sometimes, he was very, but he was really nice.
Oh, it
And,
all comes out now, huh?
but it was really fun, and it was a bit hard sometimes, but as you said, Scott, the AD, kept us pretty much on track.
And what about you, Owen?
Yeah, there were definitely some hard times. There's a scene in the woods that I did that was especially hard because he was wearing that cowboy outfit, because I think he showed it in the fight clip. He was wearing that cowboy outfit, and it was just a really funny scene. And it was really hard not to laugh. So I kind of like deep down, I think of like the creepiest stuff I could think of, just to kind of keep me like keep composure and not laugh. Because it was even funny because Nita kept making faces off screen. Every single time, if she was off screen and I had to act, or if she was on screen and I didn't have to act, we would always try and make faces and make each other laugh, which was kind of,
we were not nice to each other. We really did act like brother and sister. The connection was unreal. When we got there, sometimes I even apologized to Luke. Like, I was Mimi in real life to Luke, and Luke was so nice and sweet. And I really don't know how Owen did it for the month. I feel really bad. Sometimes I remember things I said or things that I did. It was not good.
Yeah, she was definitely a pain for a while. She was
wow.
She was all over the place, because then she started getting tired, and oh my god, it got crazy.
Stephen, Justin Jallo asks in the chat, he says, will there ever be a Psycho Goreman sequel or prequel even? Please say hell yes. And I would ask the same thing, because I'm thinking there's a whole Marvel Cinematic Universe here with Psycho Goreman and all the characters. I would like to see multiple movies in this universe. Do you have plans?
Well, I think the first question is, Nita, Owen, are you guys up for more PG stuff?
For sure.
If you're not, then we can't do it. Okay, good. Okay, well, they're on board, so I feel like something's going to have to happen then. I can't get into specifics.
Make Luke really cool. Make Luke fast. Make him strong.
You and I will have to have a talk after. I have some ideas for Luke that you may not like. But yes, there's stuff in the works. I'm not going to say what. I'm literally working on it right now in between doing stuff like this. Because, I want more PG stuff, just like everybody else. So it's just figuring out what the best avenue is for that. And things are in the works. Can't say what, but there will be something.
I want action figures too, just so you know.
Well, Plastic Meatballs, they've already got the first two available for pre-order, I believe. And I think they're being released in the fall. They've got a PG and a Pandora figure, and the hope is to do more if they sell well. So go to plasticmeatball.com to get your PG toys.
Now, I'm curious. Have you ever? What was it like? Have you screened this for an audience, like in a theater? Like, was there showing it to people? But was this film ever screened? And did you get to watch this with a live audience?
The only audience I've been able to watch it with was a crew screening that we did, like back in beginning of March 2020. And that's the only time I've sat in a theater and watched it, aside from like a quality control check that we did just to make sure that, there were no issues with the film for like Blu-ray and DVD release. So I haven't had that fun catharsis of watching it with an audience of randoms who don't know what the movie is.
Right.
That's the experience I want. And as a filmmaker, you kind of need that to kind of conclusively be like, all right, the movie's done. It's out in the world now. Other people are watching it and enjoying it. I can move on to other things. I think the pandemic kind of screwed that up for a lot of filmmakers. So, I hope someday down the road we can do like some revival screenings or something for it that we can all go to and enjoy and, see it with an audience the way it's meant to be seen. It was very much made as a movie to be seen in a theater with genre fans. Like, it's very much a festival movie. And so it
or
sucks
a midnight movie.
Yeah, totally. So the hope is someday I'll be able to watch it with a crowd and have that experience because, yeah, it deserves to be seen with a crowd.
Now, I'm curious for both Nita and Owen. When you've made a movie like this, do you tell your friends like it's going to be on Shudder? Are you guys going to have a party? People are going to see it. Are you excited to have a movie like this come out? And does that make you both the coolest people in school, assuming you can go back to school because of COVID? But what's it like to be a youngster and have a movie like this coming out?
Well, I live in a really small community. I'm talking for maybe 7,000, if that.
Wow.
So when one, and it's mostly elderly. So when one older person hears about it, then two hears about it, and then just the whole town, the community knows about it. So I didn't actually get to tell anybody that didn't already know that it was coming out.
Okay.
But I had a little screening with my family and a few friends because we're in this sort of, global pandemic. So I wish I could have seen it in film. That would have been great too. But I did have a little show for my family and friends.
That's cool. What about you, Owen?
Yeah, I definitely spread it around a lot, but like the saying, like with the pandemic, there wasn't a lot that you could have done. I had a
Right.
small watch party, but seeing yourself on TV or just on anything, it's no matter how well you do, it's really hard to watch yourself. So
I agree.
seeing everyone like laughing at it, I'm just thinking to myself, they're lying. They're teasing me. Like it's really hard to see yourself and be like, oh, I did well.
Right. But I mean, and Steve, for you, you've gone through this obviously before, but I mean, there's so much goodwill. This movie, I remember I saw the trailer when it first dropped. It had to have been 6 months ago, maybe.
Well, there was a teaser that dropped before, was supposed to be before its world premiere at South by Southwest in 2020. There's like a minute long teaser.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the full trailer from RLJ and Shudder dropped. I think it was like December of last year.
Right. Yeah. So it's like 6 months ago. And I remember thinking that I'm like, oh, like somebody made a movie just for me. Like this is, I'm watching this and it was hilarious. The whole thing was hilarious. And the thing that really struck me and what I really do love about this film is the performances and not just the two of you, but also all the creatures and everything. There is something about the conviction. Like this could have been something that the fact that you treat it absolutely real. It's almost like deadpan, especially the performance of Psycho Goreman is it's what makes this movie great. And I think that could have been something. The tone of this movie is what makes it. And it could have gone many different ways. And I would ask you, was that something that you were keenly aware of? Because you are really walking a tightrope. I mean, it could have fallen into just parody. I mean, I think the fact that there's so much conviction here, and that's what makes it so much fun to watch. It's not like you've set out to make, say, an asylum movie like Sharknado or something. You're like, no, this is real. The stakes are real. And this could be the end of the universe or something. And I loved that about this movie. And I was wondering, was that something you were aware of while you made it? Was tone a big part of what you're trying to do?
Oh, 100%. My reference point for a lot of comedy is always Leslie Nielsen's performances in movies, like in Airplane. Like his stuff is funny because he's playing it straight. Like you have to take the craft and the work seriously and believe the world that you're in. And I mean that applies to any kind of performance, even like in a dark, gritty horror movie. Like you have to like sell those moments. And in comedy, it's the same thing. Like you have to sell the world and the situation. And it's when you get too like winky, like at the camera, like you're just breaking the illusion, and then you're not really telling an engaging story. It's like you're kind of taking the stakes out of your story, and if there's no stakes, then like why would anyone really give it their full attention? If that makes sense. Like I wanted to make a movie that, yes, is absurd and very cartoony, and at times just flat out stupid. But like, I wanted it to still feel real and for it to be like feel legitimate, even though it's insane and absurd.
And I have to say that might be my favorite aspect of this movie. And the two of you also, as performers, as the actors, you sell it as well. Because I don't like things that are camp necessarily, but this has such conviction that it can be campy, but because you sold it with this conviction, it makes it even better, and it's just so good. SPF Entertainment says Psycho Goreman is just so good because of the real visual effects and the creative design, and I can't second that notion enough. I mean, your conviction, Stephen, as a director and a writer, what you did, you made this work, and it really is. I mean, I can't imagine anybody watching this movie and not have a smile on their face.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's all we wanted to do was just make the funnest movie possible and make a kind of movie that I feel like we're not getting enough of right now.
Right.
Like, it's the kind of movie that I grew up on, and it has that kind of creative energy that I think we need more of in genre cinema. A lot more like genre bending, and a lot more like being overly ambitious, even if your budget maybe doesn't allow for it. Like, always aim to go as big as possible, in my opinion.
I agree, and you've been doing that a lot with your work, and I think that kudos to you, sir, because like you said, we need more of that. And Owen and Nita, I mean, I'm sure you guys are going to spend a lot of time, hopefully, in this universe, coming back. No matter what happens to you, Owen, I think you should do it anyway. Do what Steven tells you to do. Yeah, you got to come back. And Nita, you too. The fate of the universe is in your hands, after all.
Yes, I will be
really
there.
Is.
And we have run out of time. This has been a great panel. I want to thank all three of you for being here, for being at the May Massacre. And I want to thank Shudder for providing clips. We have one more clip to show. I guess we'll go out on that. But thank you for being here. Thanks for being on the panel. But most of all, thank you, all of you, for Psycho Goreman, which debuts on Shudder this coming week. Man, am I excited that everybody's going to see it.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be worried. When I'm free of your daughter's control, I will bathe in your blood.
PG, you're such a whack job.
I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you.
You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.
Well, hello and welcome back to the May Massacre. Huge thank you to the cast and creators of Psycho Goreman. Remember, guys, Psycho Goreman drops on Shudder next weekend. Get Shudder. They have a free trial that you can get, and I swear by Shudder, it's the best streaming service on the planet. So, guys, let's keep on rolling here with the May Massacre. It would not be a horror convention without the team from TROMA Entertainment. So we're going to get into the whole cast and crew of one of my favorite TROMA films, The Slashening. Right now, here to introduce him, our host for the hour, Mr. Ryan McClellan.
Welcome to the Slashening panel here at Midday Massacre. I'm your moderator, Ryan McClellan, and I'm very excited to talk some Slashening with this cast and crew. So we got a bunch of people here today to talk about this movie, and I'm very excited to introduce them and get into it. It is a TROMA release, and we will be talking with the man who's been bringing us horror for the past 40 years, the head honcho of TROMA Studios, Lloyd Kaufman. We also have the writer and director of The Slashening, Brandon Bassam.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Brandon, how are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much. We're here to talk some Slashening. Very excited for it.
Oh, boy.
We have the producer, Merritt Evelyn Christensen. Hello there, Merritt.
Hi.
I love your earrings.
Thank you.
You're looking very, very posh.
Thanks.
And the stars... What's that?
It's a Sunday. We gotta be dressed up. I'm excited.
Yeah, I got you can check out my tux. I got very prepared for this panel. Very prepared.
I broke out my finest t-shirt.
Perfectly ironed, nice and crisp. Good.
And who else do we have today? We have the stars of the film. Pat Foy, who played Pat. Elise Brandow. Hello.
Elise.
And last but certainly not least, Billy Bob Thompson.
Hey! Oh man, I need more VHS tapes behind me. I tried to put some junk up, but hey guys.
Hello. Thank you all for joining us. And we'll have Lloyd. He'll be here, I guess.
When he figures it out, yeah.
Soonish. She's running late, but we can go on without him. So I'm very interested in talking about Slashening. I watched it last week. It was great. Here we also have Lloyd Kaufman. He just popped in. Hello, Lloyd.
Hey, what a great day! Slashening, the final beginning is where I am, and that's congratulations, Brandon.
Thank you, Lloyd.
You are the next giant talent to come from the loins of Somerville, and thank you for writing #Shakespeare Short Film too while you were making Slashening.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for helping Slashening 2 get made, and for releasing Slashening.
Well, there's more coming. There's more Brandon, assuming he would be willing to work. I'm
considering it. I'm considering it.
Yeah, think about it very carefully.
So let's
Anyway,
get
thank you for having me. And forgive me for being a little.
let's get into the simple questions, I guess. First, what was the genesis behind making the Slashening?
We had made our first film, Feartown, USA. We started in 2013, and we're making it into 2014. And while we were editing it, it occurred to us, me and my partner friend Ray Ali, that we'd been working that movie for a long time and hadn't made anything else. So we got kind of a panic of we should do something else real quick. And so we thought, well, to do something easier than Feartown, let's pick a one location horror movie. Let's do like a Halloween one location slasher movie. And so we reached out, we planned on doing this like months down the line. But we reached out through Facebook and said, hey, does anybody have like a big house we could use to film at? And my friend Khalid, my parents have a really big house and they're going out of town in like 3 weeks. So we had 3 weeks to come up with, write, and do pre-production on Slashening. And that's where the genesis came from. I wish there'd been a more artistic story. Is more of, well, we have a house, we should write something to fit that. And within 3 weeks we had written it, cast it, and done pre-production. Like we had it was like July 3rd or 4th. We came up with hey, we should make a movie, and we were shooting August 1st.
And everything came together that quickly and that smoothly. And I say smoothly because you can't tell looking at the movie that it was something that was put together so quickly.
Well, it wasn't that smooth behind the scenes. It was real stressful. And I had several breakdowns, and I was hospitalized like almost the first or second day of shooting. I had to go get pumped full of drugs to keep on going. But it was fun, and we shot it within the bulk of it within like 3 weeks, and then we just picked up a few shots for a few months down the line. But it was hard, but it was fun because we had a good group of people. I had all the actors we loved. We met some great people that did our camera crew: Mike Doyle, Aaron. I can't remember Aaron's last name. Thank you, God. Oh, I hope she doesn't watch this. And Ryan Swerzler all came in. They were friends I met. They were camera people I met through my wife. She had worked with them.
Great.
And they came in and just did the bulk of the work and really helped us a lot. But me, Merritt, and all the actors had to, they had to do a lot too. But me, Merritt, and Ray were like, it was a rough couple weeks trying to get everything shot.
Yeah.
If viewers have never heard of the movie, what are the basics? What is the Slashening about?
Slashening is, it's very much an homage to Slumber Party Massacre, but it's 5 girls are having a get together at one of the house, one of their parents out of town, and one of the girls is having to get together with 4 of her friends, and a killer is on the loose, and that's about as basic as it gets.
Well, I don't mean to butt in, and I should shut up because I had very little to do with this movie, forcing Brandon to put me in it. But what I liked about the script, it's got sort of a satirical ring to it. I'm talking about the final beginning. Is that what you're talking?
No, we're talking about the first Slashening.
The favorite scene is that a couple who are going through all the NPR steps to have sex, where you have to ask a question: "Is it okay if I'm touching your hand? Is that okay?" And then, they keep asking each other these questions that are, if anything, will prevent an erection. That the NPR instructions. That's a wonderful scene, and it's a great social commentary. I think
the film does have a lot of blood in it, but I would say it also has a very nice thin layer of comedy, especially coming from Pat, who was wonderful in the movie with his comedic ability and comedic timing.
Thank you.
There's a lot. Was it meant to be that way? Was the comedy supposed to be like slight throughout, or was that planned, or did it just come across that way?
Yeah. So I met Brandon through the Upright Citizens Brigade Comedy Theater. So the Slashening movies and Feartown, I guess, are kind of at that intersection of horror and comedy, and I always thought that the writing in Brendan's scripts had a lot of really great jokes in them. So my approach coming in was just to try to hit those jokes that Brendan wrote as well as I could, and that's all a long way of answering your question. Yes, we did aim to. The comedy was intentional. Yes.
Elise. Hi. Well, how would you describe your character in this movie? Because I think, without really slut shaming, she's a little looser than her friends. So, what would you say about your character?
Ashley, at first I was hesitant, but I think Ashley is just kind of follows her instincts. I think there's no filter. I think she sees something and she goes, and everyone else's opinion is an afterthought, if there even is one for her. Yeah, that's what I think. I think Ashley's just, I know what I like. I'm gonna go get it. I think she's pretty resourceful. I think her and Samantha Jones might have a lot in common. Yeah, I think she's honestly wise for her age. What are they in high school? Is that what we're supposed to be? Yeah.
It's like the year after high school. We're pretty vague about it, but it's just the year.
Are we really high schoolers?
No, you're college freshman.
College freshman. Okay, yeah. I just modeled my character after like all the archetypes that were already there.
Age is all in the mind.
True.
Billy, you certainly got your sloppy kissing all over.
Yeah, and then some. Yeah, I watched that movie with my family like a year ago, and they were like, "Yeah, it's cute. It's cute." Well-timed battle. Like, I gotta go to the bathroom during this and just let them deal with it.
Yes, because there's some scenes. There's a scene between Billy and Elise. I don't want to spoil too much for anybody, but which involves a car, and the comedic timing there as well is just brilliant.
That's the most PC way you could do it. It involves a car.
So what was it like starring in the film with these 5 beautiful actresses? Let's say for Billy and Pat. What was it like, going on the set and being with the 5 beautiful women? And
it was fantastic. I mean, they're all so hilarious that like we came in like later on, like being like, all right, what's this Bassam project going to be? And then it was like this. They're bringing their A game. So I think Pat and I were like, oh, okay, let's be funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing is that they're all so good. That like you just, like Billy said, you kind of have to justify your place in the cast alongside them. And I think Sam is the only one that I didn't know before shooting the Slashing. Like we were buddies with Elise and Dana and Lily, and so it was just kind of more like, hey, it's like we get to all hang out and try to make each other laugh for a few days, and that was just kind of how my mindset was going into it.
Was there any problem finding so many pizza guys for the film?
No, but
not give anything away.
Most of the budget was in transporting like 80 pizza guys out to Long Island from Manhattan for their one line.
Huh? The line.
And much thanks to Ryan Duff, who put all those pizza boxes together. He had pizza experience. He worked at pizza places before. He had to put like 300 pizza boxes together, and he did it all in an hour.
Yeah, and his entire dream was to just die in a horror movie one day. So he was so stoked to put those boxes together. If that meant he got that one line, and that we showcased him hanging in the tree, which was like his big claim to fame. It was great.
So you had no problems finding any, just had to transport them all.
Yeah, transportation was the bulk of our expenses because we were out in the middle of Long Island, which is, if you're not familiar with New York, it sucks. It's impossible to get to, and there are a lot of late nights on the fucking train that really wore us down. But no, as far as finding people, that's the easiest thing we had because we just know tons of funny actors. So we have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to getting performers to come in and getting people to come help out.
And who doesn't want to die on screen?
And also a lot of people want to die on screen.
Spoiler alert.
What was the budget for the movie?
$6,000.
Yeah.
And where did most of that go to? Was it the effects?
It went to Pat.
It went to travel,
Yeah.
carting
Travel.
everybody out and then feeding people. Yeah.
Yep.
That was literally where all of it went. Special effects, barely anything. Merritt had to make magic out of like pennies most of the time.
Yeah.
Because you had a guts scene that was really gory, I guess I'll say, and it was wonderful to watch. It was hilarious. And how did you do that with the guts?
Not to spoil anything. I also think the scene got cut from the Amazon release, which was really funny. So I feel like a chunk of the people that actually saw this movie have no idea what you're talking about. But essentially, it was a raw gutted chicken, and then like a series of latex structures that I made, and kind of stuffed with paper towel and did a whole thing. But basically, yeah, the orifice that it came out of was just a raw chicken. With lots of blood and lots of add-ons in it.
That is totally gross.
Yeah. Not in the garage for like 3 days, so it was very gross by the time we used it. Yeah, it was pretty awful.
Lloyd, let's bring you into this conversation. What was your feelings after watching the Slashening for the first time?
So talented, very talented. In fact, John Brennan, who produced hashtag Shakespeare Shitstorm, introduced me to Brandon and some of the people at Upright Citizens Brigade, most of whom did not act in hashtag Shakespeare Shitstorm, but they were very talented. But I could see Brandon he's going to be the next, all these people like James Gunn and Trey Parker and Matt Stone and Samuel Jackson. I can go on and on. They all started with TROMA. And I think Brandon's going to be the next big talent coming out of TROMA. But don't tell him because I don't have a lot of money to invest in business stuff. So, but the next Slashening, I thought that's what we were talking about. The final beginning. I think it's even better. But very often the sequel is just as good as, or I think Brandon has emerged as a even more mature filmmaker with the Slashening, the final beginning. And you're in hashtag Shakespeare. Brandon plays
Francis Bacon.
Yeah, that's right. And what a coincidence, because Macon Blair is bringing home the bacon in. He's directing the big $1 billion Toxic Avenger. So Macon, Bacon, Francis, all working out. It's all planned. But Brandon has assembled a great cast, wonderful ensemble cast, and funny as hell, and, terrific. And Erin fucking Ryan, as she calls herself, is a wonderful director of photography. She and I did a little short about boundaries, actually a subject that's in the, I apologize, I was talking about the sequel, which I had a small hand in. I want to mention that scene where we're making fun of these NPR rules about sexual engagement for young people. All the bullshit questions you got to ask each other. So the whole idea is unromantic and a huge turnoff. But that's the NPR magic.
Do we have any good anecdotes from on set? Anything that you remember?
Who wants to go?
I'll go first. Without giving away too much, there's a scene that I spend on the kitchen floor, and shooting that took like all night. So there's like a good 7 hours where I was laying on my back on the kitchen floor, having like corn syrup poured over me with a sausage in my mouth, and I'll leave it at that. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about, and if you haven't, let that entice you to watch it soon.
If you want to make your way in the movie industry, as Brandon will tell you, you have to put a lot of sausage in your mouth. Independent filmmaker. Unless you stay independent, then.
I think my favorite anecdote from set was just the amount and every time that I got to do something horribly gross to Pat. And I feel so bad, but that you had to put up with so much gross special effects to like a level that I did not make anyone else endure. So I do feel bad about that. But you were a champ. So
It's called being professional.
Yeah.
I'm going to echo that. I'm going to say, like, anytime you get to bully Pat is great.
Yeah, the line between art and real life kind of tends to blur there in some instances.
Who created the very expensive and intricate mask?
That is Merritt, yeah.
Terrific.
Thanks.
It's great.
Yeah, it was kind of a challenge to try and come up with a design that doesn't exist at
Yeah.
all in any horror movie. So it's like that was very much a guessing game and just kind of figuring it out on the fly. Super stoked with how it came out. And then, not to spoil anything after that, I had to make like 15 more 4 years after. So luckily, I still had the molds. But yeah, talk about that was challenging. But I was like, if I knew I had to do that, I would have made the first mask like way less intricate. So.
It's a great mask. It like definitely stands up against like some of the big ones.
Well, Merritt used Brandon's face for the mask, for the mold.
Yeah.
Very good likeness.
What was the fake Coke budget on the film?
Fake. That's where our $6,000 went. That's how we could get Dana to show up on set.
It's also how we all stayed awake for 3 weeks straight. So,
Yeah, Merritt, how much did you spend on the cocaine, Merritt?
Well, I got a guy. So it turns out like 1/4 of the budget. No, that was super cheap. But, kind of a pain to figure out how to substitute fake Coke and real Coke. Because turns out there's a huge discussion and debate about like what is acceptable to snort and what isn't. Real drugs or not. So we ended up finding like the perfect substitute, but that was a huge pain in the ass and kind of, yeah.
What did you use? What did you use?
Powdered milk.
Oh.
So poor Dana just had like post-nasal drip of milk in the back of her throat.
Yeah, she still can't eat macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
She has to give it up.
Oh.
Oh, well.
What a trooper, though. She snorted it for real. She never faked the take.
Honestly, snorting real Coke would probably feel better than
yeah.
milk.
And now you know for the Slashening Part 3. What made this
for Shakespeare's shitstorm? Hashtag Shakespeare's shitstorm. I think we used some form of vitamin B in a powder, white powder form, and then we dyed it green to be the special Tempest, the drug Tempest. So might think of, maybe look into that. People seem to good, and they became so healthy.
Be healthier, yeah.
Very healthy with vitamin B.
Yeah, it's a great substitute. It's, when you only have 2 weeks to kind of plan and do pre-production with that level too, just special effects and everything. It was mad dash to just see what you can get your hands on and what you can get your hands on Long Island too, which talk about craziness too. They don't have a lot of stores out there. I don't know if you guys know this about Long Island. It's not like the city.
What made this a must distribute for TROMA, Lloyd? And
it's comedy and social relevance and entertaining, and it's got something to say, at least to me. So I think both films are hilarious. Fear Town is even. I think Brandon is. Are you organizing another Fear Town? slightly more ambitious?
If I can get somebody to open up the checkbook, then yes, there is a sequel, Party Town USA.
Is that what you want to do next? Another Fear Town?
I have a bunch of options. I go wherever with what I can make, not what I want to make. But that's definitely one of the big ones I'd like to do.
So the remake of Terrence Malick's Badlands is not your.
That one's not at the top. No,
it's not in your wheelhouse, as we say.
Yeah, no.
I still can't figure that film out. I never got it. Ryan, what about you? What did you see in Brandon's and this wonderful ensemble's work? What was the standout?
I thought the standout. I loved Pat. I loved his timing that he had with the comedy and all this stuff's going on around him. He's so downtrodden, I guess is a good word. There's one scene where the actress has the coke puss, which is I've never heard the term coke puss before, and it really made me laugh out loud. And then what happens to him, which Pat did kind of talk about, lying on the ground, not to spoil anything for anyone who wants to see the movie, but just him laying there kind of like, hello, somebody help me, what's going on? Eyes all fucked up, sausage out. It made for the whole movie. Really did.
And shout out to Dana for the Coke Puss scene. She gave that 100% and really nailed it. And it takes two to tango, I guess, as they say. So I'll credit to my scene partner on that one.
I learned something from Brandon. The term docking, quite prevalent in the Final Beginning, and I tried it out recently with my partner. Nobody killed me. No, that's bad joke. Michael Ozer.
Well, our goal is to educate.
Luckily, nobody's doing it, so I don't have to worry.
I want to open up people's sex lives and help them. That's our goal.
Yes, good point. Certainly for married people, that's a big help.
Yeah, I just can't wait to tell my wife about Coke Puss. That's we'll see how good that goes over.
Anyway, it's a funny film. It's got good stuff to say, and it's Brandon is fearless. He's not trying to make the 200th Spider-Man or the put things together like the blind people with an elephant. He's got guts, and you'll see it in all his work. It's terrific.
What about the sequel? I never knew there was a sequel. Of course, the Slashening, I've heard of the film. It took me a while to see the film. Once I saw the film, I said, why did I wait so long to see it? And then I found out afterwards there's a sequel. So how did the sequel come about, and what is it about?
Well, the sequel it's similar origins to the first movie. We had a couple other projects we tried to get funding for, and they fell through. And so I thought, well, people seem to like the Slashening, and we were able to make that fairly cheap. I could probably get a second one together. So we started organizing that and started to film that. That was, again, I wish there was some powerful artistic reason. It was like, well, I guess people will help us make this one. But the sequel takes place 5 years later. That was a coincidence. We set it 5 years later as like a nod to Friday the 13th Part 2 takes place 5 years after the first one. But then it took so long for us to make it that it actually 5 years passed by the time we actually got it done and released. So it actually is just real time. But it's about the Madison Santangeli, played by Addie Weyrich, is the daughter of the guy who owned the pizza place in Part 1. And this is 5 years later. Her dad has killed himself over what happened to all his pizza guys. And so she has left Long Island and moved to Brooklyn to try to start over. And she joins a support group to help her deal with all of her trauma and stuff. And there she and Pat runs the support group. And then we meet a bunch of new characters besides that. And then the killings start again. The killings start up again.
Amazon and YouTube are pulling off art and making people change their titles. And about 5 years ago, we pulled out of Amazon and YouTube and whatever for that very reason. And apparently they've censored the original Slashening. But if you want to see it uncensored in all its brilliance, you can see Slashening on TROMA now, the future, but now. Watch.troma.com, and the first month is absolutely free, so you can see Slashening and Fear Town and Mercedes, the Muse movies, and all my movies, all free and all uncut. And I think Amazon and YouTube should be spanked right either.
Yeah, when it first popped up on Amazon, I got a call from, I forget who from TROMA called me to say Amazon will only do it if they can edit the genital mutilation scene. And I was like, that's fine. I thought it was funny that they were going to edit our movie. It's something they do to like Cannibal Holocaust or whatever. But then later on, a few minutes later, I had to call back like, wait, which genital mutilation scene? We have multiple genital mutilation scenes.
Yeah, and there are no rules, so you can't figure out what their algorithm is, except the algorithm is to prevent people like Brandon from competing with the cartel. I made a little documentary called Independent Artists versus Corrupt Media Cartel. It's about 10 minutes, and it's free on the TROMA YouTube channel. But all our movies are on TROMA Now platform.
This is available on DVD as well.
Yeah, Blu-ray. With a fantastic cover. You can get Fear Town USA and the Slashening together on one disc. And the cover art is courtesy Miss Merritt, Evelyn Christensen, and it looks fantastic.
Thanks.
Terrific. Terrific. Fantastic.
That's just so sad to hear because Merritt is so good at making genital mutilations look so good that
you should meet
the best in the biz.
Bezos.
The best in the biz.
Best in the biz. These films, the stuff I've done with Billy outside of this too, like I was like, I think I missed my calling as a dildo maker. They've made so many fake dicks, like so many. It's insane, and it's like, you know. I don't shout it to the world, but I would say if I were to pick like one tried and true talent, I think that's really my bag. Like, pretty good at it. Made them out of winter gloves, sausages, like just anything around.
She really ups her game in the sequel too.
Yeah.
I defy any big time effects person to make a better mutilated dick than the one that Merritt does in Slashening the Final Beginning.
And that was made for like $20. It really is just everything I could find around the house, everything I have left over, and then just a whole bunch of hard work because I'm broke. So, and we're broke. So we do the best with what we have, but I'm very proud of that too. If anyone cuts that out of the second film, I'm going to be pissed. So.
And these aren't fake looking porn star dicks. These are real world, run-of-the-mill dicks we got here.
Real meaty, veiny, realistic, photorealistic dicks.
Crooked.
All the dick pics in Slashening are real dick pics that people sent me on OkCupid. We had a character in Fear Town that had we did a joke about her OkCupid page, so I made a fake OkCupid page for her character, put her picture up. So many dick pics sent to it. I never even responded, but I took all their dick pics and used them in Slashening. So if any guy wants to sue us for that, he's got to take credit for sending me dick pics.
Aren't dick pics free domain under U.S. law?
I'd like to see somebody take me to court over and try to prove it's their dick.
Yeah.
It'd be worth the court battle. I would fight that one. I'm like, all right, you got to whip your dick out in court, and we'll see if it matches up. I would gladly do that one.
And, Merritt used, I believe Merritt said she used Brandon's enormous schlong as the
That's my cameo. I've got to do a Hitchcock moment. Mine is
Hitchcock.
all yeah.
A lot of
Hitchcock.
hard work.
Not to tear the conversation away from songs for too long, but I think I saw a question pop up on the video chat that somebody wanted to know where to purchase the Blu-ray of the Feartown Slashening double feature.
Yeah,
They
where can I
can
go to
get
buy
that
it?
from. You can go to TROMA's website, TROMA Now. It's not just a stream. You can also purchase the DVDs, Blu-rays through there, through TROMA's store. But it's also available everywhere they sell fine, high art films. Amazon does. Amazon has the uncut Blu-rays to purchase. But then they're at Best Buy. How many places? So many places went out of business. There were some at Amoeba, but I think they went out, didn't they? But anyway, most places, online stores have them.
Museum of Modern Art has the
It's in a dumpster out back.
That's where my career is.
So, for the actors, was this your first time dying on camera? Spoilers. And how did you enjoy, I guess, the process of being killed and then watching yourself killed later when the actual movie was out?
It wasn't even my first time dying for Brandon, I think.
Yeah.
Feartown spoiler.
Yeah.
That was my first dick that Merritt had made for me, was Feartown.
Yes.
Never forget you first.
Elise, is that your first? Elise, is that your first death? Yeah, yeah.
That I played a ghost. I'm gonna say that was my first death. Billy Bob. We have to thank Billy because in the scene before that scene, I am basically Chris Kattan doing Mr. Peepers like on his face, like all over him.
That's a really good way to describe it. Yeah.
Go more. Like this was like a summer camp project. It was like, I like drinking and hanging with friends. Why not? Let's do Long Island instead. But it was Pat and Billy and the whole cast are just, and then Dan Chamberlain. Everyone is so funny. But the death scene, like, I think comedy horror is hard, but it pays off. And I think Billy and I felt very comfortable and fun and trusted Billy, and it was very fun. And I thought it turned out well. The scene leading up to me getting dead, whatever. But it switches into like, ooh, yikes, that's a lot. There's a vein in my head going, wow, that's gross. Like while I'm struggling.
It's just so fun and silly to go like 100%.
Filmmaking and Brandon did it on a budget.
Yeah. Also in that scene,
we got to go 100%. I've not gone that.
Oh my god, yeah.
They improvised most of that scene. I told them, like, here's like the loose outline of what you have to do, and that's Elise making up most of what she's doing there. And also, I had met Elise between filming Feartown and Slash. I thought she is so talented. She's so good. I got to put her in the next thing. But I didn't really know her that well. And I think the first thing we shot was their death scenes. And I'm like, yeah, somebody who I barely, yeah, so you're going to get strangled while Billy eats you out. And I'm like, the fact she didn't quit and leave and never talk to me again is a testament. I appreciate that so much.
It takes a certain type of talent to agree to do any of your stuff.
Yeah.
Sort of a David.
It's a fine line. It could be and turn out like cheap and low-hanging fruit and like, but it's smart. It's done smart, making fun of so many tropes in these films, but done subtly and well and with no money and with a stacked cast that I had acted in Upright Citizens Brigade forever. So I was just, we're going to improv practice. Sure, let's go. Yeah.
So you study at Upright, Elise? Do you study? Do you Are you a member of
Yeah, I
Upright?
did.
Oh, great. Great.
Yeah, I was on a house team for a bit, and all but my everything there, this experience and like that then led to a lot of other experiences there. It all helped me where I am. I'm working on a feature myself. I had finished a comedy horror script with another Upright Citizens Brigade member, Julia Evans, this summer, and so we're getting that into pre-production, and then I'm working on another narrative workplace thing that, but it's all of this like influenced that, and is why I'm still doing stuff. Yeah.
Great. Terrific.
Thanks, Brandon.
Well, thank you for free labor. And for doing embarrassing things for me.
Hey, we got paid in pizza.
Beer.
I got like the one part where I'm like, I gotta ask for more. And that whole water.
What about you, Pat? How'd it feel to see yourself, especially in your death throes?
It was funny. I died in like numerous comedy sketches in the past, but I think it's safe to say that every Brandon movie that I've been in so far, at least one horrible thing has happened to my character. But Brandon's so good at writing funny deaths and like funny violence and funny humiliation that like it's just funny to watch. So, and a lot of these movies I've seen, like, whenever there's a screening event to the Slashening, I try to come out to it. So I've seen Slashening probably like 15 times at this point, and I still laugh, when bad things inevitably happen to my character, and nobody comes out unscathed in Brandon movies. Everybody suffers either physically or emotionally or both. So yeah, it's just funny to see it, yeah.
Hey, Brandon, isn't one of your movies going to be playing in New York City at the finest theater in New York?
Slashing the Final Beginning will start its run in this New York run at Film Noir on July 9th.
In Greenpoint, Brooklyn. It's going to be very.
And I think we might be doing a double feature of both Slashenings back to back the first weekend.
Great, perfect.
Will you be there?
Oh yeah, I'll be there for you. We'll be there.
I will be.
Unless the plague hits again and everybody they shut everything down.
Merritt, you had a lot to produce in this film with the limited budget. So, was there any producing horror stories that you have from the production?
I just feel like that's all of it. Like nothing went as planned. Again, our pre-production was like 2 weeks. I was still working full time, so we had like super limited time to actually get stuff together. And then also like producing, but also still having to get, wardrobe and special effects together, and then organizing crafty, and just like a lot of those things all at the same time was just an explosion. Originally, when we had gotten this house from college, the whole plan was that his parents were going to be out of town. And then, of course, as we're literally on the train going out there and like loading stuff in, we find out that his parents were not leaving. So that was like a huge, we thought we weren't going to be able to film, and everything ended up being fine, but it was having to now work around having like the homeowners there. And, we're doing some like pretty messy stuff. So it definitely trying to make sure they were still happy and like, we weren't overstepping our, boundaries and being very cautious of their home still. So that was like a big thing. I think producer-wise, I also had to calm down Brandon on many occasions regarding that, where temper tantrums were being thrown. So that was also part of my job description in that.
Luckily, the owners of the house were married, so they understood the penis destruction.
It's a shame that they knew, because I think it'd be funnier if you could just hand them the DVD at the end and be like, "Here's what we did in your house. Thank you."
You're selling your house? Well, here, look at it. Famous movie was made here.
What about a third one?
Yeah, it'll happen. I guess we're obligated to. We started some preliminary talks on what to do with it. We haven't figured out. We haven't cracked it entirely yet. Other than I know how I want to torture Pat in the third one, but I don't know. I don't know anything beyond. Here's what's going to happen to Pat in part
Well,
three.
that's the centerpiece. You know,
Yes.
once you figure that out, everything else you just build out from there. Everything else comes easy.
You used
But
the word crack, so that kind of gives it away.
But it's something we would probably work on, start next year if we're going to do it. To get it, I feel like we have to do a third one and finish things off.
Oh, the chat's blowing up. Shitstorm, Slashening crossover.
Oh boy!
This Brandon's year. Brandon's year. Tell you, this
All
is
right.
Copy and pasting.
going to be a great year for all of you. Very talented.
But I know, Merritt, what do you want to do in part three?
God, right? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think this one over. You know what? I think I've worked my way up to a starring role. That's where I think I'm at with that.
Yeah,
We'll
you
get-
survived part two. No, you don't.
No, I
you
don't.
don't.
I died.
Okay.
I look different enough. I'm not worried.
You can come back. Billy appears in both movies secretly.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's heavily in disguise in part two.
I survived part two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could come back again.
I could.
See, I feel left out because I haven't seen the Slashening 2. So now I have to go up into New York. And
I believe it's still streaming on Lamley right now. Lamley and the NoHo in Hollywood, and their virtual theater. I believe it's still there. It'll be in New York in July, but I think it's still online there. Plus, it's playing another festival sometime this month or next month
I
too.
think the theater's putting it back in now that they're open. You know, now that they're allowed to open the theater full time, full capacity. I think.
I mean, they should. We crushed all the other movies that were out that weekend.
Yes, no question about it.
Literally, quintuple, sextuple the number of people that were watching Nomadland and Minari.
Yep, you're right. There's a reason for that. Your movie is entertaining.
It's got better social commentary.
Yeah.
More meaningful story.
Yeah, you have a built-in market with the penis desecration. Hey, Billy Bob, were you at one point interested in you? By the way, Billy Bob, you have a wonderful, deep, resonant
Oh,
voice.
thank you, Lloyd. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Voiceovers and all the wonderful things. Were you at one point thinking about #Shakespeare's Shitstorm?
We did, yeah. I was helping. I helped out on the couple of the rewrite or the days where we would eat pizza and throw around Nazi jokes.
Why didn't you end up being in the movie? What was
Scheduling issues. I couldn't get out of work. Ugh. Yeah, it's one of my biggest regrets in life. But I'm glad I was able to help in with the little way I was able to.
You did, no question about it.
Yeah.
We did a reading of the whole movie early in.
Oh yeah, at the pit. Yeah.
And then it was live streamed. It was very interesting. It was really good.
It was fun. I can't wait to see it.
Are we gonna get a Slashening action figure?
If somebody will do it, yeah.
I think that person is in this chat right now.
Yeah, Merrick can make dicks out of like aluminum foil and I don't know, garbage bags and shit.
I think that's Merritt's next challenge. Merchandising.
Did we ever name the killer? I don't know if we ever actually came up.
Sack face is what I think we decided on.
Can you make testicles?
I think that's the name we put in the credits for part 2. Sack face, I think. See, I did a Google search and there weren't any other. That name wasn't used anywhere else, so I'm like, all right, sack face.
Great.
I called him Baghead. Sort of the same.
We were calling the killer Kingsley in the first movie after the couple that lived next door, but that was also Langan Kingsley, the actress's name that played Mrs. Kingsley. And I was like, I gotta quit using actors' real names in the scripts. So I can't remember his name, so I just named the character the actor. And like the actor's like, can you please stop doing that? Other than Pat.
That works.
I think I played Billy.
You played Billy in the oh, you played Billy in both of them, didn't you?
Both movies, yeah.
Okay. The Billy
it's
also,
easy for me to find my my lines.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Well, you can have Slaction figures. Slaction.
Ooh, love it. Love it.
And Merritt's got the molds of the penises, so you probably could do something amazing. Right? Mr. Hanky, move over. We got Slaction figures.
Oh, you know what? We'll just do
hidden Slaction figures. Right? Hidden Slaction figures, a tribute to political correctness. Right? Like that movie. So, I was referring to a movie that nobody saw. Very politically correct about spaceship.
If you're watching this and you have a question, please feel free to write down in the comment section so we could ask the cast and crew before we have to go. I guess I should have said that. Call me Poppy.
That's not a question.
That's not a question at
Hi,
all.
Poppy.
See one in Minnesota. I'll be in there. Do you need a final girl? How important is the final girl?
And that's
in a
very
horror
important.
film.
Very important. They've got to be the anchor. Anna Caligari and Slash. She was also. We had kind of multiple final girls in Feartown. But yeah, she was our anchor in Feartown. She was our anchor in the first Slashening, and then Addie Wayrich is our anchor in the new one. It's tough because they usually don't get as fun of a character. Like everybody else got to play like a super exaggerated character. They have to kind of be down the middle. Whenever they're being like our main girl, they can't do as much of the fun stuff as the other girls. They have to do a little more of the heavy lifting. So very, very important and kind of a hard role to play. Not as much fun, even though they get to survive in the end. I don't think surviving in a horror movie is as much fun for an actor as getting a glorious death and doing some stupid shit in between. They have to kind of react and like, don't do that, to be somewhat responsible, which isn't as much fun. So again, they get to survive at the end and they get like the hero shot or whatever. But I would, if I was an actress, I would rather get, killed somewhere in the middle after a glorious bout of stupidity of doing drugs or sex and then, being beheaded or head slammed into a mirror repeatedly until you die.
Or getting choked out. Rachel Drummond had asked for Lloyd any plans to release more Troma pictures on the Shudder in the near future.
Well, that's not my decision. Shudder is the last drive-in. Joe Bob Briggs is a big fan of Troma, and my two of my assistants produce that show. So they've run Mother's Day, which is a masterpiece, Troma's War, and I think there's some more coming up, but I'm not supposed to talk about. I'm probably not supposed to talk about Mother's Day, but Eli Roth is the on-camera guy for that. It's coming right up. Maybe they did it already.
That one already came out. Yeah,
that's
you can talk about that one.
My brother's film, Mother's Day, is Eli's favorite horror film. Well, he hasn't seen The Final Beginning, Slashening the Final. So surely that will show that you are much more talented than my brother, for sure.
I can't make bread as good, though.
No, the best. And they both, horror and bread, have the night thing going, as you know. My brother my brother makes the best artisan bread and chocolate chip cookie, all sorts of stuff. He got about 400 people in San Diego. And he keeps the negative to one of his movies called Jakarta in the freezer with the dough. So you can go in, and he's got a cafe, which is sort of the lost leader. You can go in and ask for an olive loaf with 6 inches of Jakarta on the side.
I'm sensing a synergistic marketing opportunity here with like a cookie package with the Blu-ray.
And a vaccine goes with it, right?
Yeah.
Motel Hell or whatever it's called.
Should have came with a pizza box.
Yeah, the pizza thing. I think for the next one we get Domino's or some pizza place to what do you call it?
Papa John. I think Papa John needs a rebound.
They could use, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I think promotion. That's what they need. Nobody, having trouble. This would be just what they want. And the pizza roller could be something in the film too. Or penis roller. A pizza roller could be good for penis destruction.
God.
Merritt started working on that, Merritt.
The wheels in his head are turning.
So I'd like to thank everybody for coming on today to talk about the Slashening. Brandon, why don't you tell us one more time where they can see the movie coming up in New York?
Well, the first Slashening you can find streaming on TROMA now, and also at May Massacre. I think it's still available here. How long is it still available at May Massacre?
That I'm unsure about.
Probably another day or so, right?
Yeah.
But Slashening the Final Beginning, which it's Slashening 2, we call Slashening the Final Beginning, is a dirty trick. So people will watch it not thinking it's part 2 to a movie they haven't seen. But it's the sequel. But you'll be able to see that at Film Noir in Brooklyn, live and in person, July 9th, probably with Slashening 1 before it. And many members of cast and crew will be there live. Watching Slashening the Final Beginning online, that is through Lamley Theaters in California and North Hollywood through their virtual screen. If you search Slashening the Final Beginning, it'll come up to screen. And then it should be at another film festival early next month. Every movie we've done is in a festival currently this month, so I've lost track of what's where. But if you search for it, it'll pop up. But if you're in New York, please come out to see us on July 9th.
Well, that's the big night, but I think we're in for at least a week.
Yeah.
But the great night will be there when you're there.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, everybody. Brandon, Elise, Billy, Lloyd, Patrick, Merritt, for coming on the program Midday Massacre. It was an absolute pleasure getting to sit here and talk about this wonderful movie.
Thanks.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
That's great.
I recommend highly to see this if you haven't seen it and you love the horror comedy genre. It's perfect.
Hi, and
You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You'll learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary. are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.
Hello and welcome back to the Mid-May Massacre, guys. Big, huge, massive thank you to the folks over at TROMA, all the folks at the Slashening. If you haven't seen the Slashening and you saw that panel and you want to watch the movie, we're doing a private screening tonight at Mid-May Massacre of the Slashening. So head on over to midmaymassacre.com. Go to film screenings, get your ticket for the Slashening. It is a absolute trauma-rific film, blood and guts everywhere. So guys, it wouldn't be a virtual con. It would not be a mainframe event if we didn't talk some comic books. We've got the top names in horror comic books all gathering together for the next hour. And here to introduce them for the next hour, a couple guys who know a thing or two about comic book, Mr. David Avalone and Ryland Brandt.
Welcome to the Writer's Block. Who's Who in Horror Comics, live from the Mid-May Massacre. I am Ryland Grant, screenwriter, Ringo Award-winning creators of fine comics like Aberrant, Banjax, and The Jump. The other voice in the dark, the man in the box to the right is...
David Avalone, filmmaker, comic book writer, and someone who may have put some liquor in his coffee.
I love it. If you missed any of our previous conversations episodes featuring comic luminaries like David F. Walker, Matt Fraction, Stan Sakai, Kevin Eastman, Cecil Castellucci, and many, many more, our entire catalog can be celebrated via YouTube, iTunes, Spotify, and other purveyors of worthwhile ear cracks, so double on back and check it all out. But as always, we have a great show for you. Today, we are at the Mid-May Massacre. Bring everybody on, Chuck.
As everyone slowly files in.
George C. Romero.
I might have put some coffee in my coffee.
Awesome.
That's one way to do it.
I feel like we have a Hollywood Squares thing going on, or a Brady Bunch thing going on. I'll take George C. Romero for the win.
Yeah, I think that makes. I'm pretty sure that makes George Paul Lind, and I don't know how he's going to feel about that. But it's a good look. It's a good spot. It's a good spot to me and George. On the show, we always feel like people know their resumes and what they want to highlight better than we do. So we'll go around and have everyone do just a brief introduction and tell us your name and what you want people to know about you. Rodney, why don't you kick us off?
Rodney Barnes, writer, co-creator of Philadelphia. I'm also a screenwriter, working on a monster movie with Jordan Voight Roberts, who did the wonderful Kong Skull Island, and I'm working on a Lakers show for HBO right now.
Very nice. Awesome. David Malchian.
Hi. I'm sorry, everyone. My Wi-Fi is crazy. I can't tell if you can even hear me, but I'm going to just keep talking. And if you can't, then it's okay. I'm Dave Desmalchin, and I did Count Crowley, Reluctant Midnight Monster Hunter for Dark Horse with my pal Lucas Kettner, who is with us today. And I have written some plays and screenplays, and I do some acting, and I'm just really excited to be here with so many people who I admire.
Thank you, David. George, how about you?
Hey, everybody. George C. Romero. I always put the C in there professionally, so people
Sure.
can tell us apart. Even though there's a lot of indicators. But anyway, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to meet everybody here. I'm a fan first of everything that I do. And I've got my first comics actually out with heavy metal. One is called Cold Dead War, and the other is called The Rise, which is a very personal story to me. Beyond that, I'm a filmmaker, producer, former ad man, the whole thing. So I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you, George. And Eric?
Hi, I'm Eric Powell. I'm mostly known for my creator-owned book, The Goon. Right now, I'm working on a graphic novel called "Did You Hear What Eddie Gein Done?"
Yeah,
about Ed Gein, and I'm co-writing it with legendary true crime author Harold Schechter, who is a Gein expert. So it's pretty interesting.
Nice. Gein Fest, Geinorama. And Brea?
Hi, I am Brea Grant. Did we lose somebody? Wasn't there more squares before this? I wrote a book. I wrote a graphic novel called Mary about the fictional descendant of Mary Shelley. It's a YA graphic novel you can get right now, and I guess it's kind of boring because we're all filmmakers too, but I'm a filmmaker too. You can see a movie I wrote and directed called 12 Hour Shift on Hulu right now, or you can see a movie that I wrote and star in called Lucky on Shudder right now.
Very nice. You know, it's weird. It's almost like you need to do something else aside from comics to make a living. It's weird. It's weird that we're all filmmakers. I mean, who would guess a thing like that? Lucas, why don't you let us know?
Hey, I'm Lucas Kettner, comic book artist. Done books like Witch Doctor, Killed a Minotaur, and most recently Count Crowley with David. And yeah, my other thing that I do besides comics is just a lot of like illustration work, storyboarding, stuff like that. So
Whoa.
Amazing. But and last but certainly not least, Philip Kennedy Johnson.
Hey guys, honored to be here, especially with people like these. My horror cred comes from books like Lost Boys of the U-Boat Bremen, The Last God for DC Black Label, Low Road West, Boom Studios. I'm currently writing Extreme Carnage at Marvel and Alien at Marvel also.
Nice.
Outside the horror space, I'm writing Superman and Action Comics and some other cool shit I can't talk about yet. And side note, when I saw Eric's Ed Gein piece on Kickstarter, I just shot money out of a t-shirt cannon at it because I just cannot buy that shit fast enough.
Thank you for that.
Huge horror guy from way back, and I have a lot more horror I would love to get out there soon. So honored to be here.
Very nice. Well, thank you all for joining us. It's an amazing panel. You know, I'm a fan of you all. I've been reading The Goon since issue 1, if memory serves, back in the day. When I saw you were on this panel, I was like, oh my God, awesome. And Brea Grant is probably the only one of you I follow on Instagram, and I can't imagine why that is. Something. I don't know what the reason would that be. But all just, again, amazing creators. And I always feel with horror, it's always a question of like, what was your on-ramp to horror? What was the thing that made you use horror as the genre in which you want to tell stories? Anyone want to jump in and start with that? Anyone have a thought on that?
I've been thinking about that a lot lately, and I talk about it a ton. And Rodney and Brea and other people who know me from past conversations we've had about comics and film and storytelling. But I grew up in the Midwest in a pretty heavily evangelical household where the concept of death was just so wrapped up so neatly and tightly into this simple explanation about this is what's going to happen and then this is what's going to happen after that. And it didn't set right with me. And there was a lot of darkness, and I grew up in the midst of the satanic panic. and I snuck away from my family down into the basement on Friday nights to watch our local horror host, Cremation Mortem, introduce me to, the masters of classic cinema, from, the Hammer stuff and the Castle stuff and all the Universal stuff and all the schlock and B and Z films. And that was the pathway. That was like the thing that got me on the ramp. And it coincided kind of perfectly with wandering into a comic shop and stumbling upon it was Tomb of Dracula, and it was like a rebranding thing that they were doing at the time that the cover was so cool to me, and I've been hooked and mainlining it every day since.
I gotta add that Crematia Mortem. Did I get that right?
Yes, Cremation Mortem.
Where does what province does Crematia Mortem hold sway over? Because I have never.
Amazing.
Yeah, she was the Kansas City horror host for KSHB TV 41 when I was a kid. I believe she was on air from like 80 to 88, and every Friday night, Crematia's Nightmare would come on, and the little tags, they would play little ads like during after-school cartoons or sometimes throughout the week on TV 41, which was our Fox affiliate in Kansas City, and I was just like, who is this hot, incredible, vampiric-looking woman? And her jokes and her bits were amazing. I mean, getting into those movies, especially alone without a parent to like be there with you, she was like my person holding my hand as I went into that space. And anyway, I entered every short story contest that she hosted, and I entered every contest she hosted. I never won a damn thing. And many years later, we are now friends. Roberta Solomon, who is
that's great.
And she gave me one of her last remaining prize packages that she had kept in a box of stuff, and I treasure it. If I was in my office, if I was getting Wi-Fi, I was going to show that to you guys today. But that's okay. You get it.
Well,
it's amazing how former.
I definitely know about the importance of horror hostesses. I mean, they can be very helpful to your career.
Oh wow! Little product placement. That's brilliant. It's amazing to me.
By the way, the great Glenn Hansen is the artist behind this incredible Elvira image. Brea, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I also came of age, was a teenager, like during the Satanic Panic, and also from a small town, but also was a teenage girl. And teenage girls tend to bond by going to slumber parties and watching horror movies together. And I was lucky enough to be a teenager when the first Scream came out. So my introduction to horror was through bonding female friendships. But then as I got older, I just found that horror and genre was a place for storytelling where you could say a lot more with a lot less, if that makes sense. And I came from sort of like this like punk rock background. And when I started getting into filmmaking and comic book writing, I was just looking for a way to be able to put politics into my storytelling. And genre is just it always has been and remains a place where you can sort of give people a little bit of like a spoonful of sugar. You can do fun stuff, but then also talk about the big issues that you want to talk about, whether they're political or whether they're personal. I just find that genre is the best place to do it.
The last comic I did with Elvira was called The Omega Ma'am, and it was about the pandemic, which hilarious topic. But again, it allowed me to do something that was extremely political in a very non-political context with Elvira and zombies and people drinking bleach and turning into orange-skinned zombies for some reason. Eric, how about you? What's your intro or?
Sunday afternoon monster movies that used to come on when I was a kid, and monsters are more fun to draw than real people. So that was my. I think that's where my love of horror came from. Just old monster movies and just loving to draw monsters. And I always kind of had a bit of a dark sense of humor when I was a kid. my poor sister had to catch the brunt of that. Like I remember when I was a kid, she had this like 12-inch cheerleader doll or something, and our rooms were side by side. So every time she would leave the room, I would walk in there and move the doll into a different place until she started to notice, and then she threw the doll away. But I took out the trash. So I took the doll out of the trash and put it back in her room. So there was a lot of that. I feel sorry for her. There was a lot of that growing up. A lot of like mean-spirited, creepy jokes played on my sister. But yeah, I think that's the origin of my love of horror.
That's fun. When I was a kid, and when I was, quote unquote, too young for horror movies, my father and my sister loved them. And her bedroom wall was, my bedroom wall was just the other side. Mm-hmm. So they would watch the scariest movies ever made by the 1970s. And I would only hear the sound very loudly as if that was okay. Like I wasn't seeing it.
Yeah.
But imagine
people dying. Yeah.
Imagine hearing Trilogy of Terror and The Omen and The
Exorcist, worse in a way,
and The Haunting. They're actually almost a little scarier when you can't see what's going on and you don't know what's coming next. So I was horribly traumatized by all of these films I had never seen, but I was intimately familiar with the soundtracks, which is
we used to always. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Do your thing.
My sister and I would always rent one horror movie and one comedy. That was our weekend rental pattern. We had to get one funny one scary one. And I think that also, if you look at the stuff I do, like The Goon,
sure,
it's definitely a factor there.
George, did you watch the horror one first or second?
Yeah, right.
You always watch the horror one last. Because it's getting later. It's getting darker.
So you're totally going for Mass Effect. You're not watching the comedy to clear the palate of the horror movie. You're watching the horror movie to clear all of the good feeling away from the comedy.
Yes.
And to go to sleep as upset and as traumatized as humanly possible. That would have been my last guess in the world. Ryland, you had something you were going to say?
No, I mean it's funny to me. I've talked to a lot of horror creators and how much terrorizing our siblings mixes into it. It's like the first time we kind of experimented with telling these stories ourselves, right? My dad freaked my sister out. My sister and I are step siblings, but we're about the same age. He freaked her out with this story. I won't go too far into it, but it was called The Dryer Baby, and it was this baby who had died in a dryer. Freaked my sister out with it, and he would always come back and tell the Dryer Baby story. And I realized how much it freaked my sister out, and so I would wake up in the middle of the night. I would set an alarm for 3 a.m. and then I would sneak downstairs into the basement and I would put a small basketball into the dryer and start it running. And so my sister would wake up in the middle of the night and hear the dryer and hear boom, 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 and she would freak out, and then she would be up for the rest of the night. But it was my first experiments in horror came from that very same thing, just kind of trying to mess with my sister and trying to scare the shit out of her. And then she came back at me with that. I would go and I would hang her Ken dolls in the Barbie dream house, and then I would write a note, Barbie. Sorry, I just couldn't take it anymore. And she would come down and you hear, ah! But it's the first horror stories I ever told, right then and there.
Where Barbie drove me to suicide by Ken. That's
exactly.
That's I would not suggest pitching that to the Barbie Corporation if you want to write comic books for that. It's just a guess. I don't think that's going to go over big.
You don't see a lot of Barbie horror comics, do you?
I don't know what they're doing all that Afterlife with Archie stuff. So maybe.
Yeah, true.
Afterlife with Barbie. Barbie Beyond the Grave.
George, I bet everyone thinks they know your answer to the question, but I want to hear it from your mouth. What was your what made horror the thing you wanted to do?
It's funny. I get asked this a lot, and there is there are the the surface answers, which are the obvious ones. But it's interesting. I was raised sort of as an only child, and it's really funny listening to Ryland's story, because I think the first time I ever tried to scare anybody was in school, and a friend of mine ended up in the hospital. He got lead poisoning or something. And he ended up in the hospital, and we all had to write him a letter. And so I wrote him this letter about how they were going to cut his arm off. And it was like a 3-page letter, and everybody sent him like these, and I went into all this medical detail, and I went into all this stuff, and I told him not to trust the doctors and everything. And apparently he freaked out, and like he wouldn't show the doctors his arm or anything for days. He was terrified. And I think that might have been the first time I ever truly tried to scare anybody. But I think, beyond that, like I got my first little film camera when I was 7, and I started making like, hey, there's Klingon Nazis in my basement, and hey, there's,
Klingon
like
Nazis
buried
are
treasure in the backyard type stuff. And then I went to the first set I ever went to with my dad, and I saw kind of, on that scale. And then as a child seeing that scale, it kind of turned my whole focus into the way I was telling stories. And being raised sort of as the only child, I spent a lot of time alone, and so I started looking for the smaller genres. You want to tell stories, they always say when you start writing, write what you know. And so, I knew this sort of very solitary kind of childhood and life, and so that's where I kind of turned. And then I think what really got me was the day that we had this old creepy basement in this house I lived in, and my mom had these like shelves down there with all these old film reels, because she used to be she used to be in advertising. And my parents actually met when my mom hired my dad to do some tourism stuff for Pennsylvania. And so she had these stacks of old film reels down there that were all his old like tourism films. And I just started spooling them up one day. I was maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9. And I spooled one up, and it was a 16mm print of Night. And I sat there in this like dark, concrete, creepy basement and watched this movie by myself.
Wow.
On this film reel. And then I was hooked from that point. I was like, yep, this is my life, Mom. And she was like, son of a bitch.
That seems like the peak way to view that movie. Like, of all the ways to view that movie, 16mm alone, a child in a creepy basement.
It did all the right things. I think
Created
it
a
did
science
everything to me it was
experiment to
supposed
make
to
that
do to me.
movie more, more terrifying for you.
Yeah, the next time I saw my dad, it was like he looked at me a little strange, and he said, "Oh, you saw it, didn't you?" And I said,
But look, we're on to something very interesting here. I think we talk about the letter, we talk about moving the doll, we talk about putting the basketball in the dryer, all of these things. I mean, with horror, you can just so quickly affect somebody, like drastically, right? It is just a massive, overwhelming emotional response, right? And I think we intuitively know that immediately, right? And there's a power that we experience when we kind of play with that, when we wield that sword, and you kind of get hooked on that. And I think that that's what gets us down here. If we're gonna write a meaningful character drama, right? You might affect someone emotionally over the course of a 2-hour period, right? It's almost like walking through fog. It's like eventually you get wet. But it might take that 2 hours, right? I mean, with horror, with moving the doll, with writing the letter, with putting the basketball in the dryer, you are taking a giant bucket of water and just splashing them right in the fucking face, right? And it is wondrous, and it is amazing. And I think that we all get addicted to it. It's like, this is our drug. It's fun. And then sort of the other side of that coin is the people that consume this, and I'm one of these people. You get addicted to getting that bucket of water in the face also, right? I mean, that's why you make the choice. That's why you don't watch the horror movie first and then calm yourself down with the comedy. It's because like you get the comedy out of the way, and then you take that bucket in the face and you want to sit with it for the rest of the night, right?
It's definitely a way to go. It's in terms of being relative to your dad's work. When I was 5 or 6, my dad novelized Beneath the Planet of the Apes. And because of that, he was invited to a screening of it, to which I was taken. I don't know that he thought real hard about what's in that movie before taking a 5-6-year-old to see it, because you might not think of that in the abstract as a horror movie. But the mutants and the telepathy and the apes on horseback, and then the end of the entire fucking world in the last 5 minutes, and Charlton Heston holding his beating heart in his hand because he's been shot in the chest. It's not good for children. I just want to, go right out on a limb and say, do not show that to your 5-year-old. Wait until they're 7, at the very least. Lucas, I don't think we get an answer from you on this question. Oh, is Luke?
Oh, am I cutting out?
We can hear you.
You guys hear me okay? Okay, sorry. Well, it was in elementary school, I just wasn't allowed to watch that stuff. We're talking like 2nd, 3rd grade. And that was like the secret thing that all the kids were into. Like, talk to your parents about Nintendo and Ninja Turtles and stuff like that. But then everybody would be like, have you seen Nightmare on Elm Street yet? And I hadn't. So I would just like lie my way through it and be like, oh yeah, I saw it. And finally, like, I think it was like 3rd grade or something, my dad sat me down and he's just like, I'm going to let you watch Alien. It's a little heavy, but it's really good. And so that was what kicked it off. Like, I finally got to see like my first actual horror movie that wasn't just like, part of it at a friend's house. And then it snowballed from there. By the time I was in 6th grade, I'd like seen, everything that our local video store had, good and bad. And then, yeah, there was some pretty
so for you it was a forbidden fruit thing. It was
yeah.
I
think I got a little conditioned by that to just be like, like this is the cool, desirable thing. But then, when I finally got around to seeing it, I was like, this is good. This is great.
So this panel is full of good parenting advice. Don't show Beneath the Flying Apes to your small children. And don't make them think horror movies are forbidden fruit. Or do, if you want them to end up doing this for a living and having to also be a filmmaker or a commercial illustrator. Philip, what's your answer?
Not good parenting for sure. It's as far as like media. There's media stuff that made a big difference to me for sure, but actually it was more a couple of real life experiences that kind of got me hooked on this stuff. And it was, as far as the movies, it was Night of the Living Dead. I was not like, my house was not a birthday party type place, but after my parents split up, my mom let me have some friends over and we watched Night, and it was, and all the other kids, and that was my first legit horror movie that I've ever seen. And the other kids were just pissing their pants. Like it really hit them hard. And I was scared, but I was also like fascinated. I was like, damn, like I was so struck by how much it impacted everyone compared to other stuff I'd seen. I was like, I was struck by how different everyone was acting. And they seemed like, wow, this really hit everyone really hard. And the Alien film also was a huge influence on me. The first two, I don't even remember how old I was when I watched the first one. And I loved it. And like I had this little small town, very modest library that didn't have a ton of stuff, but they did have a lot of the Stephen King books, and I read a lot of those. Mm-hmm. The Dark Half was actually one that made a huge influence on me before. Like It and The Stand are the ones that everyone talks about, and those were huge for me too. But my third one of my top three would have been The Dark Half. I just loved it, and I also thought it was just such a crazy, creepy concept that never left me. But probably the biggest influence on me was something that happened in real life. My dad he's super intense, and he's really into like earth science and paleontology, and he had a lot of bones and shit around the house, including a big line of skulls on the bookshelf. Not humans. He did have one human skull that I now own. But there were others, like all the way down from like a shrew all the way up to like this gigantic ram skull with the big satanic horns out of the top.
Oh, that's so awesome.
It was kind of awesome. And I liked it. People would come over and they're like, fuck is this? And people would be kind of taken aback, but I thought it was cool. It was just kind of just what my house looked like. And at some point we drove by, I know I should not be telling the story.
No. This is what we're here for.
This is what it's all about, sir.
But you're going to dig it though. This particular panel is one I feel like will appreciate the story. So we're driving down the road and we pass a dead skunk on the road. And my younger sister is with us, who is a very small child. And Dad wanted her to see it. Wanted us to see it. And was like, well, let's take it home. Because she had recently seen the skulls and he was kind of explaining to her what, and they just, circle of life type stuff. And well, let's just take it. So we pulled over and had like a plastic bag in the back, and we just grabbed it and took it home, and we buried it together. And it was all completely trashed, but the head was intact. So we buried it at home. And a few weeks later, Dad's like, I think that thing's probably ready. Let's go get the skeleton
ready.
And so we went out and dug it up. And I don't remember how old I was, but I was definitely not old. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe 8, but that's a total ballpark. I'm not sure how old. So we dug it up. Well, it was not ready, in fact. And the whole thing was like enveloped in beetles and worms, and just it was almost like it still had flesh, but it was all like coursing through the bones and everything. And it looked so intense and so crazy. I lost my, we all think of our bodies as like having the state of permanence. And like, this is what my body looks like. This is what a face looks like. This is what, yeah. Anyway, that was that moment when that left me. And I realized like the life just started to feel a lot more dynamic.
Sure.
And I hid my sister's eyes because she's very small. And I just couldn't stop looking at it. I'm like, holy shit. And I don't know. It's just kind of fascinated with it. And it made me want to kind of explore more of that stuff. And so it kind of changed my whole outlook on creepy stories, but also on the concepts of life and death. And I kind of like started reading books on, whatever, serial killers or just like crime scene stuff, or just it kind of sent me down this rabbit hole of fascination with concepts of life and death, and of body horror, and just these kinds of stories. Between that and seeing the effect of stories on people, and just the realization of what the real life stuff had, kind of impact it had on me, I guess that was probably my most impactful moment. As far as what.
So your sister's a serial killer now, right?
Yeah, naturally. Yeah, she's in prison.
Assuming that from that childhood experience that she's gone on to bigger and better backyard corpses.
Yeah, I mean she's in prison, but she's great, and we talk all the time.
Talk on the phone, I send her cookies.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
No, she is legit great, and she totally does not remember that happening. But I'll certainly never forget it. And it was a very unorthodox parenting choice, but it definitely just made me look at these kind of things very differently, and yeah, it's impacted a lot of the stories I've written since then.
Sure. As a grown adult, I was stabbed by a psycho killer. True story.
Really?
And because of my father's being a writer, I was friends with Robert Bloch, the author of Psycho. And he had died like 3 weeks before I was stabbed. And sitting in the ambulance, literally my first thought was, oh man, Bob would have loved this story. I wish I could call Bob Bloch up and say, hey man, it happened to me. I got stabbed by a crazy person with a knife. So the joys of real life horror is
yeah, dude, that's way better.
Yeah, right. Well, way better is living and not ending up in the swamp in your car. I think that's a good way to go. The other half of what we all do is, comics as a genre for horror, and what makes you feel like comics are a great delivery device for horror. There we go. Philadelphia. I love that.
That looks familiar.
I just went to the shop yesterday, and I was, or a couple days ago, and I was looking at all the stuff I got. I was like, I know I'm caught up on Philadelphia right now, but that is scaring the crap out of me, Rodney. By the way, it's getting better every fucking month. It's so
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So sorry, I knew you were transitioning to comics.
No,
I was like, am I authentically a good horror comic panelist? I have a stack of comics that I just got. What's horror? Oh, Rodney's on our panel here.
Thank you.
Yeah, my stack is behind me, and I know it at least has Vampirella, Christopher Priest's run of Vampirella behind me, which has been just really, really, really great stuff. Really great modern take on it, which I love. I've always, as an aside, my favorite thing about Vampirella, I've never been a big vampire fan, and the fact that she's from another planet is like my absolute favorite. Because vampires are all kind of this, there's a lot of sameness in the presentation. And I just love that her origin story is, no, she's from the planet Draculon.
Yeah.
Just deal with it.
Drink iron. They need iron. It's
Yeah,
simple.
deal with it. The
Very
rivers
simple
run
thing,
red with blood, and that's who she is. And I think that's a fantastic, origin story to get away from Eastern Europe and crosses and go straight to the planet made up entirely of vampires. But I wanted to talk about for a little bit. And by the way, I wanted to say to the kids out there in TV land, if you have any questions, put them in the chat, and we'll try and get to them by the end of the panel. Any question at all. But like, what drew you all individually to comics as a medium, and particularly as a medium for horror? Anybody have any thoughts on that? Thoughts you'd like to express?
Nobody wants to go first.
Yeah, we don't actually want you to think it. We want you to.
For me, it was a total shift. It was coming from a world of more filmmaking and that type of stuff. It was a total shift, and one that was actually a little bit intimidating to me at first. But it turned out to be intimidating for the wrong reasons. I kept thinking it was going to be limiting, right? Because I spent my life with a camera in my hands, and so I kept thinking, well, how in the hell am I supposed to do this in these little panels on these pages? And then I realized that each of those panels, every single panel, is like the construct in the Matrix, and then it became intimidating from the standpoint of freedom. So it actually, and then I started overthinking the whole thing, and then I dove into it, and I realized how amazingly fun it was, and how it's actually probably one of the most fun things I've ever done. So there you go.
Sure. Ray, I know you do horror in a variety of mediums. What do you love about doing it in comic books?
I mean, I obviously all of us having that filmmaker background. There's comics is just, you can kind of actually do the things you want to do. You can be like, I want to write a giant Loch Ness monster, and no producer is saying to you, like, you can't afford that. You can literally write anything. So it's, in that way, it's like, it feels like a very expressive medium. And then I think something we're all kind of talking around is that I think we're all like nerdy fans. Like, I'm a comic book reader. So I wrote comics before I wrote screenplays. My first comic book came out in 2009, and I didn't make a movie till 2013 as a filmmaker. As an actress, obviously I have before that. But I think for me, it just felt like a very obvious thing to do. Is like, I'm a fan of this thing, so I want to make this thing, which is why all of us like horror movie nerds are like, I love horror movies. I want to go make horror movies. And it's also like just a lovely fandom to be a part of. The horror community is just a nice place to sort of live and exist in. And so when I'm thinking about like what I want to create and who I want to be talking to about it for the next however many years of my life, it's like, genre people. That seems like a fun group of people to surround myself with.
Did you have a favorite horror comic when you were a kid, or was there one that stood out to you?
So I didn't start reading comics until I was maybe like 19 or 20. I was raised like traditional Texas girl, so not a lot of comic books being introduced to me. Horror movies, yes, but not comic books. And the first ones, I was just sitting here trying to think of the first ones I read. I think the comic book that like got me in was The Invisibles, which is not horror, but it has like genre elements, and it was such a game changer for me because it had all these interesting characters and these politics, and it was just everything I was kind of interested in at the time.
Interesting. David, what brought you into comics?
I my father was sometimes not nice when I was a kid. He was going to the Montgomery Ward's hardware department at the Metcalf South Mall, and I was like, I don't want to be around him. I was in like 3rd grade, and he had gotten me an Avengers off of like a spinner rack at a 7-Eleven, and I was obsessed with it. Avengers number 249. I think they're fighting Maelstrom, but it was like life-changing. And I wandered into this place called Clint's Books, and there was a couple of teenagers behind the counter smoking cigarettes and playing D&D. And it was like out of a movie, and it was so mystical and magical. And I saw this Tomb of Dracula, the concept of horror comics. They were not as prevalent then, but the back issues and the boxes were so fun for me to spend afternoons combing through, and old magazines, like the old issues of Famous Monsters that were in like back then, like the throwaway boxes. They weren't considered like collectible back then in a way. And so I had tons of that stuff. And that experience that I'm sure we all had, whether it was through novels or comics, but sitting up at night with a flashlight in bed and reading that. Yeah. And I never imagined I would have the honor of getting to have my name on a comic book. I've said this many times, but I ate the donuts my whole life, and I never, ever considered the fact that I would get to make the donuts. And it's been, and everybody that's here on this panel in some way or another, their work has impacted me. And it's really exciting. And yeah, Eric, my God, Goon, like, it's crazy that I get to be on a panel with you. And by the way, I texted Steve Agee and told him I was going to be paneling with you, and he said to say hi.
Oh,
Steve is great. I
Steve's a
love
good
Steve.
guy. Yeah, he came out and did the Goon 25th anniversary show.
Me and Steve and Peter Capaldi were in a comic shop together in Atlanta, looking at some great. There was this special collectors thing that they had put out for the Goon, and geeking out over the Goon together and talking about the Goon together. This is like a year or so ago. We were doing Suicide Squad in Atlanta, and they came to support me because I was doing a Crowley signing, and you know, after the 4 people who showed up had left, we just spent the day like looking at comics together, and we had this whole great conversation about you and your work. And anyway, not sorry for the sidebars here.
No, it's fine. And those guys are I don't know Peter. I've known Steve for years, and you know, just huge nerds.
And by the way, one other
side, literally a huge nerd.
Oh, Steve, yeah, he's the best.
The man,
literally a 7-foot nerd. He's a 7-foot nerd. And Rodney, I live near a place, I shouldn't say because I don't want to give away my personal home location, but there's this certain series about the Los Angeles Lakers that's going to be coming soon, which somebody on this panel may be very integrally a part of. They're filming like by me all the time, and I always want to go and be like, "Hey, is Rodney around?
Come and say hello, please."
I will. Okay. They paid me to use my front yard to put like the background actors in.
Which day was it? Like
it was. There's a restaurant. Oh, that's all I'll say. The restaurant scene. John C. Reilly was there. Yes.
So
like 2 weeks ago.
Like near Studio City.
Ish. Yes.
Okay.
Ish. Yes.
All
yeah.
right. Cool.
Anyway,
I won't give any more away, like what the address actually was, but
yeah,
I think
if you could just post a Google Maps link. In the chat, that
we
would
won't triangulate your location. In spite of it. Chuck, in the control room, do you have any questions from the audience that you'd like to share with us? What is your favorite horror genre to write? Zombies, apocalyptic, slasher. I will say one thing about that question. There was a great interview with Robert Bloch years ago where the interviewer asked him, what are your opinions about the current state of the horror/thriller genre? And he said, I think the emphasis is too much on the slash, which I thought, considering he invented the slasher genre, I thought it was a pretty funny perspective from him. Any thoughts on that? Anyone have a preference of the flavor of horror they like to write?
I don't know if I have a. Go ahead.
No, please, Eric.
No, I was just going to say, I don't know if I have a favorite genre, but I always like the sympathetic monster. You know, I always prefer the Frankenstein kind of story rather than the Dracula story, because Dracula revels in being a monster, and I always find it more interesting when the monster is somewhat sympathetic.
Sure. Yeah, I can honestly say my favorite movie, and the thing that I didn't really answer the question. The thing that inspired me to be a filmmaker, storyteller, when I was a kid, Channel 9 in New Jersey got the rights to show King Kong, 1933 King Kong. At the time, there was no other King Kong. There was only 1933 King Kong. And they showed it twice a day for a week. And my father actually had me stay home from school to watch it because he loved it and he wanted me to see it. And the fact that the main character is a filmmaker, I think, is underestimated in how influential that movie is in turning people into filmmakers. Because Carl Denham's excitement in that version of the story is pretty, it's adventure and excitement and a long sea voyage. It starts tomorrow at dawn. Who doesn't want to be that guy? That sounds incredibly exciting to me. But about the sympathetic monster thing, just one thing about Kong that I think most modern versions have gotten wrong and the remakes have gotten wrong. In the first movie, I don't think they thought real hard about how sympathetic he would be in the last 10 seconds of the movie. I think it's an organic thing that comes out of the story. Every filmmaker that's done it since is crippled by knowing that he's sympathetic at the end. So in 76, in the Peter Jackson movie, he's sympathetic from the beginning. Yeah. They just can't, the filmmaker just loves Kong and they can't not love him. And for 88 minutes of the original 90-something minute movie, Kong is just a completely horrifying, terrible creature. And then literally 2 seconds before he dies, you go, oh, what an unfortunate thing this has all been. What a terrible. And it's the fact that it's a surprise to you as an audience member that makes that work so incredibly well. And I think the same thing is in Frankenstein, is right up into the end, you're like, this thing is horrible, kill it. And then just as it's being killed, you go, oh man, why do we have to do all this? This didn't have to go this way. So I think that's a very powerful.
I think there is an unintended theme in the original King Kong. I think you're right. I think because we look at it today and go, this is man's inhumanity to nature. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that was the intent at all when they were making the movie. I mean, he ends it with, was beauty that killed the beast, you know, and they're like, in that day and age, they didn't care what they were doing to animals. It was an animal, shoot it, whatever.
Yeah, but between the model makers and Max Steiner in that last 30 seconds, you go, oh, this is bad. You're making me feel bad now at the end of the movie where the monster gets killed. That's not right. How dare you make me feel bad? But that's why it's a classic for 100 years, because it does something the audience doesn't see coming. And I think it's at the root of a lot of horror is the more you can, the more you can actually have a surprise that's not just a cat jumping out of a locker, but that's an emotional surprise. That's really the holy grail in a lot of ways. We have a question. Did any of you guys grow up reading Creepshow?
I read Creepshow. I also love Bernie Wrightson as well.
Oh, yeah.
Everything from Swamp Thing, his House of Mystery covers. Him and Mike Ploog were kind of my guys.
Sure. Yeah, Bernie was amazing. I don't think I read Creepshow when I was a kid. I read DC Comics had something called Weird War Stories. And
Creature Commandos, Tales of the Creature Commandos, man. They were the best.
And my father was a World War II veteran, so I was kind of already interested. And my favorite thing that DC Comics did, and it's only borderline horror, is The War That Time Forgot, which is it's one of the most naked commercial, what do little boys play with? Army men and dinosaurs. Army men versus dinosaurs. I've cracked it. That's the thing we should sell. And the thing is literally endless Pacific Island battles between American soldiers and dinosaurs, and it's like the same formula every issue. And I read all of them, if at all possible.
Rodney, I sent it to you. We've spoken about it, I believe, and Brea we have as well. And I hate to embarrass him, but I always liken our fellow panelist Lucas Kettner to being the Bernie Wrightson of our generation. The way he works and the way, Lucas, you capture, and not just with the Dark Horse comic that somebody else happened to work on who's on this panel, but all of your work, when I see it ranging 4-quadrant to highly gory stuff, like Witch Doctor that you've done, it evokes that energy to me. But it's not just nostalgia; it's still very present and like moving the needle forward. And I hope everybody who's watching this will Google him and seek out his work, because it is Bernie set the standard, and and I think you carry the torch beautifully.
He was, he was one of my favorites. He's the one that got me, and that when I finally met other artists, they were just like, he used a brush, and I was like, you can do stuff with a brush? Wow. And I just kind of that was the that was kind of the catalyst, and that's I nobody can draw like Bernie did, but I mean, I see so many wonderful artists and influenced by so many people that kind of like, steer where I'm going. I mean, Eric, you're one of them. I mean, I've been reading The Goon since I interned at Dark Horse in like 2004, 2005, and that just was a huge, huge influence on the way I was, not the way I draw, but the way I was trying to draw, kind of thing. And
yeah, no, the style on The Goon is truly beautiful, and I think it's very much in that Bernie. That line between cartooning and photorealism, that's just the sweet spot of comic books, and it's a thing that you can do in comic books that you really can't do anywhere else. And it's such a sweet spot for horror. Not just Bernie Wrightston, but so many artists since that he inspired. We're at our actual official end time. Rylan and I always like to end up by going around and saying, where can people find you and what would you like to flog the most? So Lucas, let's start with you. Where can people find you and what would you like to flog the most? Nope, maybe Lucas is frozen.
Oh.
David, why don't you pick up?
Sorry, Lucas. On Twitter, you can find me on Instagram. I have a web. Oh no.
It's going good.
Can you type it in the comments.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. All right. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, lucaskettner.com, and you can check out Count Crowley. I've got a few other projects I'm working on now that aren't announced yet, but that's where you can find me. Hit me up, interact. Love to hear from you.
Awesome.
Nice. Thank you, Lucas. And David, I know you're also Count Crowley. Where can people find you?
So go to your local comic shop, please, and pick up the trade paperback, Volume 1 of Count Crowley, Reluctant Midnight Monster Hunter, and be sure to get vaccinated immediately if you haven't already, and go to the cinemas in August to see The Suicide Squad, and then go back again in October to see Dune, and see every other movie that you care to go see. Let's keep those theaters and comic shops putting a lot of green in their cash registers right now, so we can just take this world is ready to crack open to a new thing. I'm so excited, you guys. I mean, we still have so much crap to deal with, but I feel like we're on the precipice of a exciting time for all of us. And I just get vaccinated, educate yourself, buy comic books, go to movies. I love you. That's all.
That's great, David. Yeah, if we've learned anything from horror movies, I think get vaccinated is pretty high up on the list. You have a chance to duck out of the zombie apocalypse by just, a day of feeling under the weather. I think you should do it.
Yes.
I think you should do it. I think you should get your anti-zombie apocalypse jab, if at all possible. Brea, where can people find you?
Just Instagram. I've left a lot of social media platforms, but you can find me on Instagram. It's just my name. And I have a podcast you can listen to if you like reading books. Like, we talk about comics, we talk about books, we talk about reading, called Reading Glasses. That's the name of the podcast. Check out my movies on a movie called Lucky on Shudder and a movie called 12-Hour Shift on Hulu.
And will there be more of Mary?
We're going to see. It seems like it. There's things in the works happening with that. So hopefully there'll be something soon we can talk about.
Mary, for those who don't know, it's a YA novel, yes?
It's a YA graphic novel, yeah. So
about the descendant of Mary Shelley.
Yeah, buy it for your nieces or nephews or yourself. You can listen. I think like it's relatable for everyone. It's about a girl not living up to her legacy.
Nice. And Eric?
You can find me on thegoon.com. It has links to all my social media stuff on there. And my company is albatrossfunnybooks.com. Right now we have Did You Hear What Eddie Gein done on Spine Special Edition on Kickstarter. And you can order the regular edition at your local comic shop or bookstore. And that's about it.
Awesome. And George?
You can find out pretty much everything at romeropictures.com. I'm mostly active on Instagram. There's other socials, but I guess Instagram would be the best one, George C. Romero. But anything else project-wise, you can find out about at romeropictures.com. I just got the 501c3 certification for the Veterans Compound, which is veteranscompound.org. And I'm working on a huge effort to bring some resources to the Tampa and the Tampa, Florida, and Lexington, Kentucky areas. And you can learn about that at briefcasepictures.com.
That's amazing, George. Great. Philip?
I'm at philipkenleyjohnson.com, 2 L's in Philip. I'm also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I've got Superman, Alien, and Action Comics coming out every month. And soon there's going to be some other really cool stuff coming out. Yeah, I mostly make comic books and music. So check me out on my website and hit me up online.
Very nice. And Rodney?
Yeah, you can find me at the Rodney Barnes on Twitter and Instagram, or rodneybarnes.com. Every month with Philadelphia, I'm doing a Blackula reboot as well, coming up soon, and a bunch of other stuff.
Amazing. Who's the Blackula reboot with? If you can say.
I got the rights from MGM, and I'm doing it through my own publishing company, Zombie Love Studios, and hopefully January, February. The great Scott Hampton is painting it.
Oh my God, I love that dude.
So there you go.
That's amazing. And Ryland?
I am at Ryland Grant on all forms of social media. That's RYLENDGRANT. It's not a real name. My parents drunkenly arranged letters and saddled me with it, and so now I have to spell it for you. You can find Aberrant and Banjax in fine comic shops everywhere, and on Amazon and Comixology and places like that. Look for my new comic book. It is a tokusatsu joint called Suicide Jockeys that will be in previews in June. It's badass. Check it out. And
awesome.
And watch and listen to the Writer's Block.
True enough.
There you go.
And all of my stuff can be found at davidavalonefreelance.com. With links to all of the various socials. The nice thing about having a name that got you teased your entire childhood is in the age of Google, you are very easy to find because it's not that common a name. And coming up next, it should be in previews either this month or next month. I'm doing Elvira Meets Vincent Price as a 4-issue miniseries that'll be fun. And there are 2 other standalone Elvira projects that should be coming in the fall. I'm working on a post-apocalyptic thing with Kevin Eastman that we haven't even begun to announce or think about too clearly, but that's up next. Thank you so much, everyone, for being on this panel.
Thanks,
You're all
guys.
amazing
Thank
artists,
you.
and
Thank you.
It's an honor to have you here with us. And now let us turn it back over to Chuck. Chuck.
You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary. You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, you know, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.
Hello and welcome back to the Mid-May Massacre. A big huge thanks, by the way, to all those comic book creators that stopped by. Check out the Writer's Block with Ryland Grant and David Avalone for more comic book interviews. You can find them on YouTube. So massive thanks to all the horror comic book writers that sat down here with us here at Mid-May Massacre. So we're about to get pretty technical up here on Mid-May Massacre, guys. The Hidden Frequencies podcast. I see Mick Wingert back there in the audience. He's laughing. The audio drama in the style of the old Tales from the Crypt, in the style of the old Twilight Zones, is sort of an art form that you don't see or hear a whole lot of anymore. Well, we're going to break that right now. Hidden Frequencies podcast brings all of the top names in horror film, video games, voices, animated series to do live radio dramas, complete with sound effects, complete with we're going to read an entire horror script for you right now. So a little bit nervous, but let's see how it goes, guys. Here to kick off the whole show, Mr. Mick Wingert.
Thanks so much, Chuck. I appreciate it. The Hidden Frequencies. We are having some technical issues right now. We're trying to make sure that we could got everybody's microphone up and running and that everybody can participate. I've brought a stellar cast, as you may have seen in some of the announcements, to perform a live audio drama for you. And I'm super excited to be here at the Mid-May Massacre. But like with any virtual event or any number of meetings, some of us will turn into cats halfway through the meeting, and some of us will have microphone issues and that kind of thing. But we're trying to get it worked out. Chuck, if you could give Courtney Taylor some help specifically. I do want to introduce the concept of the Hidden Frequencies while we're dealing with this, which you can find at www.thehiddenfrequencies.com. This is a podcast of short audio dramas that, as Chuck already said, are written in the vein of the Twilight Zone, written in the vein of the old Outer Limits show, or Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Dark Side. In 2018, I started this podcast after doing some work on the No Sleep podcast. How's volume level now? Is that better? Looks like we're still having some technical difficulties here.
Oh, it sounds a lot better. Thanks everybody for bearing with us. It's the first time we've ever done this on a
live reading. It'd be different if we were all just kind of paneling.
We're doing something fun, man. We're breaking barriers. We're doing all new stuff. You know?
Right?
Always got to challenge yourself when you're doing live events.
Chuck, Courtney's still having a hard time getting into her mic to work. She's not hearing anything.
Very strange. Let's why don't we bring everybody else in if we could? I'm going to talk to Courtney in the background. I'm going to give her a call actually right now. So you want to just bring everybody in, kind of introduce everybody while I'm calling Courtney?
Absolutely.
Let's do that.
All right, so let's introduce our cast. First up, you may know her from Chopping Mall. You may know her from one of my favorite sci-fi horror films of the 80s, The Night of the Comet, which is a highly underrated film. She's also from Fast Times at Ridgemont High and any number of amazing projects. I'm so honored to have Kelly Maroney join us tonight. Please welcome Kelly Maroney.
Thank you very much.
And joining her is a voice that you've heard on several different kinds of projects, both animation and anime, as well as video games. He also was in Leprechaun 2, Back to the Hood. Please welcome the inimitable voiceover legend, Bo Billingsley.
Hello, 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 hello.
Good to have you, Bo. Joining us is the OG, the original Gage, none other than, and I'm super stoked that he is able and willing to join us on this outing. Please welcome the child who taught us all back in 1980 that boys have a penis and girls have a vagina. It is Miko Hughes.
Hey guys.
Welcome, welcome. And then as we are getting started, you will know her from the Resident Evil series. If you're gamers, you'll also know her from Fallout 4 or Mass Effect, the Mass Effect series. We have none other than the legendary Courtney Taylor joining us here in studio for the live reading of the Hidden Frequencies tonight. I'm hoping that we have her shortly. Is Courtney there yet? No, not yet. Thank you all, the three of you, for joining us tonight. Let me lay down what this podcast is all about. So back in the day, for those of us growing up, anytime between the 60s and the 80s, we used to have what was called the anthology show. And the anthology show, you might know from the format is similar to what you'd see on, say, American Horror Story or Black Mirror or any other collection of short stories presented with a different story week to week. That's the spirit of the Hidden Frequencies. Once we get all the technical aspects ironed out, you'll be hearing an original piece written by writer Patrick Rieger entitled Albatross, and it is the latest installment in our anthology series. We kicked off the 2018 season with 10 original episodes, and in 2019 into 2020, before the pandemic hit, we started doing live recordings of the shows at various conferences and pop culture events, much like May Massacre. So we're carrying on in our live show tradition for our second season as it's been going on. And right now you can tune in to the Hidden Frequencies anywhere you hear your podcasts, and you can hear the original 10 episodes, as well as I believe we have 3 now, 2 or 3 live event episodes that we were able to record before the pandemic shut down all public gatherings. Each story has kind of a Twilight Zone twist to it. Everything from people turning out to be monsters to monsters turning out to be people. All different kinds of storytelling because, again, an anthology show. We are also in the middle of doing a soft reboot for season 3. We've just sent out word for looking for horror writers. So if you're a writer of short fiction, you can submit to the Hidden Frequencies. You can email us at thehiddenfrequenciespodcast@gmail.com. That's all one word, and it's really long. thehiddenfrequenciespodcast@gmail.com. And we'll get your submissions. We're looking for 2-act structure and format, and we do have guidelines posted online. Check our Twitter account at @THFrequencies for a link to those guidelines. So if you want to write an original story, join us, please. Chuck, how are we looking on the technical side? Hello. No, I can't hear you. Wow, this is a schmoz. Chuck.
Oh yeah, hey.
Courtney's
there you got to unmute your mic sometimes.
Sometimes.
Courtney's going to be on in just a second, so we're just squaring that away, and we will go ahead and get going.
Awesome. In the meantime, Kelly, Miko, Bo, you are all actively working, actors, filmmakers, producers, doing all kinds of stuff. Is there anything right now on the slate that you want our fans to be looking out for, to be keeping an ear to the ground for, or something that's currently on air or streaming that you're participating in? This is your chance to hype what you've got going on.
You should go.
Yeah, well,
how about Kelly?
I guess I'll start it off. Oh.
Or Miko, that's fine
Or
too.
Miko, that's fine too.
Go for it, Miko.
Okay, I'm involved with this fan film called Dylan's Nightmare. It's going to be a kind of semi sequel to the Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. We were trying to film it last year, then COVID happened, the world shut down. That just gave us more time to kind of work on it. And I think they're doing another round of funding on Kickstarter right now. So if you want to help contribute to make that even better, certainly can. I don't have a link off the top of my head, but yeah, it was a really fun script, and it'll be fan funded, fan supported, and it's a lot of fan service. There's a lot of like callbacks, and if you're a fan of the Freddy franchise, it's a lot of F's. Then we think you'll really like it. So that'll be filming later this year, most likely. It's looking like.
Awesome. That's really fun. Thanks for sharing
Yeah.
that. I will definitely keep
Certainly.
my eye out for it. What's the name of it again?
Dylan's New Nightmare, and it
Dylan's
leaves the door
Nightmare.
open for other almost like episodes if people like it.
Awesome. What about you, Kelly? What are you up to these days?
Oh, there's a movie that just came out called The Deep Ones. It's H.P. Lovecraft, and again, if it gets if people enjoy it, we're ready to do 2. So part 2. So that's fun. And then in June, I'm shooting something called Staycation, and it's a horror comedy about the pandemic, and I'm also co-producing that one, which is fun for me. And I'll be in Albuquerque at the end of June for the Albuquerque Comic Con. That's my first time in person back, you guys. So that's exciting. Everything else I'm doing is online. There's a Wizard World next weekend, just for one day on Saturday, and something may or may not be shooting this summer too. So, but those things are scheduled. Oh, and then we have the Zig Heist Film Festival. It's in Huntington Beach, California. It's the first weekend of June, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and Night of the Comet. We're opening it. It's all about apocalypses, the apocalypse eye. Apocalypse. So it's going to be Night of the Comet kicking it off on Friday, and then Penelope Spheris is going to be all day Saturday, and then on the 3rd day we're all going to come together. Everyone who's done the apocalypse thing, and there's going to be a huge panel. So
how fun.
Yeah. And it was just going to be Kathy and myself. And then all of a sudden other people said, well, we want to come. So now we got one of the producers, we got the writer director, we got Willie the Stock Boy.
Yes.
I know, right? And God only knows who else. So it's going to be a blast. So that's the first weekend in June. So those are my things, I think. I don't think I forgot anything.
Wow, that's incredible stuff coming up. That's awesome. What are you working on these days, Bo? Anything you can share with us, or is it all very NDA?
Well, there's so much NDA now that it's hard for me to talk about the things that are coming up. I did a part of a book on tape which involves the Bible and some video games. I have a few commercials running. Let me see. I have a roundup running where I have a Frisbee with an alien on it. And I'm thinking about aliens. And I've got a Vistaprint spot. There's where fish are jumping out of the water at a restaurant and hitting me in the face. That was a lot of fun. You know how they do it over and over again. Whap, whap, whap.
Yeah.
I should have gotten stunt pay. And there's going to be a Cowboy Bebop reunion on June 26th. Color World is doing that. And so the whole Bebop crew is going to be there, and we're going to be doing live signings and telling secret stories about Cowboy Bebop. And so there's going to be a lot of fun going on with that. And just, staying busy playing with my grandkids when I can now again, which is really making me very happy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I was hoping that when we are done with tonight's script, that we'll get a chance to maybe for some Q&A, but I don't know that that's particularly going to happen, especially with the technical issues we're having. Don't know how or why some of us could get on, but some of us couldn't. That was really odd and different. But let me prep you instead as an audience, those of you who are joining us here on May Massacre, let me prep you for what you're about to hear. What you're about to hear is a live reading with all of our actors, including Courtney Taylor when she's able to get in the room, performing different roles, obviously, in the script. Now, we're going to do this and try to make it as facile and as easygoing and as polished as possible. But remember, this is all live entertainment. We're doing the equivalent of live TV here. And so I would invite you, first of all, to sit back and relax. Those of you on the East Coast and in between where it's starting to become closer to evening, turn your lights down. Grab something really nice to drink and something that'll soothe your nerves for what's about to happen. And then we will go into our performance. You'll hear everything from the full intro to the podcast through an ad break between both acts 1 and 2. And then when we finish Act 2, we'll have a full credit sequence and everything else. In the meantime, I will be running sound, and I say this up front because I already ask your indulgence and beg your forgiveness. I'm an actor, director, and running sound is not my forte. So hopefully all the sound cues will happen on the fly and on time, and will help support the actors here. But in any case, what you're hearing is not only this live performance, but you're getting a glimpse behind the scenes of what it's like to actually record and produce live audio feed or a recorded audio drama. Because this is being recorded for posterity on everybody's part, one of the things that we're going to do is if we do blow a line or something, unlike a stage performance where we just plow through and just keep going on, we might stop and repeat the line so that we get it clean for when the final produced version of this story goes live on the podcast. You are getting a preliminary treat by tuning in to Mid-May Massacre. You're getting to see this before anyone will ever hear it. In fact, this is likely to be an episode that will only be available to Patreon subscribers, and you're getting to see it as it's happening for free, given we can get our tech together. But prepare yourselves for that, because again, we may pick up a line here or there. There may be a sound cue that's blown. I'm trying desperately not to, but I did want to warn you. You'll get to see us in all of our actor imperfections and get that look behind the glass of how entertainment is made. Chuck, how are we looking out there? We still haven't seen.
Oh, we're getting there. Oh, we're getting there. This is happening. It's happening. It just might have to happen in about 2 more minutes.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Awesome. So let's fill for 2 minutes.
Speaking of projects, Mick, I know Kelly mentioned some other conventions coming up. I also have the Houston Horror Film Fest coming up in about a month in Houston, Texas. So if you are in the area and want to come to a physical convention, maybe we can hang out. Feel free to come on through.
Awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
As the world is stand by. I'm getting notes about the tech. Can I turn my audio back up?
From the control room.
Yes, right. The control room, which is my text messaging service. Please turn up your volume. Nobody can hear you. Anyway, Bo, are you attending? Are you planning on doing any convention appearances coming up anytime soon as the world is getting back to normal?
Well, we're talking about some. I'm thinking I might not be going to actual conventions till next year, but in live conventions. But there's some things in the works. I just put it that way.
All right.
I don't want to precede myself, you know what I'm saying?
Of course. And again, being a voice actor myself, I totally understand too, when you and I are talking about projects, so much of the stuff that we get, because we're not in the producer's chair, tends to be non-disclosure. We can't talk about anything like what shows you've got in the works and where people can find you. While we've got the chance, while we're still working on tech here, speaking of where people can find us, why don't everybody give your Instagram, Twitter, Tumblr, social handles that you want people to find, follow, and stalk you on? Not really. We don't want anyone stalking us for real. I mean, that's not an invitation to stalk anyone. I was using it metaphorically. Anyway, Kelly, what are your socials that you'd like to give up?
Well, I'm trying to make it easy for everybody. So I'm always, and I'll spell my name because everyone spells it wrong, and don't feel bad because they spelt it wrong on True Blood too, which was a bummer. But anyway, it's KELLIMARONEY. And I understand why people misspell it. I've got a website, http://www.kellymaroney.com, with all my stuff, all my appearances. There's a memorabilia on there. There's everything, reels and all, anything you want to see. Then I keep my same name because why confuse people? On Twitter, on Instagram, it's all at Kelly Maroney. And on Facebook, I have Kelly Maroney, actress Kelly Maroney, and official Kelly Maroney face group. And I'm on Pinterest too. Kelly Maroney.
Hey, Courtney.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay.
She made it.
Welcome. You made it.
For me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the inimitable Courtney Taylor to the read tonight. Courtney is joining us.
Who has been broken by the internet.
Brought to you by the internet. All right, everyone. Let's sit back, get our stuff together. Actors, grab your scripts. Let's get ready to lay down some audio drama. Audience, again, I invite you, turn down the lights, get in the mood. Put your listening ears on and let your imagination run wild as we present to you a live performance of The Hidden Frequencies.
There are places in the dimension of sound where the walls between universes are thin. In these fragile pockets of static lies the ability to hear the alternate realities of millions of maybe people and countless could-be worlds. But the status quo is different from our own. With a keen ear and an open mind, we look in for these sound waves of the strange, the bizarre, and the otherworldly. They are the hidden frequencies.
Good evening. This is Mick Wingert. Tonight, we invite you on a bird-watching expedition, or birding for the devoted. And these elite birders are certainly devoted. They scour the globe for rare avian species, and we will soon see the lengths one will go to claim her prize. For Ms. Astrid Stalt, the world will never be the same once she hears the cry of the albatross.
Greetings, birders, or as the red-throated bowerbird would say, "Caw-caw, caw-caw, caw." Welcome to the 78th annual gathering of the Global Birding Society Board of Directors. Oh, so many species in the reserve today. Oh, the anticipation. Time for roll call. I, Russell Odell IV, board president, am present. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Got it, Russ.
Splendid. Chuck, on to you.
Oh, right. I'm Chuck. I take the minutes. I'm a fan of the pelican because their beaks hold as much as the belly can.
Yes, thank you, Chuck. Sandy, state your name for the record.
It will be my honor, of course, dearie. Sandy Keene, Board Vice President, pleased as a plover to continue this annual tradition.
Annual tradition. Got it.
And proceed we will, once our party is fully assembled, but alas, we appear to be one short. Ah, here she comes now. Hello there. We were getting worried, but you do love to make an entrance, don't you, Ms. Stalt?
I'm not late. I arrived at the reserve on time as instructed. No one bothered to tell me there weren't any toll roads.
I thought that was understood. The board's private reserve has always been structure-free as a sanctuary for avian life. Chuck will sign you in. Chuck?
Oh, sorry. Just forgive me. I'm such an admirer of your work, Miss Alt.
Just Astrid. We can start now.
And please note for the record, Miss Astrid Stalt is our highest profile member of the year and the Birding Board's esteemed guest for this annual excursion.
Annual excursion. Check. I just gotta say, I'm gushing over that green crowned kestrel you photoed this year. I mean, to get so close to a bird like that must have been breathtaking.
Shame about the kestrel's eggs, though. Poor thing. It must have been horrid to find them crushed.
It was, and it was. But as I've stated numerous times, Ms. Keene, the nest was like that before I found it.
Well, worked out rather well for you, though, didn't it, dearie? Write-ups in all the newsletters, Audubon's Birder of the Year.
Indeed, Astrid's rise to fame has been unprecedented, but we didn't come to fawn, right, Jacques?
No, sir. We're here for the birds.
Puffins, cormorants, perhaps a pelican or two, Chuck. One must be at the highest level for an invitation to these private shores, home to some of the rarest species in the world.
The rarest of all, if my sources are correct. I'm not here for just any bird. I'm here for the graven albatross.
Who told you about that? Chuck?
Sorry, just kind of slipped out last month.
Well, there's nothing about it in the Peterson guide. There's no pictures, no videos, no nothing.
The graven albatross is the most elusive bird in the world. It's said to have black and red-tipped plumage with a shrill, moaning wail like that of a banshee. Local settlers call it the corpse bird.
But no one's seen it?
Oh, it's been seen all right, but never captured on film. They call it corpse bird because, well, it's only seen when someone dies.
Well, this is all hearsay, really. A birder was mauled by a bear years ago, and his family supposedly found the albatross with the remains. There's several stories like that.
But one thing remains the same in all accounts. The scream. The albatross's ghastly song. When you hear it, death is near.
Sorry. I got caught up in the moment. My stars, look at these goose pimples.
Let's get started, shall we? As board president, allow me a moment to go over the rules. First, please pair up so all sightings can be confirmed.
I'll happily pair with Astrid. 2 hens make an honest flock, if that's all right.
Oh, of course, of course. I hope you don't mind scaling the cliffs. I always go for the best view possible.
And remember, no one should be left alone for any reason. These coastal shores are plenty dangerous. Should anything happen, report back immediately.
Guess it's you and me, Russ. I brought extra nut bars.
Let the fun begin. Come on, Chuck. Let's go see the pelicans.
Well, try to keep up. I won't be stopping until we reach the cliffs. Are you listening?
That's a pit-pit, a gray wagtail, a pine grosbeak, a starling, and, oh, an olive-sided flycatcher. Sorry, dearie. What was that you said about keeping up?
Impressive. I'm surprised a woman your size can make it this far.
The view from the top is well worth it. Here we are. And look, a Cason's Aucklet. I didn't expect to be doing all the identifying today, Miss Stolt.
Oh, well, everything you've spotted's been documented already. I'm only interested in what hasn't.
Oh, there you go again, you young birders with your phones.
Look, if the graven albatross is here, as Chuck suggested, I'll be the first to get a picture. What?
Well, I can only speak for myself. But if I was one of those gibby-gabba types, I'd say you should be identifying only. True birders don't need cameras. They slow you down.
Oh, they also get some of us paid. My Kestrel pictures received enough grants to cover a year's worth of expenses. But I need another find before the money runs out.
Oh, you're disgraceful. That Kestrel was the last of its kind. I've no proof, but I'm certain you were responsible for those smashed eggs. I warn you, these creatures were here before us, and they'll be here long after you're gone. They deserve your respect.
Hey, give me back my phone.
You may claim to be one of us, but you'll never be part of our flock.
Give it back.
Not so hard. The cliffs. Astrid!
Sandy? Oh, God. I'm coming down. Oh, God. Oh, thank goodness. No harm done. My dear phone. Oh, I thought I'd lost you. Now, what to do about her? Oh, no pulse.
Astrid! Sandy!
They're coming. What to do? Oh, she'll wash back on the shore if I dump her in the water. I could leave her here. We aren't visible. They wouldn't climb down here unless they saw us fall, but... Oh, but no one did see us. Sandy dearie. We're alone. Mhm. The graven albatross. Oh, that noise. The stories about you were true, right down to the corpse. Ugh. Easy. Don't startle. I'll just take a quick... There. Well, Sandy, looks like pairing with you wasn't a total wash. These pictures will assure my living for a good long while. That shriek! Ugh, you're on my last nerve. Just get. Go on. Ugh. There. Alone at last, but those bird brains will be by eventually. Oh, I don't know, Russ. She went on ahead and we got separated. I thought she'd be back by now. Yeah, that'll work. But what to do with the body? Oh, a cave maybe with enough rocks as cover. Yeah. Stupid. Okay. It's gone. Now get to work. Come on. Yeah.
There you are. We were getting worried.
I saw so many pelicans today. I'm so happy right now.
Astrid, where's Sandy?
Oh gosh, I don't know, Russ. She went on ahead and we got separated. I thought she'd be back by now.
That isn't like Sandy at all. Did she say where she was headed?
Towards the main road, I think. She seemed a little under the weather, though. Perhaps she went back?
We'd better check it out. Let's head back to the road before it gets dark.
How was the rest of your hike, Miss Salt? See anything interesting?
As a matter of fact, I just... Hang on 1 second. Give me a second, I'll show you.
That shriek!
That don't sound like no pelican.
If I'm not mistaken, that could only be the cry of the graven albatross. Quiet, quiet. Yes, it's faint, but definitely near. Down by the cliffs, I think. Come on, this could be the greatest discovery of our lives.
Are you coming, Astrid? I thought you, of all people, would want to see this.
Of course. I wouldn't miss it.
Oh. What a horrid shriek. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes. Music to my ears.
Let's leave our intrepid birders as they figure out how to get themselves to the rare treasure of the albatross, and listen to these few words. Tonight's live recording of the Hidden Frequencies at May Massacre is brought to you by our merchandise shop at thehiddenfrequencies.threadless.com, where you can support this one-of-a-kind audio drama podcast by purchasing our custom-printed merchandise. Be the first on your block to spread the word about our twisted multiverse with a signature logo tee or hoodie. Also available are prints from some of the exquisite art from past episodes. Just visit thehiddenfrequencies.threadless.com. Also, the Hidden Frequencies podcast is proud to announce the relaunch of our Patreon page with all new participation tiers and access to exclusive content, communities, and more. To become a patron, visit patreon.com/thehiddenfrequencies and you'll gain access to all the frequencies have to offer. Season 3 of The Hidden Frequencies is around the corner with all new stories of the strange and bizarre. So make sure to subscribe and leave a review of our podcast at Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, and wherever your favorite podcasts are heard. Now, let us return to Astrid as she faces the unnerving shriek of the bird of death in the conclusion to Albatross.
I was right. That is most certainly the cry of the graven albatross coming from those cliffs.
Hooey, this is steep. How'd you and Sandy make it up here, Miss Stump?
We didn't. We stuck to the banks mostly.
Strange. Chuck and I walked the banks all day. We never saw you.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say you wanted the best view possible. I wrote it down in my notes here somewhere.
Well, we didn't. You satisfied?
Why is it doing that, I wonder? Didn't someone say when you hear it, death is near?
Oh, that's just a story. Don't believe everything you hear.
Indeed. Best not spread rumors, Chuck, till we see it with our own eyes. There it is. There it is. How marvelous.
Just look at that plumage. It's so black and red and black.
Yes, very nice. But we should go back now. I thought we were looking for Sandy.
I'm surprised at you, Astrid. Don't you want a picture of this?
I'm fine. True birders don't need pictures, as Sandy would say.
Yes. Such a pity she isn't here to see this.
Exactly. It just doesn't seem fair, so I suggest we make our way back and we'll just
Wait, Russ.
keep looking
What's
for
that
her.
gunk down there? There's some red spots by the shore.
I'd say it looks like blood.
From the albatross, you think?
I'm not sure. We better get closer.
But the bird's down there. What if it's sick or has rabies or something?
Then it may need our help. Climb down with me, Chuck.
Wait, this is crazy. I am not to blame if that thing bites your face.
Your objection is noted, Miss Stalt, as is your callousness of this incredibly rare specimen.
Look, I am just trying to protect you. We don't know how vicious this thing is. Look out!
A rock? Of all the... What was that for?
It was going to bite. I saw it.
It did no such thing. You just attacked an endangered species, and I, for one, have had enough. Pull something like that again and you're banned for life. Understood?
Pardon me, Russ, but the blood leads to that cave.
Chuck, help me with these rocks.
No. This is crazy. Imagine the diseases that bird could be carrying.
Stay where you are, Miss Stalt. No one leaves until we get to the bottom of this.
Good golly, so much blood. Still fresh, too. Say it's only been there an hour or so.
Note the time, Chuck. I want everything documented from this point on.
This point on. Got it.
Shut up, you stupid bird. Shut up! I will tear out your beak. I will pluck every feather from your body and turn you into KFC.
We're almost through.
Enough! You and your shrieking, you're just endless shrieking. Don't take any pictures, Astrid. Stay on the path, Astrid. Keep your voice down, Astrid. Well, I have had it. Think of the hours we've all spent crouched in the poison ivy, hoping for the tiniest glimpse at what are basically rats with feathers. Yeah, I said it. I'm glad I squashed those kestrel eggs. The less birds in this world, the better as far as I'm concerned.
So you admit it. You admit to crushing that nest.
Those eggs are nothing once you see what's in that cave. All the albatross pigs in the world won't save me now. Curse your birding society and your stupid pelicans.
Hey, now, you take that back.
Pelican and Billiken is a dumb rhyme, Chuck. Go ahead, Chuck, move the rocks. See who's there for yourself. And just know, I don't regret a thing. Do it! That can't be. What?
He's right. There's nothing in here. But I do agree we've all had quite enough of you.
It's really empty.
As president of the Global Birding Board, I ban you for life. No more grant money. Not even an annual calendar.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing's there. Nothing is there.
Hello, happy
Sandy?
Of course it's me, dearie. Oh, you look as though you've seen a ghost.
How is this possible? I saw you.
Fall? Buried?
I saw you.
What? I dare say it's incredible what one will believe with a good scream and a blood pack.
You mean you were
faking? Oh, bravo, dearie. You're finally catching on. This was all carefully staged, you see, right down to squeezing my armpit just so to stop my pulse.
But I buried you. I covered you with rocks.
Oh, yes, and it was painful, yes, but I'm on the mend.
Then why would this?
Oh, you poor little puffin. Do try to keep up.
Chuck, read back the minutes, if you please.
Yeah, I said it. I'm glad I squashed those kestrel eggs. The less birds in this world, the better. And as far as I'm concerned. And then, Russ, you said...
That's enough.
That will not prove a thing.
It won't need to, Miss Stalt. We've heard all we needed to hear.
When weeding out imposters in one's flock, dearie, one has to be certain.
I can't believe how easy it was getting you out here. Guess my little slip about the albatross didn't hurt after all.
Stay back. Stay back, all of you. You lay one hand on me and I will...
Oh, that won't be necessary. We've led you as far as needed.
Yep. Our friends will do the rest.
Friends? Oh no. Oh no.
We're here for the birds.
The anticipation.
These creatures were here before us, and they'll be here long after you're gone.
Albatrosses! Oh God, there's so many.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
We're here for the birds.
The corpse bird wasn't singing for me, dearie. They came for you.
A sanctuary for avian life.
Do try to keep up.
We're here for the birds.
No, no! Get away! No!
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned. Same time next year?
That sounds lovely, dearie. Another will come. They always do.
You know, it's not dark yet. Shall we go and visit the pelicans one last time, Chuck?
Heck yeah. Now you're talking.
You know the old saying, birds of a feather flock together. But woe to the Astrid Stults of this world, the jaded, the cynical, the untrue. Take care, you who gawk at the simple pleasures of Mother Nature, for they may not be as quaint as they appear. Heed this warning, or you too may find yourself roosting in the dangerous nest. as soon hear the deadly song of
On this episode of The Hidden Frequencies, you heard Albatross by Patrick Rieger, directed by Mick Wingert. Our cast included Courtney Taylor as Astrid, Kelly Maroney as Sandy, Bo Billingsley as Russell, Nico Hughes as Chuck, and Brock Powell as the Graven Albatross. Original theme music written and performed by Brandon Boone. The Hidden Frequencies is copyright 2021 by Wacky Title Productions, Inc., in conjunction with SPF Entertainment, with special thanks to May Massacre. All rights reserved. No duplication or reproduction of this audio program is permitted without the written consent of Wacky Title Productions, Inc.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Albatross. I'd like to thank our cast. Please help me thank Miko Hughes, Courtney Taylor, Bo Billingsley, and of course Kelly Maroney. And not on stage with us was the incredible Brock Powell doing the sounds of the Albatross. Thank you guys so much for joining us on the Mid-May Massacre. Please stay tuned. We will be doing some meet and greets. I believe all the details have been worked out through the May Massacre personnel, and we are glad to say hello to you. And also, I believe each of us has various different pictures and whatnot that are offered as well. So thank you for participating today. Thank you to my cast. Thank you so much to Mid-May Massacre for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary. You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.
We did it. Huge thanks to the folks over at the Hidden Frequencies podcast. That radio drama was one of the coolest things I saw. See Craig Thomas in the background. He was enjoying it very, very much. I could tell by the smile on his face, guys. Thanks for sticking around. The May Massacre is trucking right along. We are not done by a long shot. It wouldn't be a horror con without appearances by the cast of Friday the 13th. So right here to introduce the cast of Friday the 13th, Part 7, the one, the only, Miss Catrin Figures.
All right, guys. So we are getting to one of my favorite films of all time, the cast reunion for Friday the 13th, Part 7. Now, let's get right on into it with someone who, of course, needs no real introduction, probably the most terrifying man to ever hit film, Kane Hodder.
Oh, hey, I thought you were going to say Bill Butler or something. He scares the hell out of me, but he's not here, I guess.
I mean, you probably have like the highest kill count to film.
I believe I do. And in fact, I maintain that I have murdered more people on film than any actor in history. I think that nobody can dispute that because 4 Friday movies, 4 Hatchet movies, and then various other killers that had multiple kills. So I am pretty proud of that fact.
That's awesome. All right. So we are going to continue on with the rest of our victims and the rest of our campers. So first off, I'm going to go into Craig Thomas. Hello.
Hey. Hello there. How you doing?
Craig.
Famous Squid Face is in the house.
All right, so next I'm going to be adding Heidi Hadid.
Oh, Heidi.
Heidi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Good to see you. Oh, how fun.
It's amazing. I know. It's amazing.
Last time I saw you, I think we were bowling in Alabama, right?
Oh, my gosh. Something like that. I was just talking about your lake scene just this weekend. So we'll revisit that.
We will.
Oh, hypothermia.
Just a little.
Yeah, you know.
And last but certainly not least, the only other zombie running around in Camp Crystal Lake, John Otrin.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hi,
John.
Man, it's kind of dark in here.
It's creepy light. Very creepy light, John.
Scary,
I know, it's in the garage, and it's got all the film in the background. Hi, everyone.
Perfect mood lighting for today.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So we've been starting each of these out by asking, how long's it been since you guys have really seen each other?
The premiere?
Oh my gosh, really, Heidi? No, there was something that was done at the Gromlin's Chinese Theater which was great. So that was the last time that I saw like at least a third of the cast, if not half of the cast.
Yeah, Kane was there. He was
Kane was there.
And so was John Beaker, the director. And
yes,
it was a really nice showing. It was a full audience. It was really beautiful.
It was fun.
it's great to see you, Kane.
John, you're looking creepy in that
I know.
darkness. I'm in my garage also.
Yeah, but your lighting is great. We've got this bluish upward light. It's very apropos, actually, John. Very,
I mean,
Maybe I
John
can
is
turn the light on.
scary looking already, but that lighting is even worse.
I know. Let me see what I can do.
there it is.
How's that? That's a little better.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Where are you guys right now? What part of town or state
Heidi?
or whatever?
Hawaii.
Oh,
that sucks.
No wonder it's so bright there.
I know. Yes. You just caught me because I'm leaving on a plane to go home in 2 hours. So back to LA.
I'm actually in Laguna Niguel. I'm live in Los Angeles, but I'm in Laguna Niguel just for the weekend. So, yeah.
You're down by Freddy Krueger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where Robert lives, down in that area.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
In the OC.
I'm up in Mount Shasta now. But today I'm actually in LA, but I'll be back on Mount Shasta next week. It's about,
John, I have a house up in Utah now, too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, up in Park City.
Oh, it's beautiful up there. Oh, yeah.
We love it up there.
Well, guys, I'm sorry I was late. I was helping somebody on the panel get in on here, and
Hey, my fault, Chad. Thank you for helping me.
hey, no problem, guys.
Dude, Chad's a rock star.
John, how are you, my friend? It's
I'm
good
doing
to talk-
great.
It's good
Thank
to talk
you
to
for
you.
having
again.
us.
Oh man, when Kat and I were talking about this, and we said we're going to put this together. What was it like? I mean, you had to do part 7, and like we needed to talk about the zombies and what was and what we could have seen. And hey, Kane, I got to tell you this. Love Judy to death. She's an awesome lady. But I was just asking her. We were talking about her, but also you got to beat up the Impractical Jokers on in the movie. So
yeah,
kudos to you, because Kane has gone from being Jason to now Paul Abdul's personal bodyguard.
Oh, I've done a lot more bizarre things than that, including like doing a fight scene with Kramer on Seinfeld.
Yep.
But yeah, it's the Impractical Jokers are all buddies of mine now, and Q in particular always loved horror films and said he wanted to be killed by me in a movie, so he contacted Adam Green, and Adam put him in the 4th Hatchet movie.
That's awesome.
So I could kill him. But
so what could have we seen? What could have been different? When everybody talks about Friday the 13th, this is the Friday the 13th that everyone talks about. So what was different? Let's hear it from you guys. Oh, mum's the word.
Right. We're all stupefied. Like,
I think Baker had a real vision that was never manifested. And I think Kane was really like the second director on that. He really handled all the stunts, and he wanted to really show a whole different avenue. And it was a pleasure working with John Beaker and Kane, because Kane was like really the second director on it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. It's just for the action stuff, but we all know how incredibly censored the movie was. In every single kill in the movie, we had shot so much more amazing makeup effects and everything from John's makeup shop, and every single kill was almost cut down to nothing. And it was just the time that the movie was released, and it was a big Paramount film, so they really cut everything down. The one of the biggest disappointments for me was actually in Craig's kill, where they had such an amazing head made that I crushed down when I grabbed Craig's head and crushed it. And it looks so amazing on film, and you barely see just a trickle of blood, and it cuts
Yeah.
away. So,
I mean, in the original script, my kill was described as Ben's head is squished like a ripe pimple, and yeah, he pretty much nailed that.
yeah, that was right.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I feel like everyone was kind of robbed by that experience, and leading up to that, the anticipation of the kill, and
Right.
I think people screamed out because they just knew it was going to happen, and then visually they were robbed of that experience. But
I think I would second that. They had it was amazing, the makeup and what we had to put on, the costumes, and then they never used it. That was a big disappointment.
But apparently, some of that is captured in the special, some like DVD extras or something like that. Because I was in Montreal. Someone came up to me and they said, "Were you in Friday the 13th?" And I said, "Yes." And the guy had a tattoo of Jason on his arm, and he was a big fan. And he said, and I told him about my kill scene. And then he said that it was in a DVD special where some of the edited things were in. I've never seen it, but I would love to.
Yeah, there is some extra footage in some of those things, but not as much as we would have hoped.
Right.
And it was never, because I think John knew that they were going to cut everything. So in the processing of the film, some of the scenes weren't even color corrected because he knew it's not going to make the movie anyway. So why spend the time and money to do all the sweetening and color correcting if it's not going to end up there? So
Does anybody know if there's a chance to get the films that were the parts that were cut out? Has anybody heard of anything?
I don't think so. I don't think there is, really.
What a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the most recent attempt was with the Scream Factory release that just came out, but even the extras on that don't have a lot of the deleted footage from your film. And I know that was a big letdown to a lot of fans. I know that was a huge letdown to me personally.
Yeah.
But you can track down some of the cut footage. But it's just not the same quality.
Well, we had a blast making it.
We really
had
did.
a great time.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's funny, Heidi. I just 2 days ago. I'm working on a feature film that was shot on a camp up near Big Bear, and it just brought back so many memories because the director put the whole cast in cabins, and we were up there for 2 weeks just bonding like we did. And it's really nice that I'm doing this right now because it seems really full circle that in 1988 I was in the camp with the crew, and just this weekend I was back at another camp. So
we
great
really
bonding experience.
bonded very well. We had a great group, and everyone really liked each other. And I have the best memories of shooting the film, and also the time that we spent. We made the most of our time when we had a little downtime. All of us would rally each other to go do things in Mobile, and it was fun. It was really a great, very supportive group.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the entire chat is out there right now saying that Part 7 is by far their most favorite, personal favorite, and everybody, guys, from
I love that. That makes me so happy. That makes my day. I love it.
So one of our guests yesterday on our spotlight was Tom Savini, and he actually surprised us because he said that one of his proudest moments when he got to actually play Jason.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So in all the kill scenes in Kat, help me out here. Was it part 2?
It was actually the hitchhiker scene,
and
where he actually gets to slit her throat
because they were using a real knife.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
I've known Tom for a long time. I don't think I ever heard that story. Wow.
It was the lady was Bonnie, right?
I can't think of her name for the life of me.
I'm sorry.
Basically, he just told her to allow him to move her head. He wouldn't cut her, and he didn't. It was a fantastic kill. It was the hitchhiker in part 3.
Wow.
Haven't been sleeping.
Well, it's really great that you guys actually are doing this for us. I mean, for the audience, for the people that are, fans of Friday the 13th, Part 7, that you put this together, Chad, and I really appreciate that.
No, John, you were a big contributor to that. So I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to just hear about the scenes and talk about what your experiences were on set.
Well, when I first got on the set, I looked for the stunt guy. I didn't know Kane at that time, and he asked me if I do my own stunts, and I said no. I put that in the hands of the stunt guy, and ever since then, I think we've had a better relationship. I was supposed to have 1, 2, 3 stunt people actually play me, but the last one was all skin and bones, and they never allowed that. But the other 2 guys had pretty dangerous stunts. One of them fell into the water, and Kane, if you remember, there were 2 guys in boats with rifles in case moccasins or alligators were woken up.
Right.
And this guy actually had to fall into that water. It's pretty mucky. And then,
if you remember, it wasn't really a lake.
No,
it was a bayou.
Yeah.
And so it had far more access to it than just a contained lake.
Yes.
That was quite a rig that Lou Carlucci came up with on the pier, where it was going up and down and then collapsed, and the character fell. So yeah, it's I personally, this was the first time I played Jason, and fortunately for me, I did 3 more films as the character after this. But this will always be my favorite one, because for me, in particular, the look of Jason was the best I've ever seen, and the best one I played. Just the makeup and stuff, and man, it's not hard to get into a violent state of mind when you have to sit in the makeup chair for 3.5 hours before you ever start to work.
Kane, why do you think that this one differentiated from the other ones that you played? Why is that?
Just the look, I think, was the scariest. The body, the facial makeup, the lenses that I wore in my eyes, and I just think the look was the best. And plus there was, being a stunt person, I love the fact that there was so many stunts to do in the movie, because typically Jason is not doing a lot of stunts because he's always inflicting the damage on others. But since Tina had the powers to make things happen, then, I had to do so many great stunts and love doing it. And it's still my favorite fire stunt I've ever done too.
Well, didn't you fall through the floor sometime on one of them too? That was, yeah.
Fell through the floor. The front of the house collapsed on me. I did the fire thing through the pier also. Yeah, all kinds of fun stuff.
I think the other thing that was so amazing that John Beaker was such an actor's director. I mean, he really, it was like you enjoyed going to the set. That's how I felt. I think everybody else felt the same way. He was a pleasure to work with.
Yeah, you can tell. I think for a few of us, I mean, we were youngins, and for me, this was my first feature film. I had done smaller parts in TV shows, but it was a big deal for me. And Diana Meda, who played my girlfriend, we had such a great time. John just created. I think he was really, he was an actor's director. He really took care of us. We felt very comfortable.
He really did. He took such amazing care of me, as did Kane, through that entire freezing cold shoot at the lake. I felt so taken care of. It was my second movie. I had done Slumber Party Massacre 2 before that, and it was my second film, but my first time like going on location and everything. And from the very beginning, John just made sure that I felt safe, and he set up a trailer for me, as did Kane, with a warm. It was all warmed up for me ahead of time before I went for my freezing cold swim. And my character was supposed to be a swimmer, so I had in my mind automatically, well, she'd dive in the water. And afterwards, I remember John saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe you dove head first into that water. I thought you were just going to run in. I didn't even think that you would dive in. That was amazing." And I was like, well, my character's a swimmer. Like, a swimmer would never just run clumsily into the water. I had to dive. I didn't even think I could just, I was like, wait a minute, you mean I could have just run it? He's like, yes. And he goes, but I'm so glad you dove. And he just had to wrap me in all these blankets and warm me up. But what made me feel so good about the whole scene, and it was an adventure. You made
and
it.
You did such a great job of not appearing to be as freezing cold as you were. Like, come on in with me. It'll be fun. And you're like freezing, but trying not to show that. That had to be difficult too.
You know, once I was in it, you're acting. It was summer. It was beautiful. I was hot until I hit that freezing cold water. Oh dear! But no, thank you, Kane. I appreciate that.
Because that was like, what wasn't it like March or something when we were shooting?
It was cold.
It was really cold.
It was ice. It was ice. But
look, Kane, when you did your scene, when that, I don't know how many times we shot the head collapse, but that blood was so cold. That scream, I wasn't really acting. When that cold, syrupy blood hit I was screaming bloody murder. It was fantastic.
Well,
so cold.
I just wanted to give a big shout out to a special a guest that's watching. We have John's wife, Lynn Buchler, is watching, and just so anybody wants to go ahead and help support, we also have their GoFundMe I have running down at the bottom for John Carl's Memorial Fund. It's going to be running at the bottom of the screen. So if anybody wants to help support John's Lynn and John's family, their memorial fund, so please let know. And Lynn wanted to say hi and give her a big shout out for you guys.
Hi, Lenny.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Lynn.
That was such a beautiful service that they had in is it Forest Lawn they call it? Kane was there. I know I was there. They talked so gracious about all the nice things that John had done for so many people, helping people in the industry when they were down. I mean, it was as big off screen as he was on screen as far as working with people. And I think,
I mean, I always give him all the credit for me having gotten the role of Jason, for sure.
Yeah.
Because he had to fight for me at Paramount, because they were thinking, well, he's not as big as we thought we might have somebody. John said, don't worry, it'll work. I promise you. And he had to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And finally, they realized at the end, I guess, that he had made the right choice. But my horror career is all due to John Buechler. And I've always said that. I mean, I had a good stunt career going, but, he totally opened up so many other doors because of playing this character one time. If I had only done it once, that it would have still been huge, because there's not very many people in the world that can say they played that character, and it's so universally known that I'll always feel indebted to John.
Well, we got another camper from Crystal Lake. I'm going to bring her on right now, and that would be Maddie.
Ah.
You guys remember Diane Burrow?
Hey, Diana.
Hey,
Hey,
everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh, wow, it's so good to see you all here. Wow, this is great.
So fun.
I'm sorry
like
I'm
I
late,
need-
guys. I just flew in from Jersey.
And your arms are super tired, right?
Right. There's a jet lag from Jersey to Florida.
Oh, it makes me want to kill all of you again.
Yeah, kill. See if we
Wait,
missed
so-
this right, Kane.
Killed by Zoom.
Kane, which of our members did you feel is your best kill?
Well, that would have to be, oh boy. My all-time favorite kill that I performed as Jason is Sleeping Bag.
Yeah.
So what was her name? Sorry.
That was pretty rough looking too.
Yeah, and that was pretty early on in the movie. So
Yeah.
I don't think she even made it to camp. So yeah,
And
that
her
was a good
last
one.
line before I killed her in the sleeping bag, "Come on, you big hunk of a man, come and get me." I'll be right there.
Well, there's a lot of shaking going on, huh? Wow.
So, is this the first time you guys have been together as a group since the original? I mean, since when we said that, you said the premiere?
Sure.
Virtually for me, it is for like having everybody on Zoom.
Well, I know everything's been shut down with the pandemic. Are you guys looking forward to being back out there in person and meeting the fans again?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. That would be really great.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think the fans want it too. The fans, they always want to get a picture of us with them. They don't. They do like the picture by themselves of us by themselves. But I know so many people have gone up to Kane and Diane and others here, and they want to get a picture with, with them in it. The fans are really great. Some of the fans. I mean, they got tattoos and everything, but they are so sweet, and they really love what we're doing, and we really appreciate them.
Well,
And Kane, someone on Instagram showed me it's a picture, it's a tattoo of you, Kane, and then right underneath as Jason, and then right underneath is our kill. So
oh, really?
And that's
Wow.
tattooed on the guy's arm, on leg or something.
Is it really? I've never seen a tattoo of that one.
I met a fan that had a tattoo of Maddie, and that was very, very cool. I was really into it, and I regretted I didn't take a picture of it, and I should have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of silly.
And they didn't ask you to sign it? Because sometimes they do that and then they tattoo the signature.
Oh no, but
Wow.
next time if that happens to me again, I'll suggest it. That's kind of a cool idea. But no, this was just they were kind of showing off their arm and showing off the tattoo, and I was all it was very flattering,
So Dan, was it your face, or did it have that infamous blue dress and white shoes, or what was the image?
Yeah, it was that. It was when she was pretty, not the before. It was the after shot.
Fun, very fun, very fun.
After. That'd be really cool to find a fan that has the before shot. That would really touch my heart.
Diane, did you keep those shoes? You should have kept those shoes. I
What?
kept those shoes, the white shoes.
Yes,
You should have kept those for a souvenir.
I would have
They were-
loved to. I
were very
tried. I think it belongs to Paramount, right? And those maybe things have changed.
I
but-
didn't care about that. I kept as much of the stuff as I could, including the hockey mask and wardrobe pieces and props and everything else.
You know,
They
good
said,
for
where's
you.
that?
Good
Where's
for
that
you.
so-and-so prop? I said, I don't know. It got destroyed in the scene, I guess.
Good for you. I guess I was just too obedient. The
Yeah,
word-
you're too nice. I'm kind of a asshole.
And those white shoes are kind of like Dorothy's slipper. They're kind of iconic.
Remember she had a line where she was so upset that mud got on her shoes, my shoes. Remember that?
Thank you for reminding me. I do. Well, now that you've said it, I do, but it was a little bit lost in the, growing old dementia stages.
Oh, I know. And, that's what is so amazing about the conventions too, is that I have, like, in the last couple of years, I've had people come up to my table and show me an old picture from a convention of me holding an infant.
Wow.
In the picture, and they say, that's me. And they're 30 years old now. I was
wow.
Like, wow, that's amazing to think about. So
and Kane, you look great.
Picture with them.
You do.
You look fantastic, man.
Yeah, you sound great too. Are you still doing those? I remember we did a convention together, and you had that energy drink.
Oh, I have several other things now, but not that.
Okay.
Not that. And I don't know if you guys know that, there's a really well-embraced video game from the Friday the 13th franchise. And I did the motion capture for Jason for the video game too. So nice. I consider that even another attempt at the character,
Very cool. But yeah, as you all were saying before, it really is nice to meet the fans, because it gives it it's kind of like satisfying to be able to talk to somebody who's like, where the movie influenced them so much, and they're so excited to meet us and kind of give them that kind of just experience. It's really cool. It gives I probably enjoy it even more than them. Sometimes I feel, which is kind of funny.
Well, they appreciate what we did, and I've gone into a restaurant up in Mount Shasta, and someone said I was an actor, and they said what I was in, and when they found out it was Friday the 13th, that's a really big thing to a lot of fans.
Oh yeah,
and the fact that they have a chance to meet us in person, they really appreciate the work that all of us have done. And that's one of the things that, Chad, you're doing by bringing this right now virtually, but it would be nice if we could do it, live with them. But it's great that you're doing this, though.
Well, that's one thing we are definitely working on is next year we kind of do want to bring this into a live event. We just got to find the right venue and the right place. And we are just strictly fans, and that's all we are. And, we clamor up when we get to see you guys and talk, and it has been awesome getting to talk to you guys and bringing this in here. I mean, Kat and I are just flabbergasted at this, and we are. But you said something earlier, like the genre itself is people love, right? But you guys were in films that, in our generation, we view as like Bela Lugosi's Dracula and all. I mean, these are iconic role films, and I want to personally just say thank you for all of you for dying and killing in some really cool movies.
Well, thank you.
You, Chad. Thank you.
I don't know how to articulate. Hey, thanks for dying, and hey, thanks for murdering all these people. So,
no, thank you necessary.
But
I've probably said this before, this anecdote before, because I know I've shared it. But unfortunately, I had a funeral Thursday, and it's related to family of an ex-boyfriend that I had. And after the funeral, everybody. The fun part where you do the tribute and where you're eating and being merry. And this was an ex-boyfriend that, when I broke up with him, he confessed to me that he used to play my death scene over and over again and be like, "Get her, Jason, get her."
Wow.
And you went to honor this person.
There are people that
I'm
actually.
hoping my wife
remember
didn't see that because now she wants me to get into acting.
But there are fans that actually repeat our lines exactly, and you've all had that happen where they'll
Well,
actually say
no,
the same.
I haven't.
This is true.
I don't remember too many of my lines from our movie, but
Well, yours are just kill, kill, kill.
The sweetest thing a fan did for me was I had a fan who made a Barbie doll of Sandra, and they took a Barbie doll and then they put they had handmade the jean shorts and the yellow t-shirt, cut like everything what I was wearing. They hand sewed it and made it. And then they put it in a box and they changed the name on it to Sandra and the whole thing. They and gave it to me as a gift, and I was just blown away. It was the sweetest. We do have like the sweetest, nicest, kindest fans that are just so fun to interact with, and I'm so appreciative of that, and the love that they send to us all the time is just pretty sweet.
Well, one of your biggest fans is sitting right there next to you on the screen, and that's Kat Wren. Kat?
So I know a lot about the cuts and a lot of the issues with like certain things getting cut out of the film, but was there anything that happened behind the scenes, just memories, things that you're like, this was fun, like a fun little Easter egg that the fans might not know? I know in part 6 there was a running spoof with rubber chickens now because of one of these interviews.
Yeah, I don't.
But anything?
I mean, are you talking about in the film or behind the scenes?
Anything like behind the scenes or anything that almost made it into the cuts?
Well, there are a lot of things. John was an expert with makeup. I mean, and he do. Kane, you worked with him on other horror films too, didn't you?
Oh, quite a few, yeah.
Yeah.
He was also an incredible artist. I mean, I remember him showing me drawings when we were in the early stages of prepping, and he would show me this artwork that he had, how he was envisioning the shoot and the scenes, and it was so intricate, and truly you could frame any of those. It was right, Kane, just in the notebooks. You could take one of those out and put it in a frame and sell it for thousands of dollars. Like they were really very cool. He was an incredibly talented artist, multidimensional in so many different ways, and had just great vision and a great ability to express it and using many mediums. And I was very impressed as a young artist. I was very inspired by him and impressed with him. And then his kindness to go along with that, never arrogant or had any ego about his talent, just very giving and kind person.
And he knew what he wanted as well. I mean, I mentioned Diana Almeida, my girlfriend. There was one scene we did when she calls me Squid Face, and we were young and we were very serious about our craft, and we did the scene a couple of times. And I looked at Diana like, "How did that work for you?" She's like, "Yeah," and we looked over and they had wrapped up. It's like, okay, check the gates. Like they were done. It's like we got what we needed, and like we wanted to have this big thespian moment. It's like, we got it, guys. We're good. We're good.
Well, even with my scenes, he wanted to have me come back as a skeleton, and they cut those, the violence out because he wanted Kane to have more conflict with us. He may have imagined to have all of us come back as zombies. Maybe, I don't know. He was a visionary that never really got to fulfill his vision as the filmmaker of Friday the 13th Part 7. They took away a lot.
I always talk about the fact that, and maybe I kind of have twisted this a little bit, but I always remember the shooting of the film as being the first half in LA interiors, and we went to Alabama and shot all the exteriors. Now that's how I kind of remember it. you know, for me, my character was constantly enraged and not really changing much. But I often wondered for you guys, if you had a scene that took place interior and you walked out of a door and it continued, that same shot continued, but you didn't shoot it until Alabama, if that was hard to remember your state of mind or anything, or if there, you know, if there was a scene like that where it really continues in the film, but it goes from inside to outside, and it could have been 3 weeks apart, those two shots. So I didn't know if that had any.
For me, it seemed very seamless. I had to really think just the other day that we did interiors in LA and exteriors in Mobile. I mean, I think as a group, we were just so young and so connected. It felt very seamless to me. I don't know, ladies, do you feel the same?
Yeah. I mean, most of my scenes, I think, were outdoor. Like, I'm trying to remember, I guess, the kitchen scene.
The kitchen scene.
Was that in LA? Like, I don't, this is scary.
Right. It seems so seamless.
I was
It
thinking
seems so seamless.
I was in Mobile, but right, it was in LA.
I don't think I've never done another film like that where we did all the exteriors or interiors and then the reverse after that. Seemed like a very tough scheduling thing. If you know, if characters had scenes both indoors and outdoors, you know, scheduling them and stuff, they may have only a few days in interior and then, you know, 1 day exterior, for instance, and you know, it's got to be hard to.
You must have had a really good script supervisor. Just keeping continuity on that.
Yeah,
because the continuity was the biggest. That's you
Exactly.
just
That's
read my mind.
brutal to make sure everybody's, you know.
And not only the continuity of the storyline and shots needed to shoot, but also the continuity of us actors, you know, being able to jump in and out of sequence stuff, which is our job, but it's still nonetheless it's challenging still. But yeah, didn't we go back then and when they added those extra scenes, didn't we go back and shoot in Malibu after Alabama?
Yeah,
a
little bit.
And that was a mix of indoor and outdoor, if I recall.
Right.
Well,
So I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
No, they had a scene where I had all that makeup on, and when I put the chain around Kane's neck, they took it out and they reshot it with me with a little bit of seaweed on my head. And I think it was really hard on John Beaker because they kept on cutting back everything that he wanted to do. And that was, I mean, there were a lot of scenes that, well, for example, like with me, you know, I had all this junk on my face and everything. And then I come back like I'm just gone swimming with seaweed. It was very disappointing to him.
Well, yeah, because the executives at Paramount, when they saw the first cut or something, they said, nobody's going to know who he is because he looks like too much like a rotted zombie. And John he told me he was forced to make it look more like you instead of that head that you first wore. You know, put some little color on your face and some seaweed so that the audience knows who it is. And, you know, that's kind of underestimating
Exactly.
the
I
intelligence.
find so often that people don't give the audience enough credit for how
Right.
smart an audience is. I've had that experience where people. I did a scene once where there was where the other actor had a line saying, "Oh, underneath that horrible makeup you're wearing, blah blah blah," and they kept adding more and more makeup, and I'm like, the audience will get it that my makeup's bad through my acting and through normal bad makeup. You don't have to make me look like a clown. The audience is smart. The audience is really smart. They will get it. And I think, in those kind of cases, it's like let the director make that call, because the director knows what the audience is going to get when they see the movie. Audiences pick up on everything.
Yeah, exactly, and I think the Paramount executives, probably the attorneys, really cheated. They really cheated the audience by not allowing John to really put his vision out there. They cheated it by taking away Kane's kills, by not allowing the makeup that he. At least they got Kane to take the mask off to really see what he looked like, and that was
awesome.
at least one of the most positive things they did in the movie. But past that, they really shortchanged everybody else.
Not to mention shortchanging us, because we
Yeah.
didn't get to kind of pull it through fruition, right? I mean, I was frustrated that they cut out all the gore of my death scene with all the time and great time we spent on the amazing makeup and the amazing plotting of how the scene was going to be, and then you find out, it's cut for the most part.
But I think it's a testimony to the people, Chad and Kat, for putting this show on, that Friday the 13th Part 7, still the audience wants to hear more about it, because they know there's more there to be heard, and they're smart. The audience is smart. Give them credit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Heidi, I have a Kat Wren's second favorite horror film was Slumber Party 2.
Massacre 2. So I've been dying to ask you this question, but I haven't been wanting to cut into it. So Atanas Illich, the driller killer, what was it like working with him, and was he as into the character as as he was on screen? I mean, was he that loud?
He was a rock star. He was super charismatic. And when he put that outfit on and danced around, I mean, he was absolutely just a magnetic personality. And evil charisma is just fun. That's one of the things that there's so many fun things about Slumber Party Massacre 2. It was just such a fun, happy movie. And he was great. He was great. A very unique killer.
I'm sorry. We had the cast of Slumber Party 1 and 3 on the other day, and I asked Kat, I'm like, hey, this is your favorite movie? She goes, no, Slumber Party 2. She made a point. She's like, no, 2. And
watch out, Heidi, some creepy guy's behind you.
This is my friend Barry.
We need a
Barry? I'm going to have to kill you now for coming in the shot.
Hello.
So we also had Carrie Noonan, who was in Part 6.
I have to find out if Barry's telling me we need to leave for the airport. Are we good? Okay.
What did he shoot on the golf course?
What did he shoot?
I just took a lesson.
He just took a lesson.
Oh, see,
He
I can
didn't
tell he was on the
murder
course.
anyone. He's not the golf course killer. Sorry to disappoint you.
Oh man.
I know.
Where are you flying to?
Back home. Back home today.
Where's home for you, Heidi, these days?
Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
What part of town? Or do we say?
Los Angeles. We'll stick to that.
Okay.
Well, guys, I want to tell you guys, thank you very much. We're coming up on our point that we're going to break. One funny story that Carrie Noonan had said to us was she was in Part 6, and she got to she came into audition for a movie, and they called it like Kat, do you remember what they called it? Was it China Lake?
So it was like China Lake, and then another one before that, it was Crystal Japan. Like each one of these movies had like some sort of a secret title or whatever before. So we were wondering, was there a secret title that you guys had?
Oh, yes,
going
there
into
was.
it?
Yes, there
we,
was.
We know what it was.
And before you say it,
Yeah, we do.
oops, I still have my script with
I
that
did
title.
too. And I
I
just
did
found
too.
it in storage.
Yep, I did too. Yeah, as Craig said, it was called Birthday Bash.
Bash.
Yes.
Birthday bash.
And does anybody remember what the name of the killer was in it? Because it wasn't called Jason.
Oh, that was good trivia.
Yeah. If you ever find your script again, the killer is called Ethan. Just so if anyone found the script, they wouldn't know they have a Friday the 13th movie. That's what I was told.
Well, yeah, and I found the script, but I didn't read it again. So otherwise I would have known that. But actually, when I first auditioned for it, my very first, I didn't know it was a Friday the 13th, and it wasn't supposed to be, right? At the very first audition.
They just didn't tell us.
They wanted us to
I
know.
think they just didn't tell you, yeah.
They didn't want us to know, Diana.
Yeah.
Okay. God, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I just one. We'll go around and ask some questions, but I got to ask Kane. Kane, everybody was complimenting you earlier on maintaining your physique. All right, I'm getting out of shape. I'm fat. I'm just gonna say it. I went from being an athlete to being a chubby fat guy. And last night, when we were talking to your friend Tom, he was like, he sent me a picture of his birthday cakes. Did you ever see his birthday cakes?
Well, you mean the most recent one, or
here's the most recent one. He said that was 1960 and well, that's his 60th and the 72nd birthday.
Something looks a little enhanced. I don't know, Thomas. I'm going to have to give him some.
He looks good, and he was telling. He also had just gotten hit by a bicycle, and he said that he has a hearing next week in Pittsburgh because they gave him a ticket because he ran a red light when he was on the bike, and he goes, I don't remember because I was unconscious because I got hit by a car. So he said he's going to do a prosthetic arm and have it come off when he's in
but Tom is in good shape, obviously.
Yeah,
and I try to do whatever I can to stay as healthy as possible. I still have a bigger arm than he does.
There you go.
Bam.
But I'm 6 years younger than him too. So.
Yeah, I should probably not be drinking a Starbucks strawberry funnel cake frappuccino.
You think?
I probably pretty much know. So, hey, Craig, what are you doing now, and where can everybody find you?
Let's see. Well, I literally just finished a film in Big Bear. It's going to be a really fun comedy. We just wrapped up, so that's called Just Plus None. You'll probably be hearing a bit about that. And yeah, man, just coming out of a thing called COVID. So, we're all kind of starting our lives over again. So just one day at a time.
It's good coming out of COVID. It was terrible going into it earlier. So, Heidi, where can we find you?
I am shooting a movie right now called The Mucks, and I play a reporter. It's really a fun movie, but I'm mainly writing right now. I wrote a limited series called Mother Time that Lena Headey is going to be starring in. And so that's super exciting. Queen Cersei herself. And it's like a family drama thriller. I'm really excited about that. And then I've written a couple features, and I'm adapting a book to TV. And I am just loving writing right now. My next chapter is really about writing, producing, and I always used to write in my trailer as an actress. I felt like it kept me alive and connected, and that my energy stayed just much more engaged and up when I was writing. So instead of just like going to my trailer and falling asleep, or just hanging out yapping. And I kept everything from those days, and then have been able to make this transition, which has just been great. So
awesome.
That's it.
We're coming over to you, Diana.
So, well, I had a little bit of a setback. My dad got very sick, and I chose to caregive for him, Parkinson's and the whole deal. But when you know, aside from that, I'm just trying to keep the faith up, and I have an album that I put on hold, but I'm coming back to finish it, and it's do it yourself, shoestring budget. It's sort of like a jungo kind of jazzy swing flavor. It's a musical road movie. Because since I come from cinema and theater, each song is a mini script actually, and they're all like very cinematic, and they could all be actually. That's my goal. Is that, well, once the album comes out, is to make each song like a really cool music video from each song, because they're all like stories. They're all film stories. So, and one of them is a tribute to a French film that I like called 37 le matin, which is Betty Blue, which is by Jean-Jacques Benex. And that's one of it's like a tribute to that film because I just love that film. And I love the whole Nouvelle Vague French stuff. So that would be the goal once we get the album out, and then do a video for each of the songs. And then I was dabbling. I was a magician's assistant for a minute, which is kind of fun. And then I'm finishing a script for like kind of like a vampire sort of. I don't want to say too much because I'm still in the writing stage.
As long as the vampires don't sparkle, we're good.
They may sparkle, but I'm really excited about the album. And then I've been playing. Well, I mean, with COVID, I did some Zoom gigs, which are always challenging with the sound, because when you have the musicians in other areas, like the whole issue of latency, and it's just very challenging. It's not as fun as doing live, but there have been a couple of live things here and there because. I spent some time in Florida, and as we all know, in Florida, there is no COVID here. So it's been a little easier to get, some live gigs down here. But it's, COVID has been challenging, as we all know. But so I keep very busy. And I had a question because Heidi, you brought up the doll, and I saw a Maddie doll. And I actually grew up like with Barbie dolls, and I love them. I still have all my Barbie dolls. So I was like just thrilled that there was a Maddie doll. I wanted to buy it. And then I went through the process, I was like, oh, I want to buy the doll. And then like, I think it even came up to like getting the doll to me. And then like the next day, the page disappeared. Everything disappeared. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Because I don't think I was the only doll. I think there were other dolls of other characters, but I never found it again.
Huh. The one that I had was, it was just made by a person, like a fan that made it. So it wasn't like a manufactured one. It was the one you saw manufactured, or did somebody make it?
It seemed like a cross between the two. Like it seemed manufactured, but it seemed like very.
Right, mine was really very pro too. Like I was impressed. I have it up. I got it in my office, and I love it. Like it's such a great gift.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if I'll look up see if I can find the information of who made it. If I find it, then I'll send it to you.
Yeah, food for thought, everybody. Now that you all know that I'm looking for that, so if any of you come across that, please feel free to send me the info so I can grab that doll.
Yeah, if I can find it, I'll send it to you. I know I have it somewhere in my office, the name of the person, because I know I sent them a thank you note, so I must have it somewhere.
What
John Wood actually in the chat has he goes, I have a Tina doll.
Oh,
he has a what?
A Tina doll. Wow, a Tina doll.
Wow.
Awesome. Of course he does. Look, guys, I've actually got to run out. I'm on the way back to LA, so I'll have to say adieu So good seeing everyone. Everyone
so
looks
good seeing
fantastic.
you.
Heidi, keep writing.
You look
Fantastic.
amazing,
Kate,
and
thank you, my
I
dear.
you have the same beautiful energy that I always remember you. Having such a great time shooting with you. I'm so wonderful to see you.
What an honor to be part of this trio, to this group today. So thank you, and until the next time.
Thanks,
Craig, thank you.
Okay,
It was
ciao,
really
guys.
great seeing you. Have a really safe trip back. Don't forget to keep your mask on the whole flight. We don't want
Thank you, Dana. So good to
All right,
see you. You
thanks.
look
Bye now. Take
beautiful.
care. Thanks, Chad.
It was awesome seeing you. You look really good.
Matt, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. John, wonderful to see you. And Kane, I send you such a big hug. I have such great memories of working with you. Thank you.
Great seeing you guys too.
Kane, what do you?
Heidi, you look great too. And
Kane,
Kane, I always love seeing you. You're awesome. And every time I'm with you, I learn something.
Kane, what do you got working coming out? Anything soon?
Got like 3 films, one even that I did last year that hasn't come out yet. But fortunately, because people want to sometimes get a name that might be known in horror in their film, that the best way to interest someone like me in that is to offer me a different kind of role. And I've been able to do, as you know, comedy and even some emotional stuff, which I've always wanted to do perform a scene with some real emotion in it. Because I always thought I could do that, but nobody ever said, hey, this guy doesn't look like you want to see him cry. So it's been very, very nice to have roles like that offered, all kinds of really interesting roles. And there is a new Jason figure coming out, and Chad knows this. It's because he was one of the spearheading the drive to get this figure announced, but it's a Jason character that's anatomically correct. And that, with Chad at the forefront of that, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
As we know, that, doesn't happen all that often.
That's funny.
I have to
Can we get more details?
Everyone. Before you give any more details, I'm signing off.
Oh, just like always.
Bye, guys. Thank you so
Bye,
much
Heidi.
for having me, and I really enjoyed this time with everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a safe trip back, Heidi.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great seeing you.
John, this is the first time that you and I have talked that you're not up in the mountains.
No, I'm not. I'm down in LA, and they're re-releasing the feature I starred and produced, The Red House, and I believe it's Entertainment One, and I'm working on another project up north, and they want me to star in it and also produce it, and that's supposed to happen in August. So, and then there's another project that may happen in Nashville, Tennessee. So
okay, very cool.
Yeah. So in fact, and so I'm out there busy working. The Red House, we had John Wayne's grandson star in it, and Gregory Avalone was our director, and it's being re-released, and we're in the process right now. I'm working with Tim trying to find out exactly where it can be seen and how it can be seen and everything else. So it's been fun producing and starring, as I can say.
That's awesome.
I know I'm getting messages here for Kane and John. It said, Kane, can you share your experience with John on the film Prison?
Oh, with John Beekler.
Yeah.
I thought you were John Otrin. Yeah, I mean, I was the stunt coordinator on a movie called Prison, and Rennie Harlan, it was his first American film, actually, directing. And John was doing the makeup effects and needed someone to be in a full body makeup, and asked me if I wanted to do it. And I said, sure. I haven't really never done a full makeup like that, where it's 3.5 hours on the face and then a full body as well. And he designed it, applied it, and he always said, said that it was my enthusiasm and ability to work in that type of makeup that made him think of me for Jason the following year when he was directing that film. So Prison was a big stepping point for me to end up as the character of Jason. And it was an amazing film. And I was only in the makeup like 2 or 3 days on Prison, but you know, it's a very difficult way of working, and John just liked what I did, so that's why he wanted me to play the character.
Very cool, very cool. And then and Kat Wren, I'm gonna turn it over to you because you got your two favorites. You love John and you absolutely love Kane. So,
but who do you like more, Kat?
Me.
Come on.
Oh,
John,
you
and I had a lovely conversation with Legend a while back for Mainframe and Hall E. But Kane, you and I have met each other at several cons.
Mhm.
And I will tell you, every time I've met you, Kane, it's been like the greatest bear hug imaginable. So I'm sorry, John. I'm going to have to go with Kane. I'm sorry.
Well, let me have a chance, and the next time maybe I can.
No, too late.
We can take points that you can measure us.
Too late.
Oh my gosh. All right. So just Kane, out of all of your Jason kills, what would you say is your favorite out of the ones that may or may not have been cut?
Well, I mean, like I said, Sleeping Bag is always my top favorite Jason kill, but I also like the frozen head in Jason X and punching the dude's head off in Jason Takes Manhattan on top of the building. Because, you know, he thought, well, I'm going to take this guy out by boxing him. Guess what, dickhead? It's not going to work. I'm going to punch your head right off your body. So, you know, I've done so many kills that I love all of them, but those are the top ones, really.
So compare punching someone's head off versus punching through Felicia Rose in Hatchet. Which one was a better kill?
Well, I mean, we're talking about Victor Crowley, where Felicia tries to call for help with her cell phone. I don't know if you know this, John, but I don't know if you've seen this movie, but Felicia Rose, who I'm sure you know, tries to call for help when I'm murdering people. So I don't care for that, really, that she's trying to make a phone call. So I rip her arm off and jam it up her vagina so hard that her hand comes out of her mouth still holding the cell phone. Now, you may think that's easy to do. It is not. It takes tremendous exertion to do something like that. That's, you know, that and ripping the woman's head apart by the jaw are both right at the top of my favorite kills. I just don't mention it because we're talking about Jason here. But yeah, that's if you're in a movie with me, don't try to call the cops or call help. It's not going to go well
just
for
give
you.
up. Just give up.
Well,
just turn around, bend over, and take it. It's easier, much easier.
So no wonder we never.
That goes for you too, John.
Oh, okay.
So what was the showdown? I mean, like I'm just gonna ask, what was the showdown supposed to be between the two of you?
John?
It was ridiculous in a little ways because Kane is much more built than I am, taller, stronger, and
more handsome.
Well, I don't know about that. But they wanted to have me. First of all, I want to say thank you because Kane was really great on the set. Because most people don't realize how dangerous stunts are. I mean, it's not a toy. It's not something that you get a second chance like a video game where you press the reset and say, okay, now I can live. So his job on that movie, Friday the 13th that I was in, those stunts are dangerous, and you need somebody that knows what they're doing, and he knew what he was doing. So that was the first thing. But my character, I had 3 different stunt people that were playing my character for these dangerous parts. One, like I first mentioned, dropping into a water where there might be water moccasins, alligators sleeping, because it wasn't summer. It was right there in March. And he had to make sure the man that was doing that he worked with did it properly. Then when we went into the tank and they put weights on the guy and there's no mask for breathing, he's going down and they're filming it. And then the last part, when I was supposed to come back and get him, they were going to have actually a stunt lady that had bones sticking out, and the late John Beaker never got to show what his visions were, and those were all very difficult stunts. So that was supposed to be the downfall of Jason, was me taking him into the water, and I don't know what else he wanted to do, but we never got to do it.
Yeah, never even came close to doing all of it. And from a stunt person's point of view, what's interesting is when you're talking to a lay person who's not in the stunt business, even sometimes actors, surprisingly, where we'll be watching a stunt on a film and I'll ask the person, you think you could have done that? Whether it's an actor or just an athletic person or something. Do you think you could have done that stunt? Very often they'll say yes. And then I'll say, how many times do you think you could have done it? Because that's the thing with stunts. You see one take on a film of a stunt. Often you've had to do, I've had to do as many as 12 to 14 takes of one stunt just to get one that they're happy with to put in the film. So you're very often taking a tremendous impact that people don't even realize that how many times you may have done it. And like getting hit by a car, not an easy stunt to do at all. You're going to get sore, but you don't know, you might have to do it 3 or 4 times.
I mean, it's amazing to me that you personally, and the sheer amount of films and credits that you've, not from an acting standpoint, but from the stunt aspect, and like I know WWE wrestlers and all those guys take some major bumps, but you're taking some huge bumps, and like kudos to you to like I couldn't even imagine like some of the you've seen and gone through.
Well, thank you. It was funny that after so many years of just doing stunts in films, when I started playing characters, and I didn't play any really challenging characters, pretty much easy dialogue and stuff. And I was like, wow, that's it? All I have to do is talk? And then they cut and I go back to my room? Wow, that's certainly easier than falling off a building or getting hit by a car or whatever. But, of course, it's not as easy as that. We all know that. But at the beginning, it was kind of a different feeling.
And I'm keep on moving, guys. I literally have a 13-week puppy who is biting my feet this entire time.
It's because Tank's a champ, okay?
Yeah. So
know him.
Tank?
Yeah, you want to see him?
Let's see Tank.
He's the cutest thing known to mankind.
Oh, Tank. What's up, Tank?
He is a 13-week bull mastiff.
Wow.
Really cute.
Well, I wanted to say something about the stunts. There's a thing with stunts that you have to do the truth. Most people don't realize that the late Ben Johnson, he was an actor everybody saw in John Wayne's films, but he was also an excellent stuntman and rode horses, and that's how he got into the business. And when Kane does these stunts, he has to come from a position of truth. The late great director Corey Allen used to say, artists are truthers, and if you don't do a stunt from truth, you don't believe it. So that's acting. That really is also acting, nonverbal acting. So that it's not easy. Also, too, when he said that those things have to maybe be done 10 or 12 times, maybe not because of his fault. Maybe a boom might get into it, or the camera may not be able to be focused, or the dolly may jerk, so they have to do it over. A lot of times for technical reasons. And then you have to come up with that same energy and that same performance. And that also happens for us actors too, because sometimes the best performance is never captured. And we have to
I can imagine,
yeah.
So, well, guys, we've got another cast reunion coming up afterwards. I cannot say thank you enough for participating in tonight. This has been absolutely amazing. Kane, John, Diana, Kat Wren, I appreciate you guys, and thank you. And I cannot wait to see all of you in person soon. And Kane, thank you for that life-size model. I appreciate that. For the toy, we'll definitely.
I knew you would be.
He's gonna be using that quite a bit, Kane. Thank you.
All right, guys. Coming up next, we have the guest of Motel Hell. Guys, thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And
thank you, everybody. And try, if you can, to go to the GoFundMe on the bottom for John, because he was so important in so many of our careers. Please help Lenny out, and we'll see you again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Catrin. I really appreciate you having me here. I really enjoyed myself. Kane, great seeing you. John, great seeing you. And have a great weekend, guys. Thanks again, Chad.
John, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, take care.
You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You'll learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.
Hello, I hope you guys are all still very much enjoying the May Massacre. We've got an amazing panel lined up. Big thanks to everybody from Friday the 13th, Part 7, especially Mr. Kane Hunter showing up at the 0 hour. That was absolutely phenomenal. So we're going to keep the horror train rolling with an absolute fan favorite film from the 1980s, guys. Motel Hell is one of the most beloved comedic horror films of all time. And here to sit down with the cast of the film is the one, the only, Mr. A.J. Crow.
I'm not gurgling because my throat has been cut out in some magic garden. Just wanted to make sure that everybody could hear me clearly for this making of and reunion of an absolute horror classic that contains both some fantastic comedy and what I consider to be some of the most horrifying end sequences of a movie possibly ever. Motel Hell. We've got a bunch of great people here on the panel. We have Kevin Connor, the director, Paul Link, who plays Bruce Smith, Nina Axelrod, that plays Terry, Roseanne Caton, that plays Susie, and at some point, we're going to be having Craig Nance performing the "You're Eating Out My Heart and Soul." Well, he'll sing it better than I will. But anyway, fantastic film. Hope absolutely everyone here has some questions and hope to get some information about the making of this movie. So let's pass it on. Hi, Nina. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, AJ. I'm great. How are you? Thanks for
I'm
having
doing
me.
fantastic. Thank you very much. And Roseanne, how are you?
I'm doing great.
And Paul, how about yourself?
I'm good. I'm here and I'm great. Happy to be in there. Hi, Nina.
Hi,
How are you,
Paul.
sweetheart?
I'm doing great. Love you.
Roseanne.
Hi.
Here he
And
is.
Craig, how are you doing this fine evening?
Oh, hello. Hang on, I'm bouncing around here. I'll find you.
So one thing that I first wanted to ask all of you, a lot of this movie is shot at night. Did you encounter any particular difficulties with the amount of night scenes filmed in this movie?
No, I think we were just on the schedule. We were used to it. The only thing tough for me
I don't know of any actor that likes working at night.
I just remember it was really freezing the whole time. Every night it was freezing. I don't know if we were at a higher elevation, which might have explained it, but it was really cold.
Well, especially seeing as in your some of your scenes, you know, they have the one where you finally get revenge on Ida. That
I had a noob at that time.
And so, and what about the, like, you had the water sequences that had to be freezing cold too? Was that cold?
That I have a story about the water sequence. I had to be in the water, and the other people who were in the water had wetsuits on, but I was wearing like crop top and shorts, so I didn't get a wetsuit, and I kept having to do it over and over and over again, and I was freezing. And then finally they put the stunt girl in for me, and she got hypothermia and had to go to the hospital, and she was in for about a 10th of the time I was.
And how difficult is it to shoot physical scenes like that? So, I mean, all of you, Nina, Roseanne, Paul, you all had some physical scenes that were in this, both from the water to the struggle on the front of the motel to the iconic battle with the, well, I'll just call him the pig man. All of that has to be fairly taxing, especially given the fact that it might be cold or your outfits. I mean, can you tell us about any of that? I mean, Nina, has to be fairly dangerous too, filming sequences like that in the water.
Yeah, and it's really Paul who gets the credit for that last sequence. And the one thing, I don't know if you remember this, Paul, but there was so much bee smoke. Do you remember that? That was really challenging, because if you look at the film, you'll see in that sequence.
I don't know. I was in the smokehouse for 5 days.
Yep.
To shoot that fight. 5 days of smoke. I went home. I spit up black stuff because they did not use actor-friendly smoke. And DPs love smoke. It's got to be smoky, and and you're breathing that. And you're swinging the chainsaw. I got to save my damsel who's going towards the chainsaw. I mean, it was, not to mention the rotting pig's heads. Not the one he wore. That was, whatever, made of rubber. But there were real pig's heads in there. So by day 4, let's just say they were earning overtime in the olfactory area.
And Roseanne, what about you about the struggle on the porch? I mean, you went from being basically buried up to your neck. I'm assuming that was that did they put you in any sort of safe container, or did they actually just bury you in the ground?
There was kind of like I believe there was kind of like a wooden sort of a box that we were in, and then there was a cover that had a hole for our heads to stick out, and then they put dirt on top of that. And so actually that was a lot warmer because we were able to wear our coats underneath. It was just our heads that were kind of sticking out, and we were cold there. But yeah,
I was going to say that would have been a terrible shoot for if it had been like 99 degrees and humid.
Yeah.
And then what about the struggle on the porch? Again, I would imagine that anytime you have anyone struggling like that, whether it's in real life or a movie set, you always have a little bit of a risk of danger. Now there's a whole mob of you.
I just remember having so much fun. Danger didn't even come into my head. I just thought it was so delightful to be in a genre movie. And I did a lot of karate movies in the Philippines and Hong Kong. And this was such a safe set compared to what was going on in the Philippines, where your stunt person wouldn't show up and they would tell you that, oh, you have to just walk over that cliff for a second, and you realize they were filming you. And at least in the United States, you had a chance that you weren't going to be accidentally killed. And so that was where I was coming to this film from. Oh, it's going to be safe.
And Craig, when they approached you to do this theme, this end song, which, I recently watched this again. I can't help but love and laugh at that as a choice for the end song. It's just absolutely perfect. So when they approached you to sing this, did you know what this movie was about, or can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, not really. The other singer in the movie, Don Nowak, knew Lance Rubin, who was scoring the movie, right? And Lance is the one that wrote that brilliant song because the lyrics are so perfect for it. And I was brought in to do a demo, I thought, and that they were, and maybe anybody else or Kevin can confirm or deny this, that they were going to get a known country singer to do it. And then a few months later, I found out, no, they're going to use mine. So what the heck, here we are, And many people have reached out through the years, was that released? And had to say, no, it wasn't. And somebody sent me an MP3. So anyway, that's where it is.
Spectacular. The whole movie from front to end, both the lighting where you start with sort of that hellish reddish glow to the very end where it sort of comes full circle, and the sound, the laughter of Farmer Vincent when you're Paul struggling in that basement chainsaw fight. That gave me nightmares when I was a little kid. I watched this when I wasn't supposed to, and him laughing as he comes at you with that pig head mask. I mean, again, were you aware initially that that's what he was going to be wearing when you were doing that sequence?
I was. It was in the script.
I believe so, but the reality of then being in it was different.
I mean, because it's huge.
It was there. It just. But to see the pig head on him, it was. Oh, it's big. Yeah, it's big, and he was a big guy. God bless Rory Calhoun and Nancy Parsons.
Enough good
Two
stuff.
great actors who've gone too soon. But Rory was a tall,
Didn't you think though, Paul? Didn't you think he was, because of his?
I'm on a delay, so I'm having trouble necessarily tracking the conversation.
Well, it's okay. I'll try to pause so that your answer comes out. So, say what you got to say, even though you're on a delay. We'll accommodate.
Okay, good. Because Okay, good. Say that again, Nina, if you would.
Oh, well, I was just saying that, Rory was an older guy, and he was really tall, but he seemed kind of fragile to me. And I remember when he had to like pick me up and carry me, I was like, oh my God, it's going to break in half. And then the whole thing with the pig's head, I was like, how does this guy do it? Like, where does the stamina come from? And you were a hero, Paul. You were a hero for 5 days. I was blown away. I just had to lie there and look dumb.
At one time, I will always say the thing that I'm most thrilled about Motel Hell, and you've heard me tell this story before, is that in the New York Times review of Motel Hell, I was called somewhat sexy, which always cracked me up. I think if you're alive, you're somewhat sexy. But anyway.
I think in the running of top, let's see what.
It was great to have that chance, And Rory, just to his credit,
I would say you're probably at least in the top 3 for sexiest chainsaw wielding fighters, if I was to rank. And so you say that scene took 5 days. Like, were there any other?
I'm gonna quote you when I talk to my kids the next time, so they know exactly how some of my accomplishments.
Were there any other scenes or sequences that were problematic to shoot? I mean, again, between it being cold and
if
being
I was
nighttime.
a stand-up comedian doing this stuff, I would be in serious trouble because the delay is so long. I would have to have picked another career by the time the joke ends.
Hey, the wonders of the internet, right?
It's hilarious. Exactly.
Nina, Roseanne, do you remember anything else? Like, I would say particularly either problematic or tricky about any of the shots or sets? I mean, none of those looked like they were lots. They all looked like they were location shots, correct?
Yeah. Everything that I did was on location. Every scene that I was in. And Monique and I had known each other for years. And so that sort of being best friends and hookers kind of was easy for us. And yeah, I mean, I just remember having such a blast and just loving being in a genre movie because back in that day, there really weren't a lot of genre movies for Black actresses at all. And I was like ticking off the boxes of genres that I got to be a part of. And this was like a really good one. I mean, my daughter and her friends in high school won a Halloween contest. They went as everybody from Motel Hell. And I mean, it was just a hoot. And the two lead actors were extraordinary. They were absolutely extraordinary. And Rory, I mean, he was beautiful. He was a beautiful silver fox. And it was a really fun shoot. Like I said, it was uncomfortable, but it was a lot of fun. And there was a whole group of us that spent a lot of time underground with our heads out. And so we really got to know each other. And it was
really cute. That's a very big meet cute.
Yeah.
We have a comment here from the chat. Someone says that Paul still has it. So Paul, you can quote that one too. You might want to go take a screenshot afterwards of some of the comments there. But I also am curious to know. So Farmer Vincent, okay, it takes all sorts of critters to make Farmer Vincent's fritters. Now, with the recent surge in all sorts of alternative meat, do you think Farmer Vincent was ahead of his time? Do you feel like maybe he was ahead of his time and that he was judged a little too harshly there?
Definitely.
No, well, at one point I kept thinking Soylent Green is people, I mean, that did run through my mind while we were shooting it a few times. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's people always wonder about mystery meats, what could be in. And for someone, I've worked a lot in third world cinema, and I don't even want to know some of the stuff that I ate. And so
I hesitate to think that it was worse than Farmer Vincent's, famous smoked meat, but you never know.
you never know. never know.
Now, Paul, you did. I'm sorry, Nina, go ahead.
Secrets in the spices.
In answer to your location question,
Oh, okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but I believe that we shot the entire film, interiors and exteriors, on this kind of ranch outside of Los Angeles. Isn't that right, Paul? We didn't shoot anywhere else, did we?
In Placerita County, Placerita Canyon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. They rented an old. It was like it would look like it made it look like a motel. I don't know what the place really was, but it was all done there or in that surrounding area.
And yeah, my
There was
daughter.
no studio shooting.
Yeah, my daughter told
Nothing
me
on
that
the lot, nothing indoors.
it burnt down recently. Just about 2 years ago in the fires, it burnt down, and she said, "Oh, Mommy, Motel Hell burnt down." And
oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it is.
Sad to hear.
The set, the surrounding,
out of
everything.
the ashes will rise. I do think back to the vegan time we're in now. I got to credit Robert Jaffe and his brother Stephen Charles Jaffe, who wrote the script, because I know that. I mean, I went to college with Robert. We were in the Jets together in a production of West Side Story at SC, and it was really an anti-meat statement because he felt strongly about that, and it was just way ahead of his time.
Yeah, and Paul and I knew each other prior
Truly.
to the show as well, right, Paul?
I actually met Paul
Yeah,
before briefly at Rookies. I was on the Rookies, but I was hiding from Eric Estrada, locked in my room. So I was afraid to literally be out on the set.
So you did the episode of Chips called The Rookies?
I did an episode of Chips, not the Rookies.
Smart.
I did an episode of Chips with you, and I spent the whole time hiding from Eric Estrada, and you know why.
Yeah.
So I think we said hello a couple of times, and I was like, "Oh, here comes Eric," and I would run and lock myself in my trailer.
That's right. That's right. I locked myself in a couple times as well. I couldn't.
I can't blame you.
But when Robert Jaffe, one of the writers and producers, it was the body. I just couldn't put up with the body. But Robert Jaffe and Nina met and fell in love. I can share that now. At the birth of my first child, Jasper.
Oh.
And Jasper was born right around the time of Motel Hell.
Wow.
So the night shooting affected me greatly because if there was one time where I actually went, that hotel that's next to the 405 freeway, it's round, it's at Sunset, it's a curved building. I actually went there one night rather than go home because I needed to sleep, and we had a newborn at home. And he's now 41, so that puts us all in some kind of perspective.
Robert and I had to pretend that we didn't know each other during the casting because Stephen Charles I wouldn't have had a shot at the role if Stephen Charles had known that I knew Robert. So
And so when all of you did you seek this out, or did you have agents contact? Oh, we have Kevin Connor has just popped up. Kevin Connor, welcome.
Sorry, a slight technical hitch, probably my end, my fault. Anyway,
Hey,
great
the
to see you all.
mastermind.
No worries. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Mastermind.
And Craig, sorry I never met you when you recorded the song. But,
Nice to meet you.
Come see
it's
it.
a great song. Hi,
Thank
Paul.
Moving on up.
And Roseanne. Wow. How are you all? 41 years.
Hi,
Can you
Kevin.
believe
Yeah.
it?
And it still holds up to this day. It's iconic. It's
Good to
classic.
almost see you. There he is.
Thanks to the actors.
Let's compare beards. We got to compare beards.
Who can't hear me? Paul?
Paul's on a slight delay.
Yeah. It was your vision.
No,
So-
my vision. No, I know. I don't. The
You will get used to the delay.
voice. Yeah, they. When I first got the script, it said, exterior long shot Motel Hell night, and the bzzz on the O on hello, and cut interior. There's a fat woman in bed with a pig and a dildo. That's when I first got the script from Robert and Jen Charles, and I thought, I've come all the way to Hollywood. This is it. I did continue reading it, obviously, and asked them to, just take out all that sort of juvenile stuff, and I wouldn't have given it any class, and make it a dark black comedy. It's tongue in cheek, but we don't show that it's tongue in cheek. We just play it straight, and everybody did, and they did a great job. It was it was a great, good experience. My first movie in Hollywood. So.
Well, I
But-
feel really grateful I didn't read that version of the script. So.
probably just as well. Probably just as well.
Oh, yeah.
No, that was I don't know. Anyway, that's the one I got initially, but I thought, oh my goodness, I've come to Hollywood with this. This is the start of my career, but it worked out very well, and here we are, people still talking about it and watching it, and I even get a residual now and then. It's not a lot, but we get something. So it's good. It's good. So
all these years later, with all the other movies that are out there, this is still one movie that my father cannot watch front to back. He finds it too disturbing in spots, and it has an atmosphere to it. Both from the insidiousness of the last line, to give a spoiler. Just
the last
hey,
time
doesn't
we were all
really
together.
care that he's killed all these people. He cares the fact that he lied about his preservatives. And as you say, the fact that it's played so straight, and you all do such a spectacular job acting in it, nothing ever seems off or like you're acting tongue in cheek. I mean, it's just so well done front to back.
It was good, and a great score by Lance. That and just a simple piano, quite brilliant. As you say, haunting, and the sound of the when they've had their throats cut.
And Kevin, we were talking a little bit earlier about some particular difficulties in certain sequences. They have the one sequence where they're being dragged out of the ground by these ropes attached to a tractor. You have a struggle sequence in the water. You have a mob struggle sequence on the porch. You have chainsaws and a smoked interior. Was there anything that you found particularly difficult as a director to stage correctly? Anything that you really struggled with to put together?
Well, to be honest, not really. I mean, they're all thought out beforehand, how you're going to attach the rope around the neck and so on. So I can't even remember how we did it. Because, well, Roseanne, you must have been pulled out of the
Yeah. I don't remember feeling any fear. It seemed it was done so professionally.
No,
And the setup was there. I think we rehearsed it a couple of times.
Yeah.
And it was just very professionally done.
I think it was an optical illusion more than anything.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, we were acting that.
Yeah, I think maybe
but it wasn't.
You held on to a piece of rope underneath as you got
Yeah.
dragged out or something like that, and but a fake, noose. But the business in the pool puncturing the tire. Rubber tire that Nina was in, and so on. When she brings out the needle or whatever it is, and the look on her face, on Nancy's face, is just unbelievable. So no, it was, and that must have been very cold. That for the people in you guys in there, and with the chainsaw. The only problem about the chainsaw, as Paul would probably agree, is that those pigs were real and they'd been hanging there for quite a while, and so it was a bit of a pong in there, to say the least. Because of the heat and so on and so forth. I think we were in there for a couple of days, I remember, but the teeth on the chainsaw weren't there. There was rubber. Rubber?
5 days.
Can't remember what we did. Yeah, but anyway, no, everything was well planned, and we had a good stunt organizer and arranger and everything. And but all the actors were blindly followed me into the. Never asked any questions. So they were excellent. No, everybody on that crew and just superb and delight. My first movie there here as I'm here. Yeah.
And speaking of questions, if anyone who's watching this broadcast has any questions, make sure you get them into the chat and we'll try to get those in there, as well as checking out the midmaymassacre.com. If you go there, you can.
I have a question. This is for Kevin. Did you guys ever hear from Farmer John about the company, it's a sausage company based in Los Angeles called Father John's.
I've seen it recently, and
they have like a Disneyland version of Motel Hell that they don't get, that it's kind of like the movie.
They've probably.
And I took my Girl Scouts there.
Yes.
To see how they make sausage. And it was hilarious because it was kind of like they didn't realize that they had been parodied already. And my scouts had already seen the movie, so they were hilarious. They were laughing hysterically.
Did you check whether there were preservatives in the Disney sausages?
Yes, they have preservatives in theirs. Yes, they were. Yeah, and I think they might still be based in Los Angeles. I mean, they had a big building and not that far from Grand Avenue. It was a farmer, and they had on the outside they have a mural of kind of like dead pigs that takes the whole block up. And I was just, the whole time I was there, I was thinking, gee, I wonder if, the director and everyone from Farmer Vincent's got a letter from Farmer John saying, excuse us.
No, I don't know if Robert and Charles has heard, but no, I didn't know. They wouldn't bother me, I don't think.
They must have been in shock when the movie came out.
Yes, yeah.
King Dinosaur has asked, did any of them feel they were making a cult classic at the time, or was this just a gig? Did it feel at all special while you were shooting?
Who's going to answer that one? Nina, off you go, because you were involved there.
Yeah, I mean, really, it turns out.
How would anyone ever know if they were making a cult classic? You would never know.
It was actually planned and written to become a cult classic, and I'm probably not supposed to say that, but the guys Stephen and Robert were talking about they wanted to make a cult film. So mission accomplished.
Yeah, but I think it was such a fun project. We all enjoyed it so much, but you never think. If I thought it was going to be a cult, I would have kept all the sausage things that were on the set and all the props and made a fortune if we just kept all, and all the pig masks and the stuff. We just had a great time making it, I think.
Of course.
Yeah. But and I'm sorry the song didn't get issued or published. It should have done. It's a great song.
I kept my shirt and my.
Yeah.
I still have a sweatshirt, a Motel Hell sweatshirt. Do you have one, Paul? No.
No. Did anyone of the film do their own stunts?
I don't, but I have the same poster.
Oh, right. But Nina, you did your own stunts, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't. The only time a stunt woman ever went in for me was in the lake. She didn't last long though in the lake.
No, but you did 90% of it,
Yeah.
as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
that was so fun. I didn't even realize because it was it was my first big role in a film, and I didn't even realize that it was supposed to be any different than it was. You know what I mean, Kevin?
Yeah. Well, Paul did all his own fighting with the chainsaw, as I remember. He did all his own work, and Nancy was in the pond with you.
I did, and I also went into the mud. I remember when I was pushing the truck.
Right.
Oh yes.
Face first, right into the
yeah. Mr. Claps. No.
And Roseanne, I know you've been in some
remember
sort of action style flicks, so I'm guessing that stunts for you were sort of, I don't want to say supernatural, but
yeah, I'm just always happy when I have a stunt person because when I was working in Hong Kong and the Philippines, there was always this joke saying, "Oh, your stunt person is coming," and they never got there. They never got to the set, and so I was always running across some bridge that was literally falling apart as I was running across it. And
the old switch and bait trick, yes.
Yeah, the old switch and bait trick. And so, yeah, but like I said, my daughter, in terms of this being a cult film, my daughter has this whole thing about mommy is camp. Quentin Tarantino bought a whole bunch of my karate movies, right? And he actually redid the sound and fixed it digitally. They looked awful when we made them. And now I'm looking at them like, I don't remember being in like a really nice movie like this. But it's really wonderful and fun to look back on stuff that I did. And Motel Hell is a very big part of it. Kevin, before you joined us, I told everyone how my daughter and her friends in high school won a Halloween contest where they dressed up as the cast of Motel Hell. And everybody knew exactly who they were. And I did see the movie the first night that it opened on Hollywood Boulevard with a group of friends who howled, and the audience loved it. They absolutely loved it. And I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it on Hollywood Boulevard, but it was really worth the ticket, really.
I didn't see it. I must have been in Westwood or somewhere that I saw it, on the big screen, so to speak. I don't remember it on the Hollywood Boulevard, but anyway.
I recall seeing it in Westwood as well, Kevin.
Yeah, I think it was playing in both places, and we decided we want to see it on Hollywood Boulevard. That'll be the best crowd.
And we have another question here. They want to know,
seeing it
Roseanne.
for the first time at 20th Century Fox. Do you remember the screening at 20th Century Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I was at. Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess I must have been there. I don't know, unless I wasn't invited. I don't know.
And I got to meet Rory Calhoun. Do you remember how? I mean, he was known for westerns. I grew up in the South, and he was so well known. And
yeah, he was a wild boy in his day. He was, spent time in jail for whatever rowdy work what he got up to. He was in his day. He was quite the lad.
No, there was at 20th Century Fox in a nice.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a famous story about him that Miles Davis, who was known to be certifiably crazy, and talented but really crazy, that Rory Calhoun hit on his wife, and he was looking to kill him. And
yes,
get out of town for a while.
But while he was on the movie, he had his lovely wife. She was a fortune teller, didn't she? Read palms and stuff and whatever. And he had a 12-year-old daughter, as I recall. But I can't. I mean, they were lovely, but I can't remember.
He was so elegant. I just remember him just being so elegant.
So cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Roseanne, there was a question. They wanted to know about your memories of Dorothy Stratton. Do you have anything you can share with us there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a quote of something that I said that keeps playing over and over again. And I knew Dorothy. I saw her I met her the day she arrived in Hollywood after her first plane ride, because we were shooting with the same photographer. And I've never seen anyone blossom as a human being before my eyes before like she was. I mean, she literally was a blank slate who became the equivalent of a Rumi poem. I mean, she was amazing. She was absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
and she's the girl that was murdered by her husband. And at one point when she was seeing Peter Bogdan, I was there when she met Peter, which is also kind of And at one point, they asked Peter, and Colleen Camp asked me about the husband, and I just said, "Look, this guy's really dangerous. He can kill her." And 2 weeks later, she was dead.
Yeah.
So that's what happens is that everyone remembers that I said that, and I don't know if it's I always considered myself lucky that I've never been hit in a relationship. But I think maybe I had some radar about dangerous people. I think maybe that's what I saw.
Yeah, there's a great podcast about Bogdanovich and that whole Stratton.
It broke. I mean, it broke his heart. He was never the same afterwards. Never. I mean, it literally broke his heart.
Yeah.
And so it was a very sad situation.
Yeah, only in Hollywood. Huh.
Yeah.
That's very sad. Yeah.
We have one more question that says, has any of the cast or crew heard talk of a reboot or remake? I'd be curious to know too. If they did, I don't know. Do you think that this would still be a topic that would work today? I mean, we sort of talked about that earlier, but I'd be curious to know all of your take on it.
I don't know how you could find actors to replace, Vincent and Ida. They were just so extraordinary. I don't know where you would go.
I think I've had several calls about it, and who owns the rights and so on and so forth and whatever. And so there has been an interest in remaking it. But and I think I heard that Charles wanted to direct it if there was going to be one. But it's one of those films it was made by UA, then sold to MGM, then they went to there. Who knows who owns it now? But the boys must have the rights to the script, unless that who knows how that went down. But it was Motel Hell was the end of a period, I felt, of horror, that sort of genre, because you had the films became far more violent after that. Horror films became very violent after that, and there's no violence in Motel Hell at all. It's what you don't see. The knife goes up to the throat to cut them, and so on. But you never see it. You cut to a pastoral scene and so on, and people having a picnic in the cemetery and so on. But after that, the genre really became quite violent. There's no holds barred. So it's probably too gentle in a way to remake it as written. I think that they'd go to town on it.
Well, this better than beef burgers that are out now. I mean, it would be kind of funny if they were made out of people. Kind of a modern take on that.
Yes.
That's why they taste so good.
There could be a movie. I think
Paul's
the
got to
modern
delay it.
version would have to be Nina and I opening an Airbnb.
Right.
I like this.
Yes.
I like this.
And we would kill people at a slower rate.
That's right. But what would you feed them?
Only millennials. We would only take out millennials.
Cookies. Okay, so we all own the copyright. Okay, guys, I'm just going to call my agent and get that written down.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Motel Hell 2 Airbnb.
I get that quick. start, Craig, you're going to start working. Yeah, he really, Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. I think it would have been remade by now after 40 odd years. If it was going to be remade, there might be a spoof on it. Who knows? But
now, I'd also heard a rumor, Craig, that there was possible talk of a performance on this particular panel. I don't know if it's about that time, but it seems like it might be, if you're ready and willing.
Well, sure. Would you like verse and chorus or the whole thing? I mean, what do you feel like?
Well, I'll let the rest of the cast and crew decide on that one. I'd be happy to sit and listen to you guys talk and play songs and do whatever for hours, but I know we don't have that much time.
I've had my eyes on you forever, and I still can't believe just what I see. Your face is like the morning sunshine as it sends its welcome out to me. I was so blinded by your beauty that I didn't think to realize how when you said you want to serve me, that it might just lead to my demise. Everybody, you're eating out my heart and soul, babe. You're feasting on my better side. Whoever thought you'd be this way? You never know what a pretty face can hide.
Great memory. Yeah, lovely.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great song by Lance Rubin. Right, Kevin. He wrote all of that, and
did he? He did the dialogue. I mean, I didn't. As I said, I wasn't at the recording, and so I guess he had several guys, sing it. I don't know. Then just sent it. This is the one.
Oh, I had heard that they were thinking of having maybe a known country singer do it, or did you say they did several versions of it or something?
I don't know, because Lance turned up he must either have sent it to us. It was done after the movie. It wasn't done during or prior. No, I'm not sure how that all came about, but Lance, he's a talent, and I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more of him. I don't know.
Do you know, I think I recently found out from my friend, Don Nowak, who knows him or used to, and he got out of doing scores and he became a lawyer.
Oh, really? Made more money. Oh, dear. Yes, because I've had several phone calls of record people who have been after the score to reproduce the score or whatever, and he doesn't want to know about it because he said, I don't own it. It's owned by whoever owns the film. And nobody seems to know who actually has the rights to the film,
Really?
Well, I mean, somebody's, because it's on quite a lot, isn't it? A late night, midnight or whatever. As if somebody must own it somewhere, but nobody actually seems to want to own up. Yes, it should have won a Grammy. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely, Craig.
Well, hey, I can't thank all of you enough for spending some time this evening and talking about this movie. It's an absolute classic. If anyone wants to purchase some autographs, make sure you check out midmaymassacre.com. Any parting words that any of you would like to share before we sign off?
Well, for me, it's just great seeing just the few faces of the.
I'd like to say one thing.
Yes. Yes.
That's the one thing.
I'd just like to say, and man's gotta eat.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no, it was a great experience, and I had such a good time with the crew and everybody, actors, and they're all so kind and good. As I say, for my first movie, the experience was just a delight and dream, I must say.
And
Thanks
it's still
so much for having us.
and it's still a delight all these years later. Absolutely love it. So,
yeah, it's fun.
thank
It's
you so much.
Yeah.
It's a joy for me to meet all you guys too.
And
so.
you, Craig, and you, mate. All the best, and hopefully one day we'll get you to write and get another one. if I ever do another horror film, but anyway.
Sounds good.
All right, guys. Nice seeing you again, Roseanne. Lovely. It's been,
Same here.
Yeah, and Nina, love you. See you soon. All right. See
Thank
you,
you
Paul.
so much.
Thanks, AJ.
You're very welcome. My
Thank you,
pleasure.
AJ.
Bye.
Take care.
Jerry, bye.
You are creative, right? You always knew that you would love to work in movies, special makeup effects, creating amazing monsters and characters.
I actually think our students get spoiled sometimes because, they have this giant special effects lab down the street.
This is a film studio. This is like the old days of MGM or Paramount. They're making movies here. They need makeup artists. This is why it's like a film studio. Here is a film program, and there's an assembly line of makeup artists in the makeup effects program.
I can't count how many productions we've collaborated on here.
You learn every aspect of the industry, and you get a degree. Graduates work on just about every big film and TV show out there. Make monsters, make movies at Douglas Education Center. Anything but ordinary.